Well, here we are. I was just checking the time. It's 4:24. And who are we sitting here with?
My name is Savannah Grant. I'm Sean Grant's wife.
Oh, you are? I didn't know that. No, I was
Yes.
checking.
Yes.
Yeah, we're glad to have you out. Just, it's very kind of you to come out so early.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
I'm hopefully going to go to the gym.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What time do you go to the gym?
Normally like 4:30.
Oh, so we got to get you out of here.
No, you're good. You're good. I have time.
Sean's been sharing with me. You've been really, going. That's awesome.
Yeah.
It's, I'm learning more about how important that is for individuals. Like how important that is for mental health.
Yeah.
It's a big deal.
It is.
That's a kind of a sensitive subject. Just ask someone. But do you see any improvement in your mental health with keeping active?
Yeah, absolutely. I had like about a 4-week period recently where I had to take a little bit of a break from what my doctor recommended I take a break. And literally like 3 days into it, I was like, wow, this really has made a difference in not only my mental health, but like my spiritual health too. Like, I feel like when I'm disciplined physically, I'm more spiritually disciplined too.
Yeah, and I think like our approach to, with recovery in particular, it's such a holistic approach because like nobody is a segment. Everybody,
Right.
We're some of all our parts. Okay, cool. So Sean's been in this work with us a year now.
Yeah.
I think as of today, we're getting there. And I had one of the ladies that came and talked to us tonight. She works in our school district. I know you're at a private school, but she works in our school district. I don't know if you got to hear, but she said there's over 540, I think, homeless children that they've got counted.
Yeah.
School district. How does that hit you as a teacher?
I mean, that's overwhelming, obviously. I think I grew up in Hillsborough County where I think the issue of homelessness, I think, is more visible there.
Sure.
And we see a lot more, and you're more aware of it. And so then moving to Hernando County, you don't see it in your face as much, but like to know that it's such a big issue still, obviously. And to know like we're in a more rural area, so that homelessness looks different and there might be less resources available to them. Yeah, that's overwhelming to imagine a child, especially in that situation.
Yeah, my wife's a teacher as well. I hear often of the challenges that are there, and I'm sure you got your own set. But to think like, okay, we got those, and then here's this child who potentially is experiencing homelessness, and then trying to do everything else. Seems to be a lot, right?
Yeah, I think right now in education, there's a big thing about emotional regulation and making sure that students are regulated emotionally in order so that they can give their best self in their learning environment. Because as an adult, I know if I'm worried about something that's happening or I'm anxious or struggling with whatever, even if I'm hungry, like I can't focus on what I need to focus on. And so when you imagine a 7-year-old or an 8-year-old or even a 10-year-old who can't even put into words their emotions sometimes, like they need to be able to feel safe, feel secure in order to actually learn. So that's a big hurdle to overcome in the classroom.
I think sometimes we may underestimate how much a child knows what's going on about their family anyway. Even if a parent is doing everything they can to make sure it's not as visible, kids are just really perceptive with what's going on.
Yeah, absolutely.
So your husband and I, we did a training not too long ago called HALT. Hungry, angry, lonely, tired, how that affects us. Thinking about the potential for a student of yours to be experiencing that, even though you are in a private school, I mean, that still is a possibility, right? Hopefully that's not the case. We don't want that for anybody, but that being a potential, what do you think as an educator, would be good to pick up on or to maybe understand a little bit more so that we are meeting individuals where they are?
I think working with children has helped me understand adults more.
Oh.
Because I think every grown-up has things that they've dealt with as children that they carry into adulthood. And so when you get to see it at its beginning, it kind of helps you have more compassion for all people, because I can look at an adult and say, okay, well, they were a 7-year-old who might have experienced this trauma or this experience, like whatever it was that they went through. And I can kind of relate to it a little bit more and have more compassion, because I think sometimes we put people in like concrete columns of, well, they're, a middle-aged person and they should know how to do these things, but you only have the tools you have, and that starts in childhood. And so I think if we can give students or our own children, if we have them, the tools that they need to overcome emotional issues, or give them the tools to be able to cope and regulate themselves at a younger age, then as adults we'll have less of those issues that we see. I mean, it's not guaranteed because there are a lot of other factors, but
chances are better, right?
yeah, absolutely.
I think tonight we heard the earliest in one of the stories was 11. Hard drugs were being used at the age of 11.
Yeah.
You think about that, it's only 4 years removed from your student's age.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah. The unique thing about HCA too is that we right now, because of our governor's scholarship program Step Up, we serve a lot of students who should be in Title I schools. So about 70% of our students right now are on scholarship. I think was the last, I could be wrong, but I think that was the last figure I heard. And so a lot of my students are coming in who historically HCA would have been a school that a lot of like wealthy families went to, students that had the means to be able to go to a private school and get a Christian education. But now we have a lot of students who are coming in who should be down the road or even across the street. We have a Title I school across the street from us, but and so they still have access to those resources because of their zip code, but they're in an environment where we have the benefit and the privilege really of offering them the gospel as well, which is my favorite thing about working there. But so, and even in a wealthy family, you can have kids who are experiencing issues that might lead to addiction or who knows,
Yeah, of course. I think we've talked about that often, not just here, but in a lot of different conversations, like, drugs are no respecter of persons, no respecter of class and all these things, right? But as you think about like your role in seeing a student and seeing like those beginning stages, one of the things I think about with what we do at Jerry, I would love for us to get to the spot we're doing more preventative. Obviously that's a hard endeavor because there's a lot of factors, but you're in a role where there maybe is some preventative measures, Have you thought in those terms before?
Yeah, so prior to teaching, I worked in ministry, so I worked for 6 years as a student ministry support role, but through that and through volunteer opportunities, I also have worked a lot in the homeless population and in the foster care world, and prevention is a huge conversation in both of those worlds. And one of the things that I think about in the classroom a lot is if I can help this child first and foremost feel their worth and understand who they are created to be, and then address social, academic, emotional issues or needs, then I can help, at least in a small way, set them up for success and avoiding some of the things that they might feel tempted to fall into. I was going in a different direction and then I just lost my train of thought. But
no, but I mean, let me pick up there real quick because I think having educators, I think sometimes we put too much on educators, if I'm honest, because we're expecting them to answer all these things, and honestly, some of the things that we're expecting educators to answer really needs to come through the family. But unfortunately, that's just not where we are right now, as a society. So, being in your role, I think there's such a massive, not only I don't want to say responsibility. I mean, there is a massive responsibility, but there's an opportunity because sometimes the prevention isn't sophisticated means. It's literally listening, hearing, giving space, and so forth. And I think I can remember my second grade teacher. I can remember how she made me feel.
Yeah.
I can still picture her. I know her name.
Yeah.
I remember visiting a church, and she was playing the piano there, and that made an impact on me. It's like, oh, my second grade teacher is at this church,
Yeah.
So like, yeah, right.
Yeah.
So when you think in those terms, like, especially when you hear like 11 years old, you're not very far from some of these individuals maybe getting introduced first to that. Does that feel overwhelming? I know it's kind of a deep, heavy question here at 4:30 in the morning.
I mean, there are many aspects of my job that are overwhelming, but I think the thing that that helps me not be so overwhelmed is, one, my faith, but two, understanding that I can do what I can do.
Sure.
And also, like what you were just saying is that couple of years between like 7 and 8 and 11 is really not that much. And so, like, for example, in my life, I have never struggled with addiction or homelessness, but my family has been touched by it, and I was exposed to some of those things at the young age of 7 or 8. And I have this isn't like private information, but my mom has raised her niece and nephew. They're basically like my brother and sister. She adopted them because of addiction and because of their mom's inability to care for them in the appropriate way. And I have students who, they have families that are going through the same thing that I might not know about ever, or sometimes I do. Sometimes parents are really open and honest about what's going on in their family's life, and I can address it in a way that is, secondary. So to answer the question of, is that overwhelming? I think yes, but I think it's, for me at least, I don't think that it might not be true for every educator, but I think it's easily overcome for me, because I can relate to the situation of seeing that happen to a loved one.
Yeah.
And then I can relate to the impact of youth leaders and educators who impacted me, so that I would not feel drawn to that lifestyle, even though it touched my family.
I think you also made a really good point when there's only so much a person can do.
Right.
Like, I think that's a very key point, especially if we're going to do this long term, meaning if we're going to keep serving people in any capacity, we have to have some form of clarity of who we are and what we're truly capable of, because not everything is manageable on for one person. So yeah, I think that's an important component. We got to get you to the gym. It's getting ready to happen. So let me get you one more question before we get you out of here. If you had someone come up to you right now and said, "Hey, you got the second grader right now, and they're homeless right now, and their mom and dad are really going through it, or their mom's going through it, or whatever," how would you care for that child without it being like making a magnet to them, so they feel like, oh my gosh, everybody sees me when I'm going through here now?
Yeah.
How would you do that? How would you articulate that to others?
I think this is true for any student I have who's experiencing any kind of hardship. I want to create an environment where my students feel like they can trust me and they can rely on me for what they need in any realm. And so my hope would be that if I had that experience where someone came to me and said they're experiencing homelessness and they need support, but obviously we don't want to embarrass them or make them feel less than, that it would already be the culture in my classroom, that they would expect for me to care for them in such a way that it doesn't feel out of the ordinary, because I'm already providing an extra snack if they forgot a snack that day, or I'm already, keeping extra clothes in the closet or whatever.
See, you just said two things there that I think that's where we get to with some of this. Like, that might be it, right? Like, those are the things, like, if you, I don't know if you guys are a part of like the backpacks and the weekends, if you all do that program.
We don't currently, but we do have a network that within our school that helps support families who are struggling.
So I mean, like, I've learned a lot about like even things like that, where these kids, like, for those who might not know what I'm talking about, like there's opportunities for students to take backpacks home over the weekend to have food and stuff like that. And that might be not only what they eat that weekend, but that might be the thing that keeps them from filling that outside. So I think it's important that people understand that it doesn't have to be as sophisticated. It could be having that awareness of like, here it is. It might be having an extra pair of pants or something. Yeah, that's really cool. Okay, well, those were some good answers. All right, well, good. All right, that was kind of my last question, but I feel like I got one more. Is that all right?
Sure.
Okay, so how would you? Because the second part was that like, what would you say to someone like a fellow teacher? Because obviously you have an awareness of this stuff. How would you help a fellow educator like grow in their understanding that this is a reality that we face?
I think having the life experience that I've had, and then being married to someone who has experienced addiction and hardship and things of that nature, and then now getting the opportunity to be involved with Jericho, like I think it kind of just naturally gives me opportunities to have conversations with people that expand their thinking about people who are experiencing hardship. So
what would you tell them?
I think I would just tell them that that's a good question. Okay, you're interrupting my train of thought, man.
I'm taking this. I'll be back.
Okay. Not to make it overly spiritual, but I think I would just, if I'm talking to a Christian who needs a better understanding, I'll approach it from that perspective first, is that God desires to create new creations, right? He desires to put a heart of flesh where there was a heart of stone. And my responsibility as a Christ follower is to give people the means and the opportunity to experience that in whatever way I'm able to. And so that means reserving judgment and serving people without question, without knowing whether their intentions are true or not. I'm not perfect at that, obviously. We all struggle with it. But so that would be my answer, I guess, to a believer.
I think
yeah.
I want to interject something there. That reserving judgment element, like I think a lot of people are quick to judge, even maybe somewhat subconsciously. I don't know if that's a fair way of terming it, but they're quick to judge, and they don't maybe not necessarily know what they're even judging in those moments.
Yeah.
How I'm not asking this for you to answer. I'm asking it just like I can make it a statement, but if we can at least create the space where people are, hey, let's be a little slow to that judgment, and let's try to figure this out before we just assume. Right? Yeah, cool. All right, and you were going to say if you were dealing with a non-believer.
Yeah, I think I would just try to help in the same way that I have to remember. I would try to help another person understand that we all experience hardship in life, and that looks different for every person. And we would like people to give us generosity and graciousness in those times of hardship. And so whether you're a Christian or a non-Christian, the hope would be that you can provide that and extend that to them in that situation as well.
Yeah, it's really good. A phrase I live by, a phrase that I communicate to a lot of people. We got to be very careful of that. We often judge others by their actions, but we judge ourselves by our intentions. We gotta really, be careful. Yeah. Be careful with that. Well, hey, this was good.
Thanks.
I'm glad you stopped by. I mean, good grief. It's 4:43. This is early.
Yeah, and now my husband just took my car, so I'm stuck here.
Yeah, where did he go? What is Sean doing?
I guess I'll just go on a walk this morning.
Oh,
That's
man.
okay.
All right. Well, thanks for coming.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, that was really cool. All right. Well, we're gonna keep rolling here. We got 15 minutes to 5.
It's right.
I'm not. I'm feeling it, if I'm honest, a little bit. It's we've been at this for a while, and so we're getting into some of those early morning hours. I think we have an interview coming up at 5. Who's going to pick him up? Okay, sounds good. So we got a few minutes before that next interview. 15. All right, very good. All right, so while we have those 15 minutes, is Michelle still here? She left? All right, I was going to pull Michelle up for a moment. We got about 15 minutes. I think, a couple things that I'm noticing just even from, we're getting a lot more traffic. People are getting their day going. It's still obviously dark, so we're in those pretty early morning hours, and I can imagine if you were trying to find some rest out here, it'd be a little difficult now, and obviously it would be in things getting going and waking up. So there's just some things that we're perceiving as we go through this. Obviously, we're not simulating a homelessness experience, but there is an element of it does bring to your mind and your attention all the different challenges that someone may be facing. So just kind of some fascinating points. I think it's also interesting that, as we're having these conversations, we've now had two in the education realm and thinking about young people, and there's a strong correlation that we have seen from people that have struggled with serious mental health, serious substance abuse issues. They get started typically at a pretty young age, and the challenges that those face. So I think that's pretty fascinating. So, all right, we are just continue to press forward here. I'm going to pull up somebody here on the random. We're going to see how she does with this. So Michelle is going to join us. She came out to show her support. We're going to give her a mic, let her talk for a little bit. She seems like she's ready to go.
Well, they asked where I was.
All right. So tell everybody who you are.
I'm Michelle Snell. I work as VP of Operations. I've been with Jericho for over 8 years now.
8 years. Good deal. It's early. What are you doing up so early?
I'm a morning person.
All right. Right now, I wish I was a morning person or more of one.
But you were an all-night person.
Yeah, we've been at this for a while. So we're 13, almost 14 hours now. Kelly's starting to yawn.
She used to go jogging.
She's got a ways until we get to the finish line. We've had a lot of conversations. I don't know how many we've had, but it's been quite a few. It's been pretty impactful, to hear everybody's story and to hear where they came from and what led them to either their place of homelessness or substance abuse or where they're serving and how they're serving. So you got quite a story too. I don't know how much you want to share at 4:45, but
I'm open to whatever you ask.
All right. So what connection, let me ask this, because you work and you're on the support side, right? Mm-hmm. The support side of what we do. But you have a deep concern for the individuals there. What has been your motivation and your drive to help individuals that have come through the doors of Jericho?
I love them, and it hurts me when I see people hurting, and I know that there is a way for them to have help, and they can come to Jesus, and He can heal them. He's done it for me in so many areas of my life. And so I know He does it. I've seen it. I've seen it in other people's lives. And to know that I have the answer and I can give that to them, and then they can live to their fullness. They can be who God's created them to be. They can have that joy, feel that love in their hearts, have that peace. That's, it really hurts when somebody doesn't want the help yet. They're not ready. And you're like, oh, but you could be ready now and stop the suffering.
Yeah, I mean, that's a challenging thing to deal with, to see something they can't quite see yet. But one thing we've learned and one thing we know, like, as much as we want it for them, they have to want it for themselves,
yes.
Right? Yeah. How long have you said 8 years, correct? Mm-hmm. In your 8 years, you've got to interact with a lot of our men and women that come through. What are some of the things that you've learned by interacting with them?
A lot of their, the start of their addiction doesn't happen as an adult. It happens as a child. And so that childhood trauma builds because they see things from that trauma. So everything adds to the trauma, even things that shouldn't. And so that's the thing that I've been most aware of, that they carry all that hurt from being a child. And actually that's why my husband and I volunteer and serve at the children's ministry at our church. So we can help children when they're young connect with the Lord, get strong in walking with Him, hopefully catch their traumas early and they can heal, so when they grow up, they don't have to go through addiction to find Jesus. They found Him young and lived with Him straight through.
Yeah, I mean, your answer there summed up a lot of our conversations today, that so many individuals, what we see with substance abuse in particular is it's a form of self-medicating to from their perspective, to help them get through whatever they're going through. And then the unfortunate side is these substances don't help. They create more problems. And so that preventative measure that you're talking about is absolutely crucial if we could help individuals prior to that. And so you've made a decision, you and your husband, to volunteer in children's ministry. Is that directly related to what you've seen, or is it just kind of part of it? Or
It's part of it.
Yeah.
We felt called, but we're like, we minister to them now, and then we won't have to minister to them at Jericho.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I really do. I think
It's
about
not
it.
foolproof, but at least it helps. They have that seed.
Yeah, I coach baseball, and that's one of the reasons I coach. Sometimes I get really into baseball, but I'm like, I get to tell a lot of kids, like, man, if I can do anything to keep you from this, I'll do what I can do, because I share that same sentiment. To keep you out of this, right, is good. Now, what are some other perspectives that maybe you have because of your experience there? Like, for one, have you learned more about mental health and how big of a challenge that is?
Personally, have a lot of experience with mental health issues when I was younger, untreated for years, and then diagnosed and then treated.
So you've went through that for yourself.
I had depression, general anxiety disorder, and schizophrenia.
Wow.
From the traumas I experienced as a child.
And then finding help. What all did that do for you?
Well, before I found treatment and then eventually healing, you don't have any confidence because you're always second guessing. Is this me? Is this the mental illness? People around you can use it as a weapon against you. They weaponize it. So if you have mental illness, immediately people put you in a box and they weaponize it. Not everybody, but a lot of people can weaponize it against you. So I understand wanting to take the medication that you find on the streets because you just want relief from the stress, the sadness. That's like looking through a pair of gray-colored glasses all the time. So my mom was very strict on the no drugs thing. So for me to have gone to drugs would have broke her heart, so I knew I couldn't go that way. And growing up in the time period I did, mental illness wasn't something you talked about.
Oh.
And so there wasn't the help there is now. I mean, people don't still
So how long did you suffer before you?
I remember symptoms as early as 4, and I was in my mid-30s before I got relief. I started treatment around 30, but it was then I really got serious. As you take the medication and your brain starts being able to concentrate outside of your illness, then you can focus on the other aspects of the recovery, going through counseling and therapy, and getting, working through your trauma till you can move on. And even when I came off medications, I did that under the doctor's care. My doctor was a Christian also, so he would pray with me as well as make sure I was getting the proper treatment. So
you saw it from a pretty early stage where you're seeing, like, this isn't all spiritual, but it's not that I'm taking the spiritual out of it. Like,
right.
There's something else going on. It's not like I'm just wanting to be here, so to speak.
Right.
These are not just decisions I'm making.
Right. It's just.
Yeah. This, right? Yeah. Got a lot going on. But you talked about how you didn't turn to drugs.
No, I was trying
Was
to
that
my mom.
was that a temptation?
Where I lived, they weren't readily available.
Okay, good,
And like I said, my mom drilled about how dangerous they were.
good.
So I don't think I would have ever seen them as a solution.
Okay,
Like I said, they weren't readily available, according to in the group I hung out with. I'm sure somewhere in town you could get them easy, but
sure. But still, I mean, that is a great protection to keep you from a whole nother level of stuff you could have went through.
right.
Yeah, phenomenal. Okay, so if you were to, so, you know, if you were to offer any advice to someone who is suffering from mental health right now, and they don't really know how to start down that journey of healing, what would you say to them?
I went to my doctor.
Okay.
I also went because the mental illness put me in a domestic abuse situation because you don't think highly of yourself. Abusers look for that. They say, ooh, somebody who doesn't know how to stand up for themselves. So then I ended up getting help through my pastors. And as a team, they worked with me. There's mental health telephone numbers. There's a suicide hotline. If you're really, really, really feeling like it's too much, walk into a doctor's office, a hospital, police station.
Key
Just-
point there is start communicating.
Yeah, you need to tell someone, preferably somebody who can help you and not offer you their own medication,
Sure.
but just letting anybody know that you are needing help.
Yeah.
And
How do we take that stigma away? I think we're getting better at that.
we are
but-
getting better. Education, because people would tell me, snap out of it. I wish.
I would love to.
You can't snap out of it. Something's wrong with your brain.
Yeah.
Something's wrong with your emotions. They're sick. I wouldn't walk up to a cancer patient and say, snap out of it.
Yeah.
It's an illness. That's what it's called, mental illness. So treat it like an illness and not a crime or a sin.
Yeah. That's such a good phrase. I hope everybody can get that as an illness, not as a sin, not as a crime.
Or a choice.
A choice. Yeah, that's good.
Nobody wants to be depressed. Nobody's walking around going, yes, it's a sad day again.
Okay. So I think a good place to end there is, you know, I hope we can say it this way. Like you're a vice president now of an organization, and like a lot of that would not have been possible if you wouldn't have been able to progress in your taking care.
If I wouldn't have taken care, to be honest, I would not be here.
Yeah.
It was all planned. God intervened.
Praise the Lord.
So, yeah.
Well, thank you for joining us on the
Yep.
bench, Michelle. I'm very grateful. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. So we're getting closer to 5 o'clock, and we've got a visitor that I think is going to join us in just a moment. I think we're going to get her mic'd up, and so we'll be excited to do that and talk to, I believe it's Jessica. Yeah. All right. Very good. So come on, Jessica. Hi. How are you?
How are you?
Good, good. All right, so we have Jessica with us, and we're happy to have you here.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, all right.
What was your name?
I'm Andrew.
Andrew.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So were you just walking by and see what we're doing, or?
No, I'd actually heard about this a couple weeks ago.
Oh.
Yeah.
How'd you hear about it?
I followed Jericho. I was actually in the program not too long ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, so I've been following it for a few weeks, and I've been watching y'all a little on and off tonight. So
So, what happened? Did you leave, or did?
I did leave.
Yeah.
They terminated my parental rights, and I couldn't be there. You know, Jericho didn't. You know, but
Jericho didn't terminate your
no,
program.
they didn't terminate my
You
rights.
don't have the right to do
No,
that yet.
no. I just couldn't be there. So, but I still talk to Miss Jill, and you know, I don't know.
So, you made a decision to leave the program in order to keep.
No, they terminated my rights.
Oh, so you just it kind of put you in a spiral.
Yeah,
Okay. How long ago was that?
a few months ago, end of April.
Okay.
Yeah,
What's it been like since then?
I mean, it's been awful, but I've been homeless.
Have you been homeless since then?
I've been homeless before then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, particularly
I knew I was going to be homeless
Okay.
after that, you know. I wasn't there long. It was an amazing program, though. Like, all the women were amazing.
Yeah.
But I wasn't there long. So I just couldn't feel anymore.
So you needed the substance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I give up.
So there's some part of you that must have some hope, something for you to come here and want to talk. There's got to be something motivating that, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping it does some good for somebody.
What about you?
I'm kind of lost.
Guy's lost.
Yeah.
Still we always talk about if you got breath in your lungs, still got hope.
I guess, yeah.
Ain't gone yet, right?
No.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I've been kind of, like I said, I've been homeless for like 3 years here. It's the only time I've ever been homeless. I was pregnant. My entire pregnancy, I was homeless, alone, and in this county.
Yeah.
And
What was it like? What is it like?
I went from living in my room, not going anywhere, not really getting out of bed, no walking for sure, to living in the woods in a tent. Like, hardcore, I had to walk a half mile to get water. You know what I mean? I left an abusive relationship, an abusive marriage for an abusive relationship. Then left that one for a relationship with my son's father, who I will always love. And he was my best friend for years before, but he got me pregnant without my consent. Not like, you know, he didn't say, hey, let's get pregnant, is what I mean by that, but the same time, you know, because he wanted me to be a mother, you know, and I found out at 10 weeks, and the abortion ban here, is 6 weeks, so everybody kept telling me, well, at least you'll get assistance now. No. I'm surprised me and our son Alistair survived. It's crazy, especially being a girl. It's nuts. Like, I have had to carry baseball bats.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? This county has no assistance. We don't even have a homeless shelter. Like, Jericho's a recovery program now. You know, the Dawn Center told me, when I told them what was happening, finally told them what was happening, they told me that it sounded like a homeless problem and not a domestic violence problem. Twice. I have the screenshots. And I know I'm gonna get flack for all this, and I'm like really nervous about it because
You're gonna get what?
flack. Like, I'm gonna get
From who?
anybody I talk about.
I mean, we're giving you the platform. It's your time to share.
The sheriffs have not been very nice, and they probably saw me on here and expected. Homeless people are vulnerable.
Yeah.
They took my baby. He was born at 33 weeks. I had preeclampsia. I didn't know about it. They took him because of fentanyl and barbiturates that were in my system, because they gave them to me. The hospital, that's what they put in my epidural and used to try to slow down my, contractions at first. Keep me pregnant as long as possible, but he was born at 33 weeks, 5.5 pounds, perfectly healthy though, and beautiful. When the CPI came in, when I wasn't even there, like, they know I can't do nothing. They know I have nobody, and I have nobody. I have no support. And everybody wants to be like, oh, just get yourself out of it. Once you're in this, it's like climbing mud. You know what I mean? And especially with no support, it's even worse. It's been awful. Sorry, it's been a night for me.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Where are you staying right now?
I don't stay anywhere right now. I have stayed at camps. I've had my own camp, which is I think a difficult thing to do when you're a girl, but I've crashed on people's couches. I've slept on porches. I've gone into abandoned stuff, allegedly. But right now, I just kind of float.
Yeah.
I go to the camps. I walk around a lot. I walk a lot,
Yeah.
especially since they trespass me from everywhere. So.
You spending time in jail the last 3 months or 3 years? I mean.
In 3 months or 3 years?
3 months since you left us.
No.
Okay.
No, I haven't been in jail. I never really got in a whole lot of trouble.
Okay.
You know what I mean? But the sheriffs, I've never even had a drug conviction, right? But the sheriffs have been on me ever since DCF's sicked them on me. Literally had them follow me to gather evidence, harass me, and then I reported 2 of them. I mean, I don't even know. I'm trying to remember that I have to have a life after this, and I'm really trying to get out of here though. Not here, but Brooksville, Hernando County. I was hoping that somebody, I was gonna come earlier, but I've been nervous, and I'm just hoping that this helps somebody.
How do you want to help them?
I want to bring about change. I feel like when I lost my son, I lost me. You know? I don't really feel like there's a whole lot of hope for me. But the world's going to keep spinning, and I just hope that, even if it's just one person,
Are you interested in returning to Jericho?
I've tried. I'm still just gonna say, oh, you just weren't ready, and because things would happen, but it's the reality of being homeless is things are unpredictable and chaotic, and what regular people think how it should work out. It's never gonna work out that way for a homeless person. So
Is there something specific there that you mean?
I just mean I feel like one of the things I've learned since becoming homeless, because you think you know how it's going to be. You think you have this idea of it, and you don't, because I thought that. And when you're in it, it's a lot different. And I started realizing, seeing perception is a really big thing. You know what I mean? And when you don't know something, you don't know it until you know it, until somebody lets you know. People don't think. When you need to charge your phone.
Sure.
You take your charger out, you walk to a wall,
Yeah.
you charge.
Yeah.
I have to prepare to probably be gone half the day because I have to walk such a distance, I'm not going to walk back, you know what I mean? And then on top of that, you have to remember that there's thieves everywhere, and you have to protect everything. I haven't had a battery pack in forever because I just know they're going to steal it. But, there's so much that goes into each thing that, regular people take for granted. You go to the sink to get water. I've had to walk, like I said, half a mile carrying back a 5-gallon water jug by myself the whole way back. It's difficult.
Yeah.
And I've been an addict since I started when I was 12. I mean, not, completely the whole time, even though, but I've been dealing with this for a long time, but
What's your drugs right now? What are you on?
I'd rather not say.
Okay.
Yeah. yeah, I still have like an appeal and stuff, but I mean, kind of pointless now, but it's just crazy. I'm trespassed from everywhere, so if I want to go to the bathroom at night, especially, I have this 7-Eleven down here, the one that's next to the Dollar General, or I have the Speedway all the way by Hardee's, and I have to walk there, and I usually don't have very good shoes on because they steal them all, while being followed by, like, you know, some weird dude in a truck that just drove past here 3 times because he was, you know, ogling me. I carry a big ass knife. I've carried baseball bats. You know what I mean? It's just,
Yeah.
you just can't know.
Yeah.
So I want to be one of the ones that tell people.
Well, are you ready to not just be someone that's also, I mean, are you ready to take that step yourself?
What do you mean?
To get out?
I plan on leaving the county.
Okay.
They almost beat a homeless man to death. And he did 18 months for it and has to pay the restitution. I have a big mouth. That's one of the reasons I'm trespassed from everywhere. It's one of the reasons I'm here. Is because I'm going to say what needs to be said, you know what I mean?
So who are you saying beat the homeless man nearly to death?
The Hernando County Sheriff's Office.
What happened?
They said that he was riding a bicycle into a parking lot that they were already in. Somebody was already filming. And I think he like pulled away, like they went to reach for him or something, and I doubt he'll be watching this, but I like want to be, I don't know how to say it.
Is there mental challenges?
A little,
Okay.
you know? Good people, though. But he's my friend. Somebody's reaching for you. I'm the same way. Like, I don't see, like, a badge and, you know, all that. I see somebody's trying to put their hands on me undeservedly, you know what I mean? So he pulls away, and I guess it was a new crew and young. And there's video of it. I mean, you can pull it up. They beat him pretty bad. He's a friend of mine and stayed in the same camp together. I had seen him earlier that night. He's a great guy, like super. He was so happy that day. They were going to get caramel macchiato things from like Wawa or something. I don't know. But when it came out that it was over a bike light, him not having a back bike light or something like that, and seeing what they did, though you can't go see the original mugshot right now because they keep changing it. And then find out that he did 18 months for it and has to pay the police restitution. That's crazy. Like, his hair still don't grow back in certain spots, you know what I mean? He's one of the reasons I wanted to do this. This town has no real assistance, and then we're expected to, you know, get up on our feet. Actually, we're not, because this place hates poor people, I swear. I mean, I've had people I know tell me they've been told, you know, go north. We don't want you here. And the housing authority, like the housing, what is it called? Yeah, the housing authority, the wait list for Section 8 here. I've been here since 2012. It's been opened one time, and that was at the beginning of COVID for 2 days. 2 days, the waiting list. And I understand that it's a bigger issue. Homelessness is a bigger issue. It's not just one thing. I know that. But when our sheriffs have enough money to get bomb-sniffing robot dogs and a fleet of drones, but they can't open a homeless shelter, that's wrong.
Well, let's think about your experience for a moment, okay? Because I think, you were at Jericho and you made a decision to leave.
I did.
And
I was going to go back right away, but stuff happened.
But I mean, I think that's an important thing to discuss for a moment, because that was assistance. It was there. And, we've had story after story of individuals who have went through the program and done well and have done really well. So do you see how that kind of maybe not line up?
Sure. Jericho did help. They did. And like I said, that's like the only thing we have here. I knew what I was doing when I left. Mm-hmm. I could not be around everyone. I was not in the program very long. I think like a month, a little over a month maybe. And it was a rash decision, but at the same time, it was something that I knew had to be the decision. You know what I mean? At that time, it had to be. I could not cope.
Yeah. No, I understand. I understand, I understand someone really going through a hard time and struggling and feeling.
Have you ever lost a baby?
No.
Especially when it's, everybody cannot believe me. I'm kind of used to it at this point. My own family didn't believe me. But a mother losing her child it's profound. You know what I mean? So, no, even if you were homeless, you wouldn't be able to understand it.
No, and I can appreciate that.
Yeah.
I can, and I will never pretend that I can have the same experience that you've had. I actually know of a lady that went through our program that lost a child, and she has expressed very similar, sentiments. I think the question for you is now, with where you are and what you're going through, making that decision, are you I don't think you would say you're better off.
What, without Jericho?
Yeah, I mean, has it been for?
So I was gonna come back a few times. Most recently, something had happened, and Ms. Jill gave me the green light, told me to go to Springbrook, to detox, to get in. And I was 2 days away from going, and I decided that while I don't want to be necessarily on drugs and, I don't want to be here. And I've lived my whole life miserable. And if I can't have my baby, I already feel dead. You know what I mean? This place isn't good for me. So whether I go into another treatment program, I don't know. I need to start living.
Yeah, you do.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, because you still have breath in your lungs, and there's an important component of hope. You gotta have hope to keep going.
That's the point.
Yeah.
I have to go find hope. I'm not gonna find it in Hernando County. I can already tell you. Too much has been done here.
The benefit of what we do at Jericho, we have partners with a lot of different.
Oh, I know, and that's the only real reason I joined, because, to be quite honest with y'all, I'm not a Christian. I'm not religious. I'm probably anti that, which is amazing that I would have enjoyed y'all's program so much and enjoyed the women there, because they are really amazing women. It really is an amazing, But I made the decision I made. And I'm not going to say I'm not going to come back, because Lord knows that my plans fall through all the time. Otherwise, I'd be in Jericho right now. But I actually stayed out. One of the reasons was to be on this, which I almost didn't do because I got nervous. But
I'm glad you did. I'm glad you came by.
Yeah, even though I'm crying on live.
It's okay.
Yeah, so who knows? Maybe one day.
I think you being able to at least do this and speak and share your heart is an important.
Yeah. I'd like to figure out how to like become an advocate or something to help people, not necessarily with substance abuse, but court reform and homelessness. I mean, I lost my baby due to poverty and being in a town that don't care. Actively like made it to where I couldn't have them. Like they did it really messed up, and I didn't even get to see him one last time, and that's not right.
I hear you. I hear you.
Yeah, it's not right. So if I could just help one person, or somebody somewhere thinks, oh, I didn't know that, and now I do.
Yeah.
I'll be good.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you joined us. If you don't mind, before you leave, we have the gentleman that's over all of our programs, Sean.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I'd like for you to chat with him if that's possible.
Yeah, sure.
All right.
Thank you. It was
Jessica.
very nice meeting you, Carmen, as well.
That's okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Here we are. It is 5:20, and we're coming. We are moving quickly along through the morning here, and we have one of our guests here with us that is going to come, and we're going to have a conversation. It's Hernando County Administrator Jeff Rogers. So if Jeff could come on, that'd be great. Hey, Jeff.
Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah.
Have you slept?
No.
No.
I have not.
This is amazing.
Yeah, we've done not 24 hours yet, but we have done. I don't know. I'm losing track. We're getting there. We're getting there. It's 5, and I've been here since 3 yesterday. So.
Yesterday, how was Brooksville at night?
It was interesting. One of the things that we noticed was, like, around 3 o'clock, it started to wake up again. It wasn't like busy, but people are starting to get going, and there's some stuff.
Okay.
It was quiet, and then 3 came, couple people, So, but here we are. It's 5, and you can see it's not crazy. By no means.
Yeah, it's coming alive. Okay, wonderful.
Yeah. Well, thanks for joining us.
Well, thank you for the opportunity.
You have 2 different roles with us. One, you serve our county, and you know a lot that's going on from the county's perspective. And 2, I think it's fair to say you've joined our board. You're on our board now at Jericho, and we're very appreciative of that.
Thank you for the opportunity.
So, from your perspective, from a county perspective, to me, what I see is like, with us being more of a rural county, we don't have, we're a growing county by all means. Right. I mean, it's growing, and I think a lot of us are really excited to see that growth. But as a rural county, there are, our homelessness sometimes isn't right out in front, but it's still there. Do you agree that it's still there, that we're, it's still something that...
Oh, 100%. It's still there, and you mentioned being a rural county. We're changing, right? So
sure.
we're in that. We've been doing that for 5 years. We'll continue to go for a while of a change from a rural to a more urbanized community, and with that becomes more challenges, right?
Yeah.
So but homelessness has been here, and so I definitely think it's something that we started working on in the last few years, and recognized it, and so I think we have some plans that we're working on.
Yeah.
Currently.
We made a decision December 2023 as an organization to go 100% towards substance abuse.
Yes.
Our data, everything that we were seeing was the vast majority of individuals coming to receive services from Jericho were experiencing substance abuse, mental health issues. So we made that decision. Our perspective, we're not, by no means are we saying that everybody that's homeless is dealing with those 2 things, but that seems to be the predominance that we're finding, right? Again, from your perspective, do you see a correlation there? Do you think that we're onto something, or do you think, there's another picture?
No, I think when you guys made that decision, it's interesting, and but I I think looking back now, it's a very good decision because the need there is growing exponentially. You know, I never would have thought. You know, I've been in government now 15 years. I never would have thought that part of what the government does now is get Narcan and figure out how to distribute that in the community, right? And so, we have community paramedics now that. And we not only do we find first response to help people in the time of crisis, we do proactive help with people that continue to have issues with drugs and overdosing, and try to help prevent that, right? And so we go in medically aided drug distributions, and also mostly the best thing we do is connect to other resources. We try to find out what's the root cause. But that's amazing that the government now, you know, is, and I'm one that says the government shouldn't be at the forefront solving all the problems, right? We can't solve everything, but the crisis is such big now that we're out there doing that. The government is, and so that's so your vision 100% correct, because the need is there now. The homelessness need is just as great in this county, and so we have to work to provide some better resources in the community for the homelessness. We've done some things, and I think we got a plan. It's working, but it's definitely some things we need to do better.
Well, you know, it's interesting because you mentioned the Narcan, you mentioned, you know, providing that. If I'm not mistaken, the reports are our OD deaths are down. Yeah. Which is very important.
Yeah, that's right. You know, those individuals, and I know firsthand how them people sometimes have had some family members go through it. That it's you know, what you mentioned, your last guest here is listening to some of it was great, and she mentioned hope, right? And so a lot of it is, to me, being a man of faith, it's a lot of people looking for hope right in the world. And that's what I like about Jericho Roads is you know, whether or not, but I believe, you know, knowing our Lord and our Christianity really gives people hope every day, and hopefully not have to depend, you know, something else to find you a place of peace with yourself and those issues in your life. And that's what I like about your mission, is that not only do we try to get people through these times of crisis and improve them and make them better, but that introduction to the Lord is really what are hopefully keep them, you know, and put you on a better place in your life. To me, that's the real joy of life.
You know, I think, you know, we've been on a pursuit of trying to find best practices, right? That's been a pursuit of ours for a long time. And what's so fascinating to me is the research and the stories are telling me both the same thing. Best practices are truly the faith. And so many of the individuals that I get to hear from will tell me unprompted that, okay, I'm like, what's helped you so much in recovery? And they'll go back, it's my faith, it's Christ.
100%.
And so, you know, I think that's very interesting, and I'm glad that you see that and you share that perspective. And now, you know, you've come on as a board member, and you're seeing more of the insides and understanding that what we're about and who we are and so forth, and hopefully what we say publicly we're doing privately, and you know, that's our goal.
And so I think you know, we started this conversation with homelessness, and so the county, you mentioned about growing, and so I think we have an interesting perspective. I was thinking about driving over today after I did sleep something last night. I'm sure, unfortunately, you didn't, but
I got that later.
Later on today. You know, the county, in this conversation, you know, that's what the county kind of is doing currently. In the last couple of years ago, we did, you know, we haven't done a lot for homeless resources in the past in the county, in my opinion. We did elevate a department under our Housing Supportive Services. We did hire a homeless liaison, right? So we didn't know what to do for homelessness. And we know that I can tell you it's bigger than just the government, right? And so I think part of our government is to find out what organizations or people can help problems and come along beside them and support them. There's a lot. You don't want your government solving all your issues for you. Probably wouldn't work that well. Like, we couldn't do what Jericho Road does to the extent that you do, right? And so, so we have this homeless liaison, and we have this monthly meeting that I think it's providing some good solutions, but we still have a long way to go. But it does bring everybody that's interested, individuals, people at churches, organizations, or resources, and people with funding together for a conversation every month to figure out what's happening and what's issues, and then they solve some small issues for people, and then we work on some larger grand issues. And so that continuing conversation, I think, is going to, hopefully lead us to some solutions, what those solutions are down the line. But we are making progress already on some things. So I'm excited that the board funded that position a couple years ago now. And so we have this ongoing, at least prioritization, right? If you don't prioritize something, so we have one person every day's job in Hernando County government is to work on this, right? And so the challenge is tough for long term, but how we solve it all.
Yeah,
but we're looking. I'm excited about it.
I've talked to a few people tonight that are representing different parts of our community, and I believe that we have good collaboration right now. Obviously it can get better.
Yes.
Nothing's perfect, but I have an interesting perspective there because I get to see a lot of people on the government side. I get to see a lot of people on the private side, and I'm very happy with the effort that I think both, because I see a lot of humility. I don't see a lot of ego right now.
Yeah, that's important. It's very important.
There's a lot of people that are saying, no, we're trying to figure out best practice, best solutions here, and I'm excited about that. And I'm excited to hear you're sharing a similar sentiment there. Is there anything in more specifics that you could give us, like maybe some things we could be looking forward to?
Well, I think one of the things we don't some necessarily think it's homelessness, but it kind of prevents homelessness. I'm excited that we continue to do is we do have a great repair programs for people's houses. So for helping people's roofs and their floors and stuff, and just keeping people in housing.
Yes,
right?
that's a great great one that I think people need to understand.
So we do have that resource out there for individuals. Obviously, it's income limited and everything, but if there's needs and you can't repair the house or something, and by all means, that stuff's so crazy expensive, right? Air conditioning and stuff for roofs, and we understand. So we have some funding there. I love that program to help people out and fix people's houses for them, to keep them in. We have an interesting thing that's happening right now, and I don't know where it's going to go. We had this conversation yesterday. With the storm that hit us last year, a lot of individuals all of a sudden, a one-day event put them more towards being homeless, right? So that could happen. It happens all the time, right? And so with homelessness is that we're all a couple of issues away from financial problems, right? And could happen to anybody. So we have this Tavern Trailer program right now that we're, and then that we got these trips donated to us. And, there's some stories of some families out there that are currently working on that, mother and father and 4 kids, and they're renting a house because their house got destroyed and trying to get money, but the insurance to fix their house, and all now they can't pay 2 mortgages, and that's kind of impossible for anybody, right? And so these travel trailers, we're going to give them to them and let them live in that while they get the help to get them money back to fix their house. That's a long process. So that's a kind of a cool thing that we developed here. Out of the storm, we're still going forward. We're thinking we've given out over 24 of them, and we're 4 more yesterday we approved. Throughout the community, some of them are just trees fell on a guy's house not too far from here, terrible, right in a storm event, and just tough getting it repaired, and so we're going to let them have a trailer to live in. So otherwise, I'm not sure where they would go, right?
Yeah.
And so,
well, I think hearing that, it's very encouraging because, unfortunately, what we have found is that if someone becomes homeless, regardless of how that happens, the likelihood of substance abuse or mental health challenges coming in after, they substantially go up. So the more we can prevent that, the better we're, helping the future.
It's that little partnership there is what you mentioned about coming together. The county, we're leading it, but it's really community partners, right? We have the United Way, and they're helping us, and this co-ed group of all these organizations that meet to find the individuals that are, a lot of times there's individuals out there on their own, right? And so you don't know where to go to find help, right? And so, one organization understanding somebody need and passing it on and say, you know what, I think I can help that person, right? So that's, so we're interested in where this goes. we know we're continuing to do it. There's still a need out there. We're cool. We put this program together, and then long term with homelessness is, I think, the continual discussions on resources putting together. Where some of our staff are working on programs, how we can get rehousing, get individuals into housing with complete programs, case management with them there.
Yeah,
and
I mean,
then-
that's an important component.
And paying that first, having that funding to be able to pay that first time rent for them and get them in there for 4 months, and then a total case management program. So we're trying to develop a total case management program to work with these individuals. So that's kind of our goal, is to start developing that now. So we have a liaison, and then there'll be case managers, individuals. We would work in community with existing housing to try to find places to because that's
really
probably the fastest way to build housing and things people talk about. If that comes together, okay, but it's tough.
It's
tough, and so we're trying to do what can we use existing one to put them in there. And that's kind of our immediate approach right now.
Yeah. So let's go back to the Narcan for a moment. I've had different opinions, I'll be honest.
Yes.
And I've even voiced those in some places because I do think that you got to be careful from sometimes to not create we have Narcan, we can go,
100%.
And I've heard those stories, but I will say this, that I've had enough stories of people that have went through like a situation where they've had Narcan, they've OD'd, and that woke them up to the point of I'm ready to get help. So I'm seeing it in a different light that way as well. And so I'm finding I think I've had 2 conversations since we started this where I think it was one OD'd 4 times, one OD'd twice, and that's hard. But praise God, we had those steps because now they're at a point where they're ready and they want to be out of that. So I think that's an important component.
Yeah, I agree. It's a tough choice. I'm with you, man. We're providing this, but it's interesting. Yeah, I don't know enough about it. Try to figure out. I'm not the expert in all this, but try to learn from people.
I have known. Unfortunately, in my line of work, I've known multiple people that have OD'd, and I can't say that I've known someone that is, of the ones that I know have OD'd past, I can't say of the ones that I know intentionally did it. Right? And so I know that if we could have used that in that time, especially with fentanyl, a lot of people that start getting clean and then they go back to fentanyl, they go back to a use prior to, and their body, they can't handle it and they're gone. So it's a horrible thing. But now that you've joined on the board, you're getting to see, a little, you're fresh at that, but you're starting to see that inside look. I think one of the things I'm curious to find out is where can organizations like ours, and not just Jericho, because there's a lot out there, but where can organizations like ours, what's a good starting point if we're wanting to get more involved into that community conversation of collaboration? What's the best way you advise someone?
So if an organization wants to get more involved regarding homelessness and mental health and everything.
For example, you're talking about the COAD meetings, right?
Yeah,
You mentioned that.
yeah.
How does someone get involved with that if they don't know, if they're not there?
Yeah, it's a great point. So how do you? I would say I think you probably need to reach out to find out when these meetings are. A little bit the county. I think the homeless meetings are the last Wednesday of every month. At Nativity Lutheran Church up on US 19. I think that's where we're having them currently. But reaching out to the county's Housing and Supportive Services Department.
So that'd be the best place.
That's probably the best place.
Housing and
Vita
Supportive.
Ramirez. I mean, I think.
You think that's a place that we can put in our comments for people? Because one of the things I want to interrupt there. That's one of the conversations. Shanique and I were talking about that works with the school, and we're talking about that tonight. And it's a phenomenal one. One of the best things that we can even do in these awareness is just letting people even know that component. Maybe that's the best way for them to get connected so they can start collaborating services.
Yeah, I mean, so yeah, that's a good point. Like everybody, that's a good point. So everyday citizens, I hear about things all the time, right? So individuals and they're struggling, and where do they turn, right? So, and for that connection, I know that. Calling 211 will get you to some connections.
That's a
right?
great
And
number.
so if you just call 211, that's the purpose of that whole system, and they will try to connect you to the right resource there. For individuals that come across someone that you think needs the help, and in worst case, calling the county administration. We will get them to the right resource. There is some, that group that homeless liaison made a card they have, and it has a lot of resources on it. But it is that connection, right? And so
yeah, and I think in our county, what I've seen is that like once people like just one of the things that we're getting there, but just letting people know. Like I've had a conversation with a lady. She's like, "There's nothing here," and I'm like, there are things. We just got to let you know about them.
Yeah, it's that's right, because we all kind of live in our own circles of communication, right? So if you hear somebody, you got to let them know. Like, we'll give them the United Way. We have to just. It's one of the best things. You hear, you see something, say something, right? So if you know something that someone's in need. Try to pass it along, and just don't hold that information yourself, because there is a resource that we have in our community for everyone.
I think it's
a matter of us finding it.
Yeah, and I think it's a testament to your commitment to this. You're here at 5 a.m. to let people know. Like, that doesn't. To me, that speaks volumes. The guy who is leading our county here is at 5 a.m. to let people know, hey, any way we can, we're going to try to help. And I think that's what people need to hear and understand. Like, we might not have all the answers, but we're trying. We are really trying.
We'll find. It's hard to tell me in a case that we don't help somehow. We might not be solved the whole issue because there's a lot of concerns, but we will find the resources we have to get somebody. And so the best thing people can do is let us know, because it's tough to be everywhere. It's a big community, and
it's growing and changing.
And so there are resources. We have put them together, which we've done that in the last couple of years, and now the development of the long-term strategy on how we do a better job with homelessness and mental health is coming. It's always going to be working in continual development. I think we've made some great strides in having one individual, that's his job every day at the county, 40 hours a week and maybe more, is to work on this, and that's so I'm excited that we have one person that's going to work on advising us, and we are, in the last few years, we've done a lot better job than we used to, but we're definitely here to help, and we appreciate Jericho Rhodes has been a great partner for many years in the county, stepping up whenever there's needed, and a place for people to go, and providing this recovery options is amazing. And so I appreciate what you guys are doing.
We're fortunate to do it. It's good. It's always good to see you.
Good to see you.
It's good to have a conversation.
Still awake, my friend.
Yeah, we're making it. I'm making it.
Thank you.
All right.
Well, God bless.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it, Jeff. Have a good one. Take care.
Thank you.
All right, we are 15 minutes here till 6 a.m. and the interviews are just popping now, so we're going. Sean's got pants on. He has shorts on. I mean, that probably sounds a little weird, but he's getting ready for the cold weather here, the Florida weather. Yeah. So I think we're ready for our next interview. They're already mic'd up, ready to go, and I believe your name is Rick, correct?
Rick.
Yeah. Come on in, Rick. Nice to meet you. Yeah. Did we get the microphone cover back on the thing for him? Nope, it's not there. Does that matter? Yeah. All right, so we're good? All right, well, Rick, welcome.
Yes, sir. Nice to meet you, sir.
Yeah. Here we are, 15 till 6. What are you doing up this early?
Usually getting ready to go to work.
Yeah. All right, so tell us a little bit about yourself.
I'm from Bushnell, Florida. I had a really bad problem with fentanyl for 2 years, and meth, of course, but lost both of my brothers, my younger brothers, to it.
You say lost, passed away.
Yes, sir. Got both of them younger than me, and I didn't have to know about any resources, and Randy, she was a friend of mine from school, and she come to me. I seen how her life had changed through this program. It was an inspiration to me, and I made the call. I didn't want my mother to go through what she went through before, you know.
That wasn't 3 boys.
Yes, sir. But I'm almost 5 months clean now.
Okay.
Feel really good. I'm glad I made the choice.
Yeah. So, fentanyl
Yes, sir.
and meth. Okay. How old were you when you started?
20s,
Okay.
early 20s. When I got really bad in the last 3 years, I was using 1.5 grams a day. I was
You
a
OD'd?
function. Oh yeah, several times. Yes, sir. Grace of God, He kept me here for some reason. When I came here, I had a real problem with that. I didn't understand. Me and God had to get through some things. I didn't understand why He took my brothers and not me.
Gotcha.
But through this program, I've got closer to God too, and kind of, I know there's a reason for me. The only thing I could come up with.
Yeah, I mean, those are hard things to process, right? Like, you're not only dealing with your own life and the challenges you face, but you're dealing with the trauma of losing a loved one while you try to recover at the same time.
They're my best friends too. We were really, really close. So.
Yeah. Take a couple step back. When you were growing up, what was growing up like? Was it challenging? Was it good? Was it?
It was good. My dad was a workaholic, alcoholic.
So substance abuse was there.
Yes,
Okay.
sir. My mother was wonderful. Kept us in church, but I got beat on by my step parents. I was the oldest, so I took all the flack when Dad had a bad day, but for the most part, I had a good childhood. Had everything I needed. My
The
dad
substance abuse and abuse was there.
Yes, sir.
I mean, help us understand that, because in the same breath, you're like, yeah, but I had a pretty good childhood. For some of us to hear that, it'd be like, that's not a good childhood. So help us understand. What do you mean by that?
Like I said, my dad, he worked all the time, was always gone. So was my step parents, and
Your mom and dad were divorced?
yes, sir. When I was 4 years old, but I always would take all the beatings from my brothers and sisters. I was the oldest, and they looked up to me. So, but my dad made sure we ate, had clothes on our back. My mom was great, church going lady. And
Yeah. So dealing with that kind of abuse, do you think that had any part of you getting into the drug world?
yes, sir.
What was it?
I went to psychiatrists and all that, and the only thing they'd come up with is I couldn't understand why my parents were friends now, but they had to be separated. So that's what the psychiatrists come up with. I was holding on to that. I never dealt with them being divorced and they're being friends, them. I just couldn't understand that.
Is that something you still think about, or?
No.
Okay.
No, sir.
So, how long were you in it? Like, you said the last 3 years were heavy, but how long did you say you were in it?
Probably 15 or 20 years.
So, a while. Did you become homeless at any points?
No, sir. I mean, yeah, of course, with the addiction, moved from here to there. But I was a functioning addict. I had a job because I had to take care of my habit. If I didn't go to work, then I had to worry about being sick and all that.
Dope sick ain't nothing anybody wants to go through.
No, sir.
So, when you say you're functioning addict, that means you kept a job. Did you keep a place you were renting or paying for?
Yes,
or were you
sir.
couch surfing, or?
I couch surfed for a little while, but my mom, she owns 2 or 3 houses. My cousin, my grandfather died and left us the property. So I had campers
So you had some resources and some means to keep yourself going. Okay.
Yes, sir.
What was the last 3 years like before you came?
Really bad, like
You
I
said
said.
1.5 grams a day?
Yes, sir.
That's a lot.
That's a lot. Yes,
Yeah.
Sir. Last
Were you
year,
suicidal?
No, sir. Not at all. But when I lost my brother and family started splitting up, I I know it was bad to say, but I didn't care if I lived or died. Mm-hmm.
So help us understand how you would separate that from being suicidal.
I guess I just accepted that it's not if, it's when.
Okay. So you weren't trying to end it all, but you were okay if it just ended.
Right.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
What made you say, you know what, I don't want to go that way anymore? What was it that...
Thinking about my mom when she heard the news about my brother and how, I mean, she went downhill, lost a bunch of weight. Like I say, Randy. She come to me like an angel in the night, just showed up, and I ain't seen her in over a year. And she sat down and talked to me and told me about this program. And she said, I don't care when it is. I don't care if it's 2 or 3 in the morning. When you're ready, don't be messing with me. But when you're ready, you call me, I'll be there. 2 days later, I called her at 12 o'clock, and she showed up immediately. Didn't give me a chance to backpedal. She's like, okay, I'll be there in 20 minutes. And she came and took me to detox, and then I got in the program. I detoxed at Springbrook for 12 days, and then another 4 days at our house. Like really bad, like puking. Yeah. Couldn't sleep.
Yeah. Explain to what dope sick feels like for people that don't know what that's like.
Nausea, restless legs, just vomiting, cold sweats.
Did you have the bone pain?
Yes, sir. Couldn't stay still, my legs. Me, myself, I puke and I have diarrhea, so you're sitting on the commode and then puking in the trash can beside you, so.
It's horrific. It's
Yes,
horrific.
Sir. Yes, sir. It's the worst feeling I've ever been through.
And there's a lot of people out there, and I think this is important for people to understand. There's a lot of people out there right now that aren't actually getting a high. They're not getting some euphoric feeling. They're just trying to maintain. They don't want to go to dope sick. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
There's a lot of people that argue that everybody that uses is always chasing that first high that they got, but regardless of that, they're still just definitely trying to keep that dope sick away. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So, have you tried other programs before you came to Jericho?
No, sir. This is the first one, and I'm thankful that I came here. Like the support system, and I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Have you had the opportunity to address any mental health issues while you've been here?
Yes, sir, I have. Yeah. They had me up with Maritol, and then it's somebody else now, but yeah, they've
through
been
Learning
really
to
on top
Achieve?
of it.
Was it through Learning to Achieve?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Huh.
And it took a few months, but they got me leveled out. Had real bad anxiety because of the drugs, and still can't really sleep, but I got put on some sleep medication. Not too much, but I can actually rest. I work for you guys, and I feel really good.
Okay. Sleep's still not quite there yet.
Yeah, it's fine now.
Oh, it is now. You're
Yes, sir.
sleeping now. Okay. Yeah, but I think that's something, it takes a while to get all this stuff. It's not like it just comes back.
Sir.
Yeah. Okay. So if you had the opportunity to share with someone right now that was in a similar place that you were in, right? They were been at it for a while, just really struggling, what would you tell them?
Find the program and stick with it. It's really, you gotta make it up in your mind. I mean, until you're ready. Like me, I thought I was ready, and I wasn't. I'll tell them about Jericho, honestly.
So that last part was cool that you're talking about Jericho, but help people understand what it means that someone's got to be ready.
In your mind, you gotta set your mind to reboot, to really want help, not just go get help for the sickness and then go right back to the street. Mm-hmm. And that's what this place did for me. It kept me away, because everywhere I go, I mean, those people are there.
Yeah.
If I didn't go there, they were coming, hey, here.
Yeah. That's hard, isn't it?
You gotta really get a stable place to stay.
Yeah. Talk about people, places, things. It's
Yes, sir. And that's real.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you sharing with us. I think sharing your story, sharing your growth is very important, and for people to understand that there is hope.
Yes, sir.
And you got, I think you said nearly 5 months now?
Yes, sir.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
How's that feel?
Great. It's been 20 years. I've never been sober. And I feel really good. I can get up on my own. I work. Just enjoying life for the most part. All my stuff's going in line, getting my license back, you know what I'm saying? Just step by step, everything's coming together.
Yeah, it's incredible. So, nearly 5 months. Is that your longest period of sobriety?
Yes, sir.
Wow.
Well, I did one other time. I went to West Virginia for a year, and I only relapsed one time, and I died then. But,
Fentanyl?
yes, sir.
That's what I've seen. So many people that relapse on fentanyl, like, that's when it gets them a lot.
That's what happened to both of my brothers.
Yeah.
They both got clean from
Yep.
jail and come home, and
Yep.
the first time killed them.
Yep. I hate that story. I've heard it more times than I'd like to.
I bet you have, sir.
I think the rationale I put to it is the tolerance is not there as much, and then they go back to the same level that they were using.
Yes, sir.
And fentanyl's horrible.
Yes, sir, it is. I wish they never come out with that crap, man.
Yeah, it's horrible. I heard a report from the DEA actually that there's a lot of, right now people think they're buying something else, but they're just buying fentanyl. It's filler. Yeah. Because it's cheap.
Yes, sir.
And, it's, you can continue to just keep making it. And yeah, it's crazy stuff. Well, those were very good words of encouragement to someone that be going through it. Let me ask you one more and then we'll wrap up, okay?
Yes, sir.
What would you say to somebody that's never experienced substance abuse, they don't know anybody, and they just say, you know what, snap out of it, stop it? What would you tell them? If you could be loving, but, telling the truth, what would you tell them?
Run away as fast as you can. Do not fall into that trap. That's all it is, just a trap.
Yeah, no, that part, but I'm asking, like, if somebody was here and they're, like, telling you, hey, man, just snap out of addiction, just stop it, they don't have any experience with them, what would you tell that person?
I'd say it's not that easy, I don't really know.
It's just not that easy, is it?
No, sir.
I think that's the point, is that some people need it, just because some people haven't experienced it doesn't mean that it's not, it's not difficult. Yeah, it's hard. It's a hard thing.
Yes,
well, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Andrew.
I appreciate having you, brother.
Yes,
God
sir.
bless.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And thank you for everything you do, sir.
Well, thank you. It means a lot. All right, it's nearly 6 a.m. We are pushing along. We have our next interview lined up, ready to go, and I think he's coming on now.
Yes, sir.
Here we go.
How's it going, Andrew?
Good. Yeah. And your name is?
Daniel.
Dan. Glad to have you, Dan.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. 6 o'clock. How you feeling?
I'm good.
Yeah. Tired?
Oh, no, not really. I normally get up at 6 now anyway.
Okay. All right. Well, I haven't slept in a while, so I'm getting a little tired.
I believe it.
Yeah. So tell us a little bit about yourself. Who are you?
My name's Daniel. I came to the program about 5 months ago. I actually graduated yesterday.
Oh, you did?
Yes, I did.
Congratulations.
Appreciate it.
That's awesome. So 5 months. Where'd you come from?
Was staying out in Shady Hills.
Okay.
with my mother.
What brought you to Jericho?
Alcoholism.
Yeah?
Yeah, I had a drinking problem, and my mom had heard about this place before, Jericho Road Ministries, and just got to a point in life where everything was imploding around me, and was in a hotel for the last day and talked to my mother, talked to my sister, and I'm like, I think maybe I need a program, I need something where I can be away from all this and get better. So I prayed on it, put in the online application that you guys have on the site, and by the act of God, and Sean Megan called me the next morning, He's like, so what's your problem? And I told him, I said, I just have a problem with drinking. I said, finding a job's not a problem, hard worker, but it's just keeping the job because of the substance abuse. And he gave me his testimony and all that, and he says, we have one bed available. He goes, why don't you come here and we'll talk it out and try to get you in. And I was like on my second day of not drinking, and so I was in pretty bad shape.
Yeah.
And
the shakes, yeah.
I called my mother and
Cold
I said, they said they got a bed available. I'm heading that way now. And I love my mother. She knows me better than anybody. And she's like, don't drive. She goes, you bring the car here and me and Dad will take you. And that was, so in case I didn't get cold feet or back out and then just drive off. I'm grateful. So yeah, and then he took me to Springbrook. I went. Second day in Springbrook, my mom, I finally able to call her from the landline. And I'm like, she asked me how I was doing. And I was like, I'm still sick, but I'm good. And she goes, don't be mad at me, but I turned your tag in. So now you're kind of stuck. You kind of got to do the program, but I was grateful for it. And looking back now, it was probably the best thing.
Wow. Yeah, those are those tough calls that, maybe in the moment don't feel the best, but might be the best.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So what was detoxing like for you?
It was not a good feeling. It's probably the sickest I've ever been.
Yeah.
The worst part was even though you're like the physical ailments are gone, the sleep, didn't sleep well for didn't sleep right for like a month.
Wow. Yeah, that's not good.
No. Everybody else knew I had a problem except me.
Wow.
That's how it usually goes.
So talk about when did alcohol become a thing for you?
Actually, I really didn't drink. I think I had my first drink at maybe 20, 21. And my older sister, Tammy, she drank. It runs in our family. It's very hereditary.
Yeah.
And
we've seen a lot of that. There's a lot of connection that way, genetically.
it's just I can't. That's one thing I know I can't control. I've come to the realization of that now.
Okay, yeah, I just can't have a drink.
No, one's too many. 1,000 ain't enough. So
Yeah.
That's basically it. But I feel good. I feel great. This is probably the best I've felt in 20 years.
Wow.
Very grateful. Very, very grateful for the organization and the program. I mean, it does work.
Good.
It really does.
I think hearing your story and thinking about getting to that point. Were there other things going on that made the alcohol felt like something you needed?
Didn't have the greatest childhood.
Okay.
My real father died before I even knew him. Raised by a stepfather that was abusive. So, I mean, it wasn't an excuse. It was just numbness. But that was the only thing I struggled with, and the issue I had such a struggle with it is because it's everywhere. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You as long as you have money,
you can get it. Yeah.
It's not like drugs. You have to go out and seek it.
Yeah.
You can just go
to a gas station.
Yes.
And it's there. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's what I think makes. I'll be honest. I think it's one of the harder ones.
I agree. It was hard for me.
Yeah, I think it is. I think it's very difficult. So as you've been walking through that, and you said you graduated yesterday.
Yes, sir.
That's
Yesterday was my official
5 months.
Yes.
Yeah. 5 months without being sober. Have you experienced that in a while?
Yeah, but not for a very long time. I always had to have something in my life. Like when I get a good job, I just drink. I never had anything really get a hold of me like that. Not like alcohol.
So 5 months it's been a while since.
I'm grateful. I feel great.
Yeah. What does it feel like when you say you feel great? Explain what that feels like a little bit more.
Clarity.
Clarity.
Waking up and not struggling to be awake, not waking up and having to reach for something or having to do something just to get through your day. Mm-hmm. To function how you should without any assistance from a substance.
Yeah.
It's a good feeling.
Yeah. I think you can probably see that even more clearly now because you can probably remember what it was like not to feel that way.
Oh, absolutely. I was in a fog.
Yeah.
everybody else was the problem, not me. You know, that's the mentality I had. That's the
So what do you think
mentality
changed it? Then when you realized, wait a second, it's me.
Probably a couple months at Jericho.
Yeah.
My relationships and when my mom and my sister got better, started talking more and all that, and they said they're proud of me because, you know, the first thing about fixing a problem is acknowledging you have it, and I believe that.
Yeah, it's a big step because until you can get to that place of honesty, then how are you going to fix anything if you can't even see it's there?
Very true.
Yeah. So what are some of the things that helped you overcome or move past alcohol?
Well, I knew that this organization that you ran, I really appreciate it. You run a good organization. You do. The program works. I knew God, but I didn't have a relationship with God. I believe in God. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear you.
I don't know. There's a lot of hypocrisy to that statement, but that's why a lot of people, you know, they wait until they're at rock bottom and then they want to try and get that relationship with God. But my faith is the strongest it's ever been in my life.
So that's been...
Oh yeah, that's been a support system in the camaraderie I have with the guys that were in the program with me. Like Rick, you know, that's one of my best friends. I've seen him come a long way, and it makes me proud, but it's a good feeling to see yourself be uplifted and then people close to you that you, I mean, because we all have our own struggles. To see where we were at when we came in the program and where we're at now, it's encouraging. It's very encouraging.
Yeah, very encouraging. So as you move forward, like what's some of the goals, what's some of the aspirations you have for that moving forward?
Just stay clean. I'm going to do 5 more months of the other program, Nehemiah. Working for you guys. Yeah. Driving the donation truck.
So how long have you been driving for us now?
I did most of the week last week was training.
Yeah.
I've been on my own since Friday.
Wow. That's I've told a lot of people in that job. I haven't obviously I had this conversation with you, but it's a good time to have it. That's one of the most important jobs. You have a one-on-one time.
Well, the interaction with the community.
The community's great, but the man that you have with you.
Yeah.
And how much you can share there.
Well, yeah. Well, I was told that by when I first went on the truck, Lester.
Yeah.
And he's like, I've sat right where you sat, and 5 months ago, I wouldn't have believed anybody if they told me I'd be where I'm at now. And I'm trying to encourage them because, like Sean Megan told me when I came in the program, he told me, he goes, this program is what you make it. But the support system, and like I said, the camaraderie, and
it's all there.
Yes.
Yeah. It's incredible. Well, I thank you so much for
appreciate
coming.
it.
Man, it's such a pleasure. It's a joy. Thank you so much. All right.
I'll take it home with me.
Wow. Okay. We keep moving along here. It is a few minutes after 6, and we are pushing forward. I think I'm going to call Sean up if I can find Sean, if he's here. Is he still making it, Sean? You still making it, buddy?
Loving it.
I'm going to call him up for a moment. And I think she's got to fix your mic because the little fuzzy thing keeps falling off. All right. So we're going to mic him up real quick. I'm gonna ask you a question, and I'm gonna step away to allow you to answer this one. Sure. Okay. Well, we don't have your mic yet. I'll wait. It's almost ready. There we go. Mic time. All right. Let me ask you a question. So, alcohol. I know this is probably an unfair question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. I think it's one of the hardest ones to get over.
Yeah.
What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I think it's the prevalence, right? So that's step one, how available it is. But I think also just how commonplace it is in society today. I think alcohol being available wherever you know, gas stations, grocery stores, all those things make it a harder substance to get off of. But then also, you know, I mean, drinking is a very normal place, right? In American culture and lots of cultures, not just in our culture. You know, the idea of football and some drinks and those kind of things. I think it certainly can definitely be a harder substance than other things you have to search out, and things of that nature. So alcohol can definitely be a tricky substance to get off of. Well, welcome. It is 6 a.m. here in Brooksville, Florida, and hopefully you guys have had a good night. If you've been with us all night, thank you. We love to have you. I think maybe we'll take a question. I'm going to take a question from the bucket, is what I'm going to do. All right. All right, so we're going to take a question from the bucket. How can individuals and churches, this is a multi-layered question, so I'll take it each step at a time. How can individuals and churches best help the homeless? Well, I think there's lots of different ways to get involved. From an individual level, you can find, different ministries and different things that you want to be able to volunteer your time or your efforts towards. And as a church, I know a lot of churches do have things that they offer, whether that be shower and soup ministries or, different things of that nature, food distributions, all that kind of stuff. So I would say, how can you best help the homeless? Get involved, right? Figure out what's going on in your town, see what the best ways to help are. And there's definitely ways and different things to get involved in, for sure, any town that you're in. How are there resource lists available that can be shared with the homeless that we encounter on a daily basis? Yeah, absolutely. If you go to our website, or if you come to our admin building, we definitely have resources that we can give out that showcase different homeless initiatives and ministries that you can get involved with. And so, and it's difficult, right? The county that we're in here in Hernando County, as far as the homeless goes, we don't have any overnight shelters in the county. And so that does, it creates a barrier that we're working through. And so, how can you best help? I would say get involved. And, you can do that with your time, financially, if you choose to, giving resources, things of that nature. Are there resource lists available? Yeah, absolutely. Please come see us. Come visit our website, JerichoRoad.net. Call us. I totally just said our website wrong. What's our website? Oh, I was right. Jericho-road.net. I was there. So I've only been here for a year today, Allison. 1 year today. Thank you. Happy 1 year to me. Thank you, everyone. And so call. Please give us a call. If you go to our website, the number that is there takes you straight to our admin building. And they are happy to give out resources and any information that you would need. How is Hernando County responding to the issues of homelessness, addiction, and mental health? Well, like I just mentioned, we don't have any overnight shelters, so that is a complication, but it doesn't mean that we're not caring for the homeless here in Hernando. We are, and so how is Hernando County responding? I think one of the beautiful things about this county and about Brooksville, I think you've even seen it throughout the night, right? Our community really supports us at Jericho. And so how is the county helping? I mean, they support us, and they partner with us. Our churches partner with us, our town, our city, our county. And so, it's a prevalent problem everywhere. But we are working through it the best that we can, so it's pretty great. Well, let me share a little bit. I have a background in addiction, so I'll kind of share a little bit of that. I started drinking when I was about 15, and by the time I was 17, 18, I had really developed a strong taste for alcohol, and it really quickly became an idol in my life. And by the time I was in my early 20s, I had a pretty serious drinking addiction. And by the time I was 25, it had gotten bad enough that I knew I needed help to stop. I couldn't stop on my own. And so I tried AA for a period of time. I ended up going back out, and by the time I was 29, I was suicidal. I had drank away my health. I had drank away my family. I was a very broken individual. And I was having an interesting conversation with our maintenance director, Todd, who he's spoken on the camera tonight. We were talking earlier about how sometimes we look back at that life and we don't even recognize, like, it's hard to believe that was us. It's hard to believe that we lived that way. I know when Sean Mangan was up here as well, another guy who's up here tonight, talking about in the mornings, dry heaving, and having to force liquor down your throat to even start the day. That's where I got to. By the end of my drinking, I was a pretty constant drinker. I would drink in the morning to wake up, just to get my day started. I had to, or else I would be, violently ill. And so to think about a life like that, where every part of my life was controlled by this desire. Well, by the end, right, it's a desire not to be sick. I mean, even like other drugs, there's only so much you can take in. And so really you just kind of start floating from kind of consciousness to consciousness, stage to stage. And so to look back on that, like me and Todd were talking about, to look back on that time of our life, it's really hard to even recognize who that person was. When I talk to people today who didn't know me when I was living that lifestyle, something I've heard multiple times is, I can't believe, like, the stories you're telling me, I can't believe that you lived those out. And so praise God for that. Praise God for what he's done in my life to take me so far from that, because not very long ago, but also a long time ago, right? It feels both ways, but that was my life. I was controlled by a substance. I was just bankrupt in every possible way. Not only had I drank away every financial thing I'd ever had, but I was morally bankrupt. I was spiritually bankrupt. I was mentally bankrupt, to the point where, I did, I got suicidal. I got to the point where I would rather be dead than alive, because I couldn't stop drinking for even 6 hours. And it just became such a terrible cycle. So how did that end, right? Eventually I reached a point where I knew that I had to stop, because I wasn't going to be around any longer. And so I got sober. I got sober through the help of AA. So like Andrew said, we definitely support programs that are here that will help people get sober. We do not believe in a higher power concept at Jericho, right? We believe there's only one higher power, and that is Jesus Christ. And but for some people, they need that introduction maybe a little bit with language that fits them better at that point in their life. And so it's a great resource and a tool that God will use, right? God will use anything he can to get people out of that terrible place. And so it was there as a tool that God definitely used in my life to help me in that time. And what was really amazing was about 2 years after, or maybe 3 years after I got sober, I experienced salvation. I surrendered my life to the Lord, and what was really cool too is it was something that was happening that I remember I know the moment, I remember the moment, but at the time I didn't, right? And so it was down the road, a couple months down the road, just thinking about how different my life was. And I'd been sober for years, but like something was just different now. The way I thought things through, the desires I had, all these things started just changing. And I know that was the power of Jesus Christ. And so, a really miraculous thing took place in my life. And so that's why we're here, right? That's why we're sitting on a bench at 6 o'clock in the morning, is to share these stories of hope. We have a lot more exciting testimonies coming up that I'm excited to hear, right? I've been here since 3 p.m. with Andrew. We're putting in the good fight, the good work through the night, but I'm excited to hear more stories. Keep talking to more people here in the community. It's going to be an exciting push to the end. So to go back to the question that sparked this whole thing, as Pastor Andrew comes back up, I would say it is the availability of alcohol, which can make it one of the hardest things, but also, I was saying, Pastor Andrew, I think it's also the culture around alcohol, where alcohol is a much more acceptable vice than other vices. And that's not just American culture too. I would say, that's a worldwide thing. So many different cultures. But here in America and today, it is a commonplace thing. And so, I think those things combined can make it a very hard substance to get off of. And we know it's just the pull, what it does to your body, that it creates two things, and it's fascinating for those of us that are in this, right? It's a physical addiction and it's a mental obsession. And so you're dealing with both of those. And then the third component, you're dealing with the fallen nature that we live in and the sinful nature that we live in. And so all those combined, a physical addiction, a mental obsession, and that fallen nature, man, it can get you.
Yeah. I think as we think about that, those three components with any substance. We're talking about alcohol in particular, the physical, the mental, and the fallen nature. It's a pretty unholy trinity there. We've talked about Trinity a couple times here. It's a pretty unholy trifecta, if you will.
Yeah, and I was sharing. I'm going to step out here and let another interview spark up. But I was sharing while I was speaking with our fans that a couple things. But it's me and Todd were talking earlier about looking back at that time of our life. It's hard to recognize that was us. It's hard to recognize that that's how we were living. And then Sean Mangan was up here earlier talking about waking up in the morning dry heaving, right? Like these processes that we went through. I was saying, I had to drink in the morning to get out of bed. And where did it lead me? It led me to putting a gun in my mouth. I had that experience. And I was saying too, I meet so many people today who, through conversations, they say, like, I don't see you there. Praise God.
Yeah.
Praise God.
All right. Well, thank you so much, brother. Appreciate you sharing. Appreciate you being there for everybody, being there for me. Really appreciate it. Yeah. All right. Here we go. We're moving into almost that hours. Waking up. Mountaineer, it's open. So when you're Mountaineer Coffee, it is open. And we are about to have 3 more interviews. We got all lined up. So here we go. Are you ready?
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
I'm hanging in there. How are
Hanging
you?
in there? I'm doing fabulous.
Oh, that's That's good to hear.
Yeah.
All right, tell everybody who you are.
I'm Kim K. Not the other one, not the other Kim K.
Kim K.
Yeah.
You are the Kim K.
Yep, little
Where you
Kim.
come from?
Well, I was born in Tampa, Florida, so I'm born and raised in Tampa, but I moved out to Brooksville like 4 years ago from St. Pete. I got clean in St. Pete originally for about 3 years, and then I moved out here to kind of get away from like the busyness, and me and my daughter's dad, he bought a house out here, and then, I just started getting busy and everything else and work and all that, and I got caught up with quit working my actual program, and it was just a matter of time before I started being sneaky again until everything, and it came to where I ended up going to jail again because I ended up doing some stupid stuff, and so we have a no contact order, so I was on the streets for a good couple weeks, and I heard about Jericho when I was in jail, and actually I was in one of the girls who graduated bunk, and I kept hearing about how great she was doing and everything, and I was like, man, I don't know what this place is, but like I know I need God in my life because I've tried every other way without God, and it's just like this empty hole, and inside me that can never be filled with anything, other than God. And so I just, completely surrendered and everything, and I prayed in jail for, something to change, and I just really completely surrendered, I think, at that time, because I don't think I ever fully admitted that I could never, ever use again. I always had like these stipulations in my head that like, well, maybe once, I can do this, or maybe if I just do that, and trying, like working out the math, it never worked out. So, but given
So take us a step back. Before you came to Jericho, you had 3 years of sobriety.
Yeah.
Before you had that, like, when did drugs become an issue for you?
Well, when I was like 12 years old, I started smoking cigarettes, and then I started smoking weed. I started stealing weed and cigarettes from my parents, and like stealing their liquor and then putting water in their bottles and stuff like that, and like just sneaky stuff. And it progressed pretty quickly. I mean, when I was about 15 or 16, I was a full-blown addict, and I got arrested my first time actually when I was on my 16th birthday for criminal mischief because I was smoking in the bathroom at school and ended up, getting expelled from school. And after I got expelled, I kind of got labeled like a bad kid, you know what I mean? And I really wasn't that bad. I just was always at the wrong place at the wrong time. And after I got expelled from high school, I went to alternative schools, and that just like put me in the place with more, it just opened up the doorways for more trouble, and you got
exposed to others and things that not necessarily the best behaviors there.
Yeah, and we had to ride the city bus to go to school, so it was like, less supervision, and I just kind of really ran with it, for a while, and I barely graduated. I did somehow. I graduated high school by the nick of my, barely, because I had to go to night school. I had to do all kinds of stuff to try to catch up. I ended up getting like turnaround student of the year, and like I was a really good student, and I wasn't a bad kid. I just was rebellious and acting out.
What do you think started that?
I mean, I think I was just crying out for help somehow, because I don't think I really had emotional support there. My family wasn't. We don't talk about feelings. We don't deal with things. We just sweep it on the rug, and you act like there's nothing wrong. And there was a lot of things wrong. I was sexually abused when I was between 6 to 8 years old, and I never told anybody until I was 30 years old when I went to my first program. And I kept it for a long time. I don't even think I remembered it for until I started going to program and talking about it, because it just didn't bother me at that point. I thought, I've overcome it, I've gotten past it, it didn't affect me, but when I did a lot of internal work and started really working on it, I realized, wow, maybe that's, what I was trying to cover up and hide, and why I always had such bad anxiety. I've always been a hyper person and stuff like that, but I really was just riddled with anxiety and depression, and I didn't realize that, because on the outside it felt fine and looked good. I had friends, I was excelling, so it was I didn't think anything was ever, going on with me, but really it was not okay. I really wasn't okay inside.
Externally you looked fine.
Yeah.
Internally not so much.
Right.
And when you're dealing with anxiety and depression like that, it's a pretty hard existence.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you get suicidal at times?
I did once, but it was when my addiction got a little bit farther.
Sure.
You know, I was in a lot of a couple of really, really bad abusive relationships, and at that point, I just I felt like I had lost everything, you know, for this relationship, and I was like, well, if he's gonna kill me, I'm gonna be the one to do it. I'm not gonna give him that power. You know what I mean? And so a few times I was just like, I'm done. You know, I'm trying. And I remember like when I was in St. Pete, I was walking down the middle of the street, and I got on my knees, and I was praying. I was just praying in front of this church, and I was just like, I just want to die. You know, like I had no will, nothing left to live, and I just sat on my knees in the middle of the road, you know, waiting for a car to hit me.
Wow.
And it was insane because I was like, I can't even get hit by a car. You know, I was like, I can't even do this right. You know what I mean? And I remember feeling like a swish, and like a car, they probably swerved and didn't hit me. And I was like, well, I woke up and I was like, wow, like that was pretty close. Like I really don't want to die. You know, like what am I doing? And you know, I just didn't know how to ask for help. I didn't know how to get out of that situation. Like it was like this cycle of just continuing to go back at it with him. He would Baker act me, and then I would run back and go right back to the relationship, you know, and it was just like, it was really, I don't know, it was really a horrible time for me, you know, so I got past that, you know, and I moved out here, you know, I felt like I had really worked through a lot of that, but I don't think that, I really did. I think I probably jumped into a relationship way too quickly, you know what I mean? And then by that time my daughter was born, and so I thought like she was all I needed, you know, like I was happy with her, everything was good, you know, for a while, but like inside there was still something missing, and I know now that that was a godlike void that I didn't have, you know, within me, and but it was just, I don't know, I thought, you know, I really thought I had it. Maybe I got a little bit too, you know, like cocky or something, you know. I stopped doing a lot of the things. I started isolating because I thought, you know, I just need my daughter and my daughter's dad. Like that was all I needed to be happy, you know, but I didn't have any other resources out there. I didn't, you know what I mean? I didn't really have any women in my life. I wasn't working any program of any sort, you know, and I definitely didn't go to church. I just worked. I was a workaholic, and that became my new addiction, was just working and making money. And, you know, I thought that if I just got to this point, then I'd be happy. Or if I just kept doing that, then I'd be happy. And it's, you know, a never-ending cycle that's just going to run yourself into the ground. You know? And that's basically what I did eventually.
So when you got to that point, and you were like, were you homeless?
Yeah. Yeah, I was. Me and my daughter's dad, you know, he changed the locks, he kicked me out because we both we're in recovery, you know, and so we made it a pact together, like if either one of us ever relapses, you know, you got to go, because like we didn't want it around our daughter, you know, and we both didn't want to bring each other down like that. So you know, he stuck to his word, and I just kept like trying to come back. Like I was sleeping on the trampoline in our backyard, and you know, he came out and I was like, please don't call the cops, you know, like I just didn't have anywhere else to go, and I would like run away, you know, and just continued using, because I mean, you know, I had, at that point it was like I have nothing else to live for again, so it was like, well, why not? At least I just want to numb this pain. Yeah. And so I just kept running, but you know, it's a never-ending cycle, and I just couldn't get anywhere, and so finally I ended up, I've been to jail a couple times, but this last time I went to jail because I put my hands on him a few times, and I've never been, you know, like I've never ever been the abuser in any relationship, you know, but this time, like, I guess I snapped, you know, and I don't even remember doing half of the stuff that I did. Oh yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. I definitely was, but
I think that's something that is, you know, that's a thing I've heard from multiple people, is that sometimes when we're right there in the middle of it, like, there are things we don't even remember. And that's a scary place to be.
Yeah,
very
absolutely.
Scary.
Yeah.
So what motivated you to come to Jericho?
Well,
I know you talked about the jail and that, but like, what was it for you inside? Well, not just what you're hearing, hey, this is a good place, but for you.
Right. Well, for me, I just knew like I had to do something different. You know what I mean? I got out, and my daughter's dad was there to kind of help me a little bit, you know, and I said, you know, if we continue to do this, you know, we're not going to get anywhere. Like, we need to be separate, and I need to, you know, we need to heal separately. And I knew my daughter was taken care of, you know, and he's a really great dad, and so I wasn't really concerned about that part, and so I knew I could just really take the time and put the pause button, you know, and just work on me while he works on him, you know. And I mean, ideally, maybe we'll come back together, but as of right now, you know, it's like we're just gonna work on each other and see what happens from here, you know. But yeah.
How long have you been at Jericho now?
A little over, almost 90 days.
Almost 90 days.
Yeah, a couple weeks before.
And you're talking about how important faith has been.
Yeah.
Was that a part of your experience in the past?
No.
Okay.
No, it never was. I always knew that, like, there had to be there was a God or something to get me out of, like, a lot of the spots I got out of, you know. I was like, wow, I know that I didn't do that, you know, but I never tried to build any sort of relationship with them or really ever get in the Word. I had, like, I had a bad taste in my mouth, kind of, for religion because of the way I was raised, because of my father's, his religion. It was more like cult-like to me, and I just, I rebelled extremely, you know. When I really was reaching out and needed my parents to be there, you know, they were just too busy doing other things, so I just didn't feel like it was ever going to do anything for me, you know. But,
okay. So coming here, faith was a big part, is a big part of the recovery.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
What have been some of the challenges you've had to overcome since you've been here, personal challenges?
Personally, I think like trying to really work on my anger when I first got here was a lot, because I didn't really realize that I had so much anger inside me, you know, and like I blamed a lot of people for my actions, and so I had to kind of really take accountability for things. And you know, like the way the story went in my head was totally different than what really happened. So you know, I had to like swallow my pride and like apologize to a lot of people in my life, you know, and trying to rebuild those relationships is hard. Like especially hearing like the hurt, you know, and stuff from them. Sometimes it's hard to hear, you know, what you did to other people or how you made them feel, you know, and you don't have anything to run and hide and cover that up with, you know. You have to just sit there and take it.
Yeah, it's a tough spot to be.
You know, but
Tough spot to be.
Yeah, it's the only way I know that I can grow, you know, is getting through that.
Go right through the middle of it, right?
Yep.
What would you tell someone that was starting a program today? What would you tell them as a word of encouragement?
I would tell them, you know, like that just to try it, you know, and you're worth it. I mean, you've tried every other method and it's not worked, you know, so why not give yourself a shot, you know? Somebody told me, you know, you miss 100% of the shots you never take, you know, and I just never felt like I was good enough to get a lot of things. I don't really have a lot of confidence in myself, and so that's something I'm working on. But I mean, when you're using, you're just going to continue beating yourself down. So
just take that chance and go for it.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, that's an impressive or an important thing to say to someone. It's impressive to have people do it, because it's not an easy thing to do at times, especially if you're dealing with a lot of self-doubt.
Yeah.
It's hard.
It really is.
Well, thank you so much for sharing.
Thanks.
That was amazing. Appreciate it.
Thanks for
So glad
having
to
me.
have you.
See you.
All right, that's awesome. All right, we are continuing our journey here, and we've got our next interviewee ready to roll. So we're excited to bring her up, and we'll welcome her to the stage, to the stage, I think.
Good morning. Good
morning,
morning.
Margaret. How are
to
you?
the stage. I'm well, thank you. How are you?
I'm good. I'm all right. I'm hanging in there.
Hopefully this light is the good side of me. I'm just kidding.
We're
Yeah.
about to find out, right?
Yes,
all right.
sir.
Tell everybody who you are.
Hi, I am Margaret. I am 60 years old, and I am a child of God who has 65 days clean.
65 days. Wow.
Indeed, yes, sir.
Yeah. So, where are you from?
I am from Brooklyn, New York. I moved down to Florida in 2004 with my 2 children. So I've been here since then. I'm actually from the Spring Hill area, so kind of familiar with this particular spot, and you know, unfortunately familiar with the courthouse right down the block. But
how did when did your battle with substances begin?
It started when I was about 26, and the first, which was a little late in comparison and in retrospect when you think about it. So I was about 25, I would say, 25 or 26, and the first substance that I picked up was crack cocaine. And I remember just an immediate spiral. I mean, totally downward, like there was no stop, there was no in between. My life just got considerably terrible in such a short period of time.
It's a tough one.
Yeah, it was terrible. It was absolutely terrible. There was hardly anything I wouldn't do to get the next one.
Yeah.
I didn't have any regard for anybody whatsoever. It simply didn't matter, you know. The obsession and compulsion to use was tremendous.
Yeah.
And I went to any length to get the next one.
And so, from there until, you know, you coming here, there's a span of time there. What was that span? Was it up and down? Was it?
Well, I'd managed to stay clean for a substantial amount of years, but then unfortunately I would get into working my own program, which meant, of course, I would take my will back, and meant, of course, that I would. It feels like I've spent the last 30 plus years trying to work the math, making 2 + 2 not equal 4, so that I could somehow successfully use and still go about maintaining some sort of productive life, which of course was not the case. So I moved down in 2004, and I had been clean for quite some time. And then I'd like to say in 2008, I picked up again. It was still the same substance, it was crack, and then I got arrested, and then I got a violation of probation, things of that nature, and I continued to use off and on at that point. You know, I would pretend that everybody didn't know and that things were okay, and everybody always knew. It was just me that didn't realize that everybody knew.
Yeah.
And I just couldn't seem to get it together.
Yeah, I think the challenge then becomes when you're in that cycle.
Yes.
It's very difficult.
It's very difficult, yeah.
Did you become homeless because of your addiction?
I was, one of the big catalysts in me coming to Jericho. I mean, it's very funny because I want to say that about 10 years ago in an outside 12-step meeting, my sponsor at that time, I believe, had said something about Jericho. And I remember hearing that, and now that I think about it, I think that she was the one who originally planted the seed about what Jericho had to offer. And I'm like, that's where I heard it from. And so what had happened is I was pulling a shopping cart, basically. You could say it was a shopping cart, across a main intersection in Spring Hill. It was like 5 o'clock in the afternoon. I was getting ready to go do what I normally would do, which was to use. And my son had sent me a text, and he said, "Mom, was that you just crossing this street?" And I said, "Yes, it was." He said, "You've just broken my heart." And I said, "Oh my goodness, this has got to stop." I mean, I'm 60 years old now. I've spent my 60th birthday in the Hernando County Detention Center. But it was that text that made me go, this is absolutely what I need to do, because I've certainly tried to stay clean on my own, and it just never worked, And after I spent that birthday in jail, I said, I have to do something, And so I had heard about Jericho. I had made the initial calls and had gone through the intake on the phone, and I was like, this is where I'm going to go.
So, you came to us how many days ago did you say now?
65 days.
65. So,
yes, sir.
what was it like when you first came?
The minute that I walked into the door on the premises there, it was like the weight of the world has just been lifted off my shoulders. I can honestly tell you that I came in with zero worry that this was going to work, zero concerns for anything. Like, we had an interview initially about the intake, and they said, "Do you feel safe here?" And I was like, "Of course." That wasn't even something I thought about. But I knew that the weight of the world was certainly lifted off my shoulders, and I just felt so free, because I no longer know what I like to do. If you'd asked me what I did for fun, I couldn't answer that question. The last time I was happy, I honestly couldn't answer that question up until a short while ago. But so I came in, and I felt free immediately.
Wow, that's impressive.
Yeah.
So as you've went through, I mean, you and I have interacted a few times now, and those interactions, I believe every time, and I like it, but there's like you say, I'm 60, here's the day.
Yeah.
What is it about the day for you? What does that signify?
It just signifies the fact that there was no way a couple of years ago that I would have thought that I would have 65 days clean again.
Wow.
Like, that was an impossibility. There was no desire to change my life at any point, up until most recently with that last arrest. And I just figured, this is what I'm going to do. It's going to be okay. Like, I'll just continue to ruin my life and do what I do best, which is kind of destroy it and continue to use.
So for you, I think that's an important thing for people to hear. Every day's a victory.
Every day is a victory, absolutely. And I don't have to worry about tomorrow, which is a beautiful thing. I just have to worry about staying clean for today.
Yeah, I mean the Bible teaches us don't worry about tomorrow. Right. There's enough today. Like
Well,
let's just
absolutely.
do today.
Yeah. Tomorrow comes with its own problems.
It
right?
does.
Yeah.
You know. So at 65 days, how much different do you feel versus day -1 right before you came? Like, what's the difference? Help people understand what that feels like.
The difference is that every time I've tried to work a program on my own, so to speak, it was never good enough. I honestly can tell you that I came in with a belief and an understanding in God. I never doubted him, but I'm starting to understand the true relationship aspect of having a relationship with God. That I never really concentrated on before.
Okay.
I was just, doing the right thing at the one time when I was doing the right thing for the right reason. But it's completely different. And in my head, I realized that it's like my neighbor, right? If Jesus were my neighbor, he knows of me. But if I've never gone to him with my victories and or defeats or told him anything about me, my worries, things of that nature, he certainly doesn't know me. How's he going to welcome me into his house?
Yeah.
So the relationship part that I'm starting to understand the true significance of that is monumental. Of course he's going to let me into his house now because we do have a relationship and we're working on that. And I've never really read much of the Bible at all. I come from a Catholic background, and so we just had a religion book, and that's kind of what you read from, and you did your sacraments and things of that nature. So the things that I'm seeing and learning that are in the Bible, I'm like, oh my goodness, he said that.
Yeah.
Jesus said that. Like, I feel so selfish because I've just tried to do this on my own and shunned him and like looked away, and I couldn't believe the mercy and the grace
Wow.
that God has. Like, I can't believe it. I wake up every day going, you still cared about me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And all the work is already done. I don't have to do anything but try and stay loyal and read your word and try and stay in that and remain grateful. It seems so easy yet so difficult,
Yeah.
So, but that's what I'm experiencing right now. Like, I didn't know all the things that are in the Bible,
Yeah.
to tell you the truth.
So I mean, there's a lot of you that's just like brand new then.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's incredible.
Yeah, it's brand new.
So before we close, I'd be remiss not to, like, 25 is what you said? 20? How old?
25 when I first started?
Yeah, is that how old you said? That, like you said, that was a little bit later than.
It was a little bit later, yeah.
What motivated that?
What motivated that? Actually, I had a neighbor who was, smoking crack, and basically I kind of just really hung out with her for the one day. She said she could get it very inexpensively, and I just went with her, and I took that very first one, and something inside of me went like, oh. And it seemed as if I continued to just perpetuate that and kept running and running.
Yeah, the mental hold that crack has, it's a heavy one.
It's terrible. The
Yeah.
obsession and the compulsion to
Yeah.
use once you have that first one is insane. And then I would make my parents fight. One would let me back in the house, and fight with the other one and things of that nature. Yeah, it was
No.
not a pretty picture.
Yeah. So what would you tell someone now that, is been dealing with this for a while? I think you've had 40 years
Yeah, absolutely.
dealing with it. And they're saying, man, I'm too old.
Right.
I can't. What's the point? What would you tell someone like that?
I would tell them that you are absolutely never too old or never too young to seek Jesus and to look for the help that you need, that you deserve to be the best version of yourself that you can
Amen.
possibly be. And I can only find that through Jesus Christ, and I know that now.
Yeah.
That's what was missing before. And if I didn't have that, I would absolutely, almost 100% leave here and go do what I've normally done. But because he's in my life, things are happening internally that I had no idea and didn't even expect to be happening. But I would absolutely say to give yourself a chance and to and never give up.
Yeah. Wonderful.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so
Thank you.
much.
Thank
That's
you very
wonderful.
much. Have a great day.
Yeah, thank you. Take care. All right.
Oh, it was good.
I think we're going to be bringing up Claire. As you can see, it's nearly 7. The sun's not quite up, but we're getting there and getting a lot more traffic and a lot more stuff going on in town. People are waking up. So,
Good morning.
yeah, as we get here, we're going to As we keep waking up, we're going to bring Claire on.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning, good morning. All right, so Claire, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, I came to Jericho about 6 months ago almost. I came seeking God. It was kind of an aha moment for me because, you know, I was 11 years old when I relapsed, or when I first started using. My parents divorced. I was sexually abused by a gang member in my neighborhood. My mom tried to fight it through the courts, but of course there was so much fear in me.
Yeah.
I didn't follow through, and so from a young age, a lot of anger came out. And I didn't see it as that. I didn't, not at all.
Well, it's hard to process that stuff.
Yeah, I guess.
Especially at that age.
My mom worked a lot. My dad, prior to them divorcing or separating, he was an alcoholic, a drug addict. I didn't know about the drugs at the time, but the alcohol was apparent. But my mom worked so much that my oldest sister had to, she had to be basically our mom, make sure that things were done for my mother. Because the bills had to be paid, and my mom tried so hard. And I think just not having either parent available, one, not because she didn't want to be, but because she had to be. She worked 3 jobs, a nanny, a store clerk, as well as in a market. So
yeah, she was busy.
Yeah, she's the rock though, that she's the one that instilled Christ in us kids. Her parents, we went to church when we were younger. Our family actually built the church that we belong to in Kansas City. I'm from Pinellas County, so coming up here has been
different. Yeah.
Different. A little bit more slowed down, but that I think was needed.
Yeah.
You know, it talks about in the Bible about, you know, leaving behind everything, whether it's wealth or and following Jesus, and through some tragedy is how I came to make that decision to come here, and I don't regret it, not one day.
Yeah.
It's been enlightening in a lot of ways.
Yeah. So had a lot of trauma.
Lots.
Obviously, with that much trauma, substance coming in, it's definitely a self-medication.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Some mental health issues because of the trauma.
Yeah, but I didn't even realize that until September 3rd of last year. The doctor said that they thought there was some depression, tried some different medications 6 years ago, but it didn't stick, and of course I was still too in my addiction that I forgot medication, didn't take it. There was no seriousness in me. I was probably, I think now, still in denial.
Okay. Denial about
anything, really. You know, I blamed others. That was a big part of my mental illness. I guess maybe is not seeing my part in it, and if I did happen to catch a glimpse of it, I would just deny it.
Wow.
And the depression kept me from really looking at things. Because I am diagnosed major depressive disorder.
Okay.
But they've got it regulated. I feel the best I've ever felt in my life. My relationship with Christ is the best that it's ever been. I know He's always been there, but I've always blamed Him. I've been the one that said why.
Okay. When you talk about blame, do you mean that like blaming Him for the things you've went through?
Yeah, I guess so. Why would He let it happen? I think a lot of people ask that.
Sure.
In fact, I know in my addiction, and it seems crazy, I would talk to people who weren't believers or people, who practice other things, and I literally would be sitting there talking about Jesus in the midst of doing whatever I was doing. And I don't know, and they'd be like, well, why did this happen, and this happen, and this happen, and that's where I really had no answer.
Yeah. I think that's a hard part for people to process, to to allow to be that. When we look at life, we're always trying to find the cause, and I've learned that that's a pretty fruitless search at times. It can be. Not that it always has to be, but if we're trying to always put the cause, whatever negative, whatever bad thing we experienced on God, then obviously not only are we thwarting our view of God, but we're also setting ourselves up for, disappointment, setting ourselves up for like where's the hope? If God's supposed to provide the hope, but he's the one that allowed this, what's he going to provide the next time? It's like a roulette game,
Right.
And I think that's where it's important for us to learn how to frame that correctly.
Yeah, it's taken pretty much most of the 6 months here. Again, I've always been a believer, but the anger's kept me from the closeness. But going through the mental illness thing that I did, ended up in a few mental hospitals, dual diagnosis centers, and they suggested coming to Jericho, and I used the excuse, my son's here, and I called my son because I'm like, I was trying to figure out how not to come, and just try to stay there with my life at first. And he's like, Mom, I just need you 100%. I don't, this back and forth, even though I said I'd been there, did the school things, did this, did that, I wasn't there 100%. So it took me leaving behind one more time my kids, my life, my family, and people that I loved or thought, I guess I was codependent with, basically, and really letting God know that he's first in my life. I don't know where I was going with that.
That's okay.
I do it often.
That's okay. But I mean, it was a big step in like you actually getting to that spot of being okay.
Yeah, and not blaming others, not making excuses.
Not blaming God even.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I guess that's the truth right there. Yeah. Not blaming God. Not having to ask why anymore, but knowing that everything works together for good. Those that are called according to his purpose.
Which I think is an important verse. I think another important book of the Bible is Job. Understanding, we get to the end of Job, and God doesn't necessarily even answer Job's questions, but he does say, hey, where were you when I, and then he starts to go through this list. And I think the important part is there are things that we're just not going to understand. We're not God, but in that we need to trust his goodness and trust that he is truly there. And that's not always an easy thing.
No, but you're capable. I became capable of understanding. I was married for 10 years to a man who was an up-and-coming pastor. And, some domestic violence occurred, but through that and the halfway house I was in at that time in Pinellas County, it still was the starting point of me learning about God. So through the years as a child, in and out, that was always there with me. I quenched the Holy Spirit for a long time, but I'm back and I'm so happy. I wish Pinellas County had a Jericho.
Okay.
God through Jericho works miracles in people. I have good friends today that are females. We're sisters in Christ.
Yeah.
That in itself is a miracle.
Yeah. Have that camaraderie, to have that fellowship.
Yeah, and it's amazing and it's genuine.
Yeah.
It's genuine and we learn how to accept each other.
Yeah.
And put differences aside, because some of us are alike, some of us are different. No matter the race, the belief, where you're at in your walk with Christ. We come together here, and it's really nice to have females like myself that I can trust, rely on, call, and they're there.
Yeah.
So that's been a big part of my growth here too, in relationship-wise in life.
Well, I think that's probably a good spot for us to stop on because the necessity of relationship, having that, how much help and hope that brings, right?
Yes.
That's incredible. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I think you did a wonderful job.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I'm going to call Sean back up here. I think we are pushing forward, Sean.
We're pushing it, man.
We have a few minutes, and then I think we're going to be doing a call with the radio. Yeah. So as we get prepared for that, I'm going to let you take over for a minute.
Yeah.
I'm going to get a cup of coffee and get myself ready for that. So
Beautiful.
I'm going to ask you a question and let you answer it.
Give me
Are
one
you
of
ready?
those.
Here we go. Oh, we started this one. Let's start because this one actually has a lot of questions. Are there resource lists available that can be shared with homeless that we encounter on a daily basis?
Yes. Yep. Absolutely. So, I actually went through a little bit of this question before.
Oh, you did this one?
Yeah. Let me get a new
Oh,
question.
my bad.
No,
I
that's
didn't
fine.
see that one right there. Let me give you a new one. So why does there sometimes seem like a discrepancy for, like, why does it seem like it's harder for people that are suffering like poverty? Why does that seem to be like a harder challenge to overcome?
All right, beautiful. So, poverty brings its own set of issues, and so if you don't have a lot of resources financially, it can be more difficult to get sober. A lot of programs that exist today are for profit, and so that's part of it. It's very expensive to go to certain programs and certain systems that we have set up here in the country. So if you are coming out of poverty, that's going to make it a lot more difficult. If you don't have health care, that's going to make it a lot more difficult. And so having places that are willing to help people who don't have anything to give, any income to put into it, is vital. And so we need to have systems in place. Praise God, here at Jericho Road, we don't charge anything for our first program. So we will take the individual in. We will provide them with all their meals. We will provide them obviously with shelter. And we will provide them, like we talked about earlier, with all the transportation that they need. So these mental health appointments, doctor's appointments for physical health, drug court, probation. We had a gentleman up here earlier who's on Veterans Court. So all these different systems in place that we will get them to where they need to go. And so like we were talking about earlier, it can be very difficult if you're coming out of, like, let's say jail, and if you're coming out of jail and you don't have a system in place, and maybe if, let's say, you're coming out and you have nowhere to go, well, guess what? You need an address even to be able to be on probation. And so it can be very difficult to meet all these challenges, and the less that you have, obviously the more difficult that challenge is going to be. And so, not that getting over addiction is easier if you have, not that the physical aspect of it is easier if you have money, but there's more resources to you available if you do have money. And so, the more set up you are financially, the easier, the more options are going to be available to you to go ahead and look for that sobriety. And so, but once again, there are, a 12-step circle. You can go to an AA meeting for free, or if you want to put $1 in the cup, right? And so there are things available for people that don't have a lot of financial gain. But yeah, so if you if you are homeless or if you are, below that poverty line, it can certainly be more difficult to have access to resources, maybe even to know what resources are available to you. And so, once again, going back to even the previous question, yes, we have a list of resources on our website, which is jericho-road.net. And like we talked about earlier, call the number on there. We would love to talk to you. We can point you in the right direction for resources, and we can provide those for you to help you on that track.
I was getting some coffee, so I don't know if you shared this part. Did you share about the 211 number?
No, sir. Nope.
Okay, well, I'll share that then. There's also a great, from a resource standpoint, 211 is a great number to call.
Yep.
For individuals that are going through,
Crisis.
Yeah, crisis, and trying to figure out where to go and turn from there. So,
Yep.
Speaking of phone calls, we got one coming up. So I'm going to have you sit up here with me. Yeah. I'm going to have you sit up here while I call the radio station here in just a minute. So we're going to make a phone call to them. So I think 7:10 is what time I'm doing that, right? So I'm going to call them in just a minute.
I love talk radio, so this is very exciting for me.
Yeah, there you go.
As someone who really enjoys talk radio. So.
Yeah. I enjoy talk radio as well.
Yeah, it's good. It's a good thing.
It's a good thing.
My wife's really into podcasts.
Yeah.
I get it, right? But give me some terrestrial radio every once in a while. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. These guys are out there working for their money.
That's right, man. Well, we are going to call them in just a minute. We are going to call them.
It's been. How you doing?
I'm hanging in there. I tell you, I knew this time would actually be my most difficult. Mm-hmm. I knew it, and it's been harder right now. If I'm honest, it's a little bit harder. Like I do fine. I really didn't feel much until it's this time right before it hits so hard. And I know once I see that daylight, I'm going to be.
I mean, that first crack,
it's
right?
Coming,
right
it's coming.
There.
Yeah,
it's coming.
We're gonna get there. I'm getting text messages now from people, and I'm getting a lot of like, "Hey, you're doing great. Keep it up." And I'm just like, "Yeah, we're going." So. Keep that coming in because I sure need it. We still. I don't want to be the but we got 8 hours still.
We do. We have a
8 hours.
We have a shift in the mines, if you will. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
We have a. Not that we're going into mines or anything like that, but what I'm saying is an 8-hour shift is a normal shift in this country, and so that's what we have available to us.
That's right, Sean.
Coming up. So.
Maybe we could play some more Uno eventually.
I don't know if we're gonna have time.
Oh, it's true.
I think we're pretty busy.
We're booked. Okay.
From here on out. So.
Okay. I don't know if you saw this, but Christine showed up again.
I mentioned her earlier. How awesome that is, man.
Yeah. There she is.
This is her third time here.
Yeah, and it's 7 o'clock. She's got to be at work in she's still got 2 hours.
That store opens in 2 hours.
Well, she gets there a little earlier than that. Oh, I'm interviewing Christine. I thought I was going on the radio. Wow. Okay. Christine's coming up.
Oh, that's awesome. That'd be great.
All right, so. Here we go. Hi, yes, this is Andrew Chamberlin with Jericho Road Ministries. We're supposed to do a call-in.
Please stand by. I'll let them know you're on the line.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Get that one fancy one.
Hello? Is this Andrew?
Yeah, this is Andrew.
Hi, Andrew. Now, you are not at the Brooksville Commons right now, is that correct?
I'm at the Brooksville Commons right now.
Oh, okay. What am I watching on the what am I watching on the video screen right now?
I would think it's me. I'm not seeing the screen, so.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, even though we're broadcasting in living color. Well, you know what? It looks like there's a lot of people worldwide that are doing this.
Yeah, there are.
Is that right? Oh, okay. Now, all right. Andrew Chamberlin is you're spending. So evidently, this video, this is fascinating. So tell us what you're doing with Jericho Road Ministries and what is Conversations on a Bench.
Yeah, so we are one of about 65 organizations around the country that have dedicated 24 hours. We started yesterday at 3 p.m. We're running all the way to 3 p.m. today to raise awareness around homelessness, around substance abuse, mental health. Today is the International Day of Homelessness, and so we're using this as an opportunity to bring awareness to these issues. Obviously, here in our community, Jericho, we serve in this realm, and so it's a good opportunity for us to share stories of individuals that have went through this, people that serve alongside of us, and again, bring that awareness that not only to what we do, but what so many other organizations do.
I got you. And you sat down on the bench at what time yesterday?
3 p.m.
So you've been there all night.
Yes, we haven't slept yet. We've had conversations. We really only had about an hour or so where we didn't have conversations. We've had conversations ever since. So.
Oh, okay. And you're having conversations with who or whom?
We're having conversations with different individuals from our county. So we had Jeff Rogers was on. We've had, yeah, Jeff's a great guy. We've had Shanika from the school district. We've had other service providers in our community. And we've also had conversations with individuals who've experienced homelessness. We actually had a lady stop in who is currently homeless right now and share her experience. So it's been a wide range. And we're just trying, like I said, we're trying to bring that awareness of not only what we do, but just this field in general.
So you've been there since 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and you're going to sit there until when?
3 p.m. today. So.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
and at no point overnight was there no one sitting down talking to you? And what do you do when you sit there and talk?
Yeah, well, we ask, depending on obviously who we're talking with, but if we're talking with individuals who've experienced homelessness, we really like to just let them share their story and what they've went through so people can get a better understanding of how human people are, and that not all the stories are the same, and there's a lot of layers of that. And then when we're talking with people that serve in this capacity, we give them an opportunity to share how they're serving and different areas in which others can connect and understand, maybe avenues where they can give back as well.
All right, so these are unscripted conversations, and you're with you, Andrew Chamberlin, the CEO for Jericho Road Ministries. And what are you wanting people to do? Tune in and watch, come by and talk to you? What are you wanting to accomplish here?
Yeah, I would love for people to, we have a live stream going on right now via Facebook. I think there's other platforms, maybe YouTube as well. And so that's a great way. We've had a lot of people interact with us that way. We are more than happy to have people stop by. And it's, that's a wonderful way for us to interact. So those two are great ways. But again, even having this conversation, we're just really looking for opportunities to just spread the awareness of, how prevalent these situations are, and there are many people trying to serve in this capacity.
Is homelessness prevalent in Brooksville?
I would say yes. We do a point in time count each year, and we have a count through our school district, and both of those indicators indicate that it's very high, and in consideration with the size of our county.
All right. Now, if people want to watch online with the conversations on the bench that you're doing, how can they do that? Do you have the address on YouTube or on Facebook to get there?
Yeah, so via Facebook you can just look up Jericho Road Ministries and it will be easily there, and that's the same with YouTube. So it's just Jericho Road Ministries for either one of them, and you will find our channel on YouTube or you'll find our page on Facebook.
Okay, and if you run into one that's say in a different city, you just have to put in Brooksville. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe. Okay. There's like 65 other organizations doing this, but if anybody just types in Jericho Road, they're going to find ours.
Oh, okay, I got you here. So, and who is Sean Grant? He's the program director?
Yeah, Sean is our VP of program, so he has been alongside of me all 24 hours.
Well, at least I will be.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Now, Now, and no problems at all, but you did have to continue these conversations, I guess, between you and Sean at times, or you just take over and stuff, and you're doing it for 24 hours. You're trying to raise awareness, but how can someone help what you do at Jericho Road and reach out and help feed the homeless, clothe the homeless, or help you with your ministry at Jericho Road?
Yeah, I think one of the greatest ways that people can help is understanding what we do. And so right now, we put such an emphasis on substance abuse disorder and mental health. Every one of our beds are occupied by individuals that not only have experienced homelessness, but also experiencing substance abuse and mental health. And so with that, we're serving, because what we have seen, the data is just clearly there that the number one cause of homelessness that we're experiencing or we're seeing is because of those reasons. So a way that people can help is understand that and direct people to us, because if we can start tackling those issues, we're going to tackle homelessness. And then obviously there are a myriad of ways to volunteer, to support, to shop at our stores. We have 5 stores in the region, thrift stores, and all that support goes right back to this community to help these individuals.
I got you. Now, Sean, your program director there, and you, Andrew, both, can you lift the hand and wave at us? I'm looking at you right now.
All right.
I did find it. You have a cup of coffee.
I do. Yes.
No, okay, I got you. So we found it. We did Jericho Road Ministries on Facebook, and then put in Brooksville, and then bang, both of you got. Now look. You are not sitting on a regular park bench. You brought your own benches in for the event?
Yes. Well, that's an important thing. They were donated to us by Lowe's here in town, so we're very thankful for Lowe's. And they've been a great partner of us. But one of the things we've really tried to make clear, we're not trying to simulate homelessness by no means. We're just raising awareness. And so, what's fascinating, we did have a conversation with a gentleman who told us that at one point he slept right here where we are conversing. And so, yeah, he's went through our program. He's actually doing very well now, started his own business and is doing really well. So it's really, really incredible.
God bless. That has been fantastic news. God bless you and the work you guys are doing there. All right, I did see the wave. We appreciate it. Now, if people want to find you, you type in Jericho Road, right? And you got to put the Brooksville part in there. Jericho Road Ministries. And you're at Brooksville Common at 15 South Broad Street now.
That's right.
And you'll be there till 3 o'clock. Do you need someone to bring you something?
Well, I've had a lot of people ask me that. A lot of people have promised me stuff. We have a table right now, food, so it's going good. I'm hoping the green door shows up with
there's supposed to be some cheese
some
coming.
Smoked Gouda. So we're excited about the smoked Gouda from
we're
Green
into
Door.
it.
Very good. Well, I hope you get your smoked Gouda.
Yeah.
I really do. So hi to you, Andrew, and also to Sean. And God bless you on the work you're doing to raise awareness of a problem that we have in all of our communities.
Yeah.
Thank you. God bless you, and stay strong until 3. Okay.
Well,
I bet you'll sleep well tonight. Sir.
Yeah, we will. Thank you so much for having us on.
All right. Thank you very much. That is Andrew.
I think that might hang up.
Oh, good. That was good.
All right, very good.
I'm gonna step out.
All right.
I'm gonna let you keep rolling.
Yeah, I think we have another interview to do.
Yep. Let's do it.
All right. Hopefully, if you heard us on the radio, make a comment, leave a comment below. We'd love to hear that. We're very grateful for our local station having us on. That was awesome opportunity for us. And so if you got to hear us on the radio, you can just comment that below. That'd be wonderful. All right, let's do our next conversation.
How's it going?
How are you? Yeah,
Good.
I'm hanging in there. I was excited to see this breaking of the dark.
Yeah.
Because there's just a little bit of okay. But as I see the sun come up, it looks like we got some cloudy skies.
A little drizzly.
Yeah, so here we go.
Overall, good weather.
Yeah, we're making it. All right, tell us who you are.
My name is Christine. I manage one of our 5 thrift stores, the newest store, the Jefferson, on Jefferson Street, about 5 minutes up the road.
Yeah, I mean, literally
straight up the road, 5 minutes.
Take one little block over
Yeah.
and go down, right?
Yeah.
How'd you hear about Jericho?
So I've been in this town, I want to say about almost 6 years, and truthfully, it's been right under my nose the entire time. Took my mother-in-law thrifting when she came down here years ago, but then not really a big thrifter, to be honest with you. But once I got plugged into a new church, they partner with Jericho Road Ministries, and
give a shout out to your church. Yeah.
Fellowship Community Church. Several of our congregation work at Jericho Road Ministries, so it's really cool that I get to work as a family, worship as a family. But yeah, so through my church, I realized that there was an opportunity at Jericho Road Ministries.
Yeah. Shout out to Pastor Todd.
Brian Wall.
Brian Wall.
Allison.
Yeah, we got a whole crew from Fellowship. Pastor Derek.
Yeah, Josh.
Yeah, I don't know
you just
Josh.
Name everybody.
Yeah, I don't know Josh. Unfortunately, it's not no fault of his or anything. I just don't know Josh as well as I know Derek and
right.
Todd. So. Yeah, but it's a wonderful church. I've been
You preached there a couple times.
I've been able to, and we had, if I'm not mistaken, I think our first outside of Faith, we had a graduation at Faith because I think that was even before I came. The graduations were done at Faith, and we had one at Faith after I came, Presbyterian here in town. Shout out to Pastor Alonzo, and they have a new pastor now, so different subject.
Hi, Pastor Alonzo.
And their new pastor, Pastor David, I believe, David Sinners. Yeah, I haven't got to meet him yet. But outside of Faith, you guys, I think at your church, was the first graduation we did.
Almost a year ago, I think, right?
I think it's even been more than that. It's been more than that. I think it's been more.
I think the first one I remember was a year ago then.
Okay. I just remember we made that decision to start doing graduations at churches, and part of that was we wanted to build those connections. And I think it's fascinating that the first one we had, the first one you remember a year ago or whatever, I think we had one before then. And to see the fruit of that, we got a lot of people connected, so that's really cool. So give us a perspective, because one of the things that you do at the thrift store, a lot of people may not understand that, it's a lot more than just selling used items. One of the things you work with is a lot of people who have went through our recovery program and a lot of people who are in our recovery program now. What's that interaction like?
Beautiful.
Okay.
So a lot of times when people ask me what I do, for work, I tell them I manage a thrift store, and they think that we're just pricing things, putting them out, and repurposing other people's donated goods. But quite literally, every single day is a beautiful opportunity to just work for the Lord's kingdom. I get to work with individuals who are fresh out of jail, fresh off the street, fresh out of the woods, out of just a bad situation, or they could be from a different program. They could be sober for months. They just need a different program, and I get to work with an eclectic variety of individuals, mostly right off the bat of the roughest days probably of their life.
Yeah.
And so getting to see them come in, giving them an opportunity to build back confidence, build back relationships, build back spiritually, build back financially. It's an honor and a blessing to work alongside these individuals. They come in mostly, some come in elated and grateful and thankful and full of hope and ready to take this on full steam, and some come in dejected, angry, hopeless, and it is truly amazing to every single day wake up and know that I go to work and you're going to see something.
How many of your employees right now have either went through our program or are currently still going through our program?
There are 9 of us total, including me, and 6 of them are in the program. 3 graduated, 3 about to graduate.
So 6 of your 9.
Yep.
So 66%, 2/3 are individuals from our program.
Yep.
We make it very clear we love to hire people from our program for multiple reasons, but one and the most primary is we believe in our program.
Absolutely.
Working with these individuals and seeing them in that light that you get to see them, you get to see the highs and the lows.
Oh yeah.
What's it like to see the highs? I mean, that's the fun part, right? What's that like?
It's a spiritual encounter that sometimes it's hard to explain. Like getting to see these individuals come in, maybe disgruntled, down on their luck, angry, whatever it is, and then watching them transition to graduating drug court, buying a car, reunifying with their children, getting their first apartment. Like, those are amazing moments that we get to celebrate, we get to praise the Lord in, and that we get to truly just relish in what God can do with our yes.
Yeah.
And it's really amazing.
That's incredible. When people ask you or talk to you about the thrift side, how quickly or how much then, like, obviously if somebody's saying, hey, I'm looking for a sofa or something, okay, that's one question, right?
Right.
But if it's a question of like, why do you guys do thrift or something like that? How quickly does that conversation turn to, well, here's why. There's all these different people. How often do you have those style conversations?
Meaning, like, how often does it go from I work at a thrift store to it's a ministry type of deal?
Something like that, yeah.
Pretty quickly, because I truly just want to highlight those individuals, right? Like, we are nothing without those residents, really. Like, they work in our programs, they, it's their way of giving back, essentially, even though they do get a paycheck, right? It's their way of working back into society, and truly I want to get the word out there, right? Like, we need the donations, we need the residents, we need to, do all those things. So, my prayer in every conversation when I say that I work for a thrift store is to, as quickly as possible, turn it back into what Jesus is doing in the community.
Yeah. I've really enjoyed getting to know you. I appreciate your passion and how you serve. I just don't understand how someone like you, who as cool as you are, can still root for the Gators, though.
I left my lanyard in the car, so you didn't have to.
I had to get that in. I had to get that in. Yeah. No, that's all right.
Can we note that he said I was cool? I just want to.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I will. Highlight of my career. Pastor Andrew said that I was cool.
Oh, wow. All right.
I can leave now, right? He said.
There we go. You've arrived, I suppose. No, but you are a joy to work with, and we've commented often amongst our staff about how grateful we are to have you. And I think part of that is, obviously you're doing a great job at the store. Like, we can talk about the sales, and we can, and like, it's important.
Yeah.
Like, we don't deny that at all.
Right.
Because we've made that abundantly clear that the sales of this, like these, it literally is providing that bed and so forth, right? But I think the part
it's really the community too that funds it, though.
Sure.
The donations, right? We're nothing without the donations. The donations fund, like, fill the store fills the
exactly, and like that's completely it. But I think the part that I really am excited about, especially, is not only do you have the emphasis on running a great store, and it's a great store, but you also have an emphasis on seeing the men and women recover. And I believe that's true for our staff in general, but I think it's so exciting to see that with you in this new store, because I think it could be really easy to get caught up in the fact of, we got this store, we got to do all this, and this, and, but you're doing all that, but at the same time, you're still like, but we're still here for these people.
It's personal for me.
Okay.
So it, we're all, I like to think like everybody in life is recovering from something, whatever it is. But yeah, it's personal for me. I myself am on a path, I'm sober and in recovery, and I had a similar story to a lot of the individuals that have been up here tonight over the last several hours. And so I get to watch these folks come in. And oftentimes when you look at a manager, you think that they're so far from you. You think that, they made different choices than you did, and, whatever that stigma of somebody higher than you can be. And I like to let them know off the bat that, I think Sean Grant said it earlier, we're no different.
Yeah.
Like, the only difference between you and me, I joked earlier with one of my staff yesterday morning, I don't even know what day it is now, that the only difference between you and me...
We're on Friday. Yeah.
Is it Friday now?
Yeah,
it is. The only difference between you and me is that I made a few different choices. I didn't get caught, and a couple situations of right time, wrong place.
Yep.
And I just started to come back to Christ a little earlier than some of you might have.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, still struggled, still had things going on, and I want to let you know that like my story is for God's glory, and I want you to see that it is possible. I want you to see the hope in Christ that He gives in us, and I'm going to be here. I'm going to come alongside you.
It's just personal
We're going
for
to do
you.
this. Yeah.
It's personal. I think like, I don't know, but I think that's an important part. Like, if you're really going to do this work and do it long term, there's got to be a level of like,
I empathize with you.
Yeah, you know, I struggle with the word empathy. I'll be honest with you. I don't mean to critique the word. I struggle with it because I think it's really difficult. I don't know if we can actually feel what someone else has felt.
True.
You know, I get the concept and understand that we can be empathetic in our thoughts or whatnot, but I don't mean to get sidetracked there. But there has to be that, right? There has to be this like, no, I to some degree I get it. Because like I think it allows you to, you know, show the grace when you
exactly
need
what I was,
when you need to show the grace. But honestly,
like on their bad days.
Yeah, but you also got to know when to call out truth.
Yep.
When because you and I both know like there's some moments that we got to just say that ain't it, buddy.
Yep.
That ain't it, you know. And if I allow you to think that's it, then I'm actually
doing a disservice to you.
I'm doing you a massive disservice.
Yep.
And I think you know that difference.
Discernment.
Yeah, discernment. Big word. You know. I think discernment sometimes takes time.
Yeah.
It takes experience. It takes...
I don't know. We don't always have it.
No. Obviously, it takes the Lord, right?
Yes.
It takes the Lord. All right, Kelly gave me a great question to ask, and I forgot it.
Thanks, Kelly.
That's a really good one. Why are you so inspired to work for the ministry? It's a great question.
I think I kind of just...
I think we did, but I think I want to ask it that directly. What else? I mean, I know it's personal. What else? You want to see the... You want to see the change.
I can't fully describe it, but ever since I came to this ministry, there has been, it's like this radical experience happening. Like there is, like the Lord is present. I have seen and felt, you know, the Spirit move among these stores, in these centers, and these individuals. I have felt what it has done for my life in the last, less than a year. I have seen what it can do for the individuals, and I think that the more, not necessarily the more involved I am, but the longer I am with, the organization, that the more I can then go and tell others about what is happening here to eventually, just grow the kingdom, to be honest with you.
Yeah. You know, for those of us that hear that phrase, grow the kingdom, they might not know what the heck you're talking about. Can you explain that for someone who's like, what does she mean by grow the kingdom? Because I think you've said that twice now that I have counted. What does that mean, grow the kingdom? What kingdom are you referring to?
God's kingdom. So just, our ultimate, the Great Commission, like go out and tell others, right? Like get others to see and feel, the hope and love in Jesus Christ. And I think that if we have Jesus, in us, and we act and live as Christ-like as humanly possible, we're called to love others and all this other stuff, right? That we then can hopefully turn them on to, Jesus and come alongside them and then ultimately just, one after the next, just show the Lord.
Yeah.
And then hopefully they learn to come to Christ themselves.
Yeah. I think I'm going to switch gears for just a few moments here. What we have seen is that through the years, our thrift stores can become front doors to people needing services. Have you seen that yet?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I think that's also one of the greatest blessings. Like, not only do I get to work alongside the individuals in the program, but I get to work with the community. Like, so quite often, almost daily, even yesterday, I kid you not, back to back, 2 individuals within a matter of 15 minutes came into the store in need of something. And sometimes, I'm going to throw that word out there, discernment, sometimes it's like, I've seen your face before, and, whether we've helped you 10 times before or 1 time before, it's in that moment you kind of realize, like, what do they need, right? Like asking them and just being a listening ear. Like, are you in need of prayer right now? Are you in need of information right now? Are you in need of items right now, right?
Yeah.
So it is God's job to judge, Holy Spirit's job to convict, and our job to love. So when they walk in the door, I just want to love on them and find out what their need is. Sometimes it is an outfit, and I will happily oblige, using that judgment call of have we given you stuff before, and all this other, or praying for them, or whatever it is, or giving them information about the program. And sometimes it's not our program. Sometimes it's a different program. Sometimes it's
because I think the point is like ultimately our goal isn't to just grow Jericho.
Right.
Our goal is to really help people, and show them the love of Christ. And Jericho doesn't have the corner on that.
Right. It's not like sucking them into Jericho when they come in. It's just, what do you need, and how can I help you fill that?
Yeah, I haven't heard this in a while. I have heard this before, where people make a comment in the line of, "Oh, Jericho's a cult," right?
Wow, that's a strong word.
Yeah, people say all kinds. I've heard, the things I've heard people call me. So it's like, okay. But the reason I think it's important to bring that up right now is, if we can continually show people we're not a cult, not because we have to sit around and say that, but no, we're just loving you, we're just caring for you. Like, if you come to Jericho, great, but if you go somewhere else, great. If we can't do this, but you still, we don't,
I've seen it where individuals come in, into the program, residents, and through time, over weeks and months, different areas of their trauma and things come out, and Jericho isn't the right fit. But Jericho helps them find another program, and that's the blessing of it.
Yeah, because we're not a cult. We really are there to, as you stated,
brothers and sisters in Christ.
Yeah, and to show the love of Christ and to see His kingdom come. So, any cool thrift things you want to tell us? What's a cool, fun thing you've seen donated?
A cool, fun thing.
Have you seen something very interesting donated yet?
Oh, I've seen some wildly interesting things donated, but now you're putting me on the spot, and I can't think of them.
All right, my bad.
It's the most obscure thing sometimes. Like in waves, we'll have a bunch of random ceramic chickens.
Yeah.
And then you won't see any ceramic chickens for a couple of months. You'll see some really 1,500 sewing machines somehow.
Yeah. It is so unique. I remember. This isn't the most unique by no means. I don't even want to, but it was still cool for me to see. I was at WisCon. Mm-hmm. This was before Jefferson was open, and they had one of those submersible diving.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah.
The weighted submersible diving fan things that pulls you under but keeps you going. Yep. I had to look it up and try. I was like, that's pretty neat. But we can find some unique stuff.
You can definitely find some unique stuff, and stuff that you think that you shouldn't donate it, because we could use it.
So the donations, explain again, all of the donations go right back to
the program. Yeah. So whether it is you call and schedule a pickup, whether you drop it off yourself, every single donation comes in, gets sorted, gets priced, gets put out, and every single dollar goes back into funding the program. So your donations, not only donations, but at the register you can round up. And those little roundups, if it's 10 cents, 5 cents, $1, truly do make a difference. Those a few cents can truly provide months of recovery to individuals.
Yeah, incredible.
It's amazing.
So let's ask you one last one, then we're going to get out of here. Okay.
Don't ask me why the Gators. We already went over this. My husband.
No, I'm going to ask you something, hopefully, more, because you've shared, you kind of went through some of this yourself. You're not there now, by the grace of God.
Amen.
What would you say to someone that's they're struggling still? What advice, encouragement, what would you tell them?
It's okay to be scared. Oftentimes, one of the hardest things, even for me, when I was trying to quit certain substances, was what does life look like, right? Oftentimes, an activity was paired with a vice. An event was paired with a vice. A conversation was paired with a vice. And so, don't be afraid to step into that fear, right? That it's going to look different. It's going to feel different. It's going to take you down before it brings you back up, but you're going to get there, because you're going to experience, you think that certain things are tied to that joy you found in that fix, that thing, right? you're going to eventually, promise you that you are going to find new joy, new hope, new excitement, new fulfillment in activities. Whether it's if you can't do, if you can't go to bed, without this, or if you can't, go hang out with your friends without this, if you can't play a video game without doing this, if you can't have a campfire without a drink, whatever it is, you're going to find a new joy, and it's ultimately, prayerfully, it's the joy of the Lord.
Yeah. Well, I think that's a great word because, I've had numerous people tell me, like, answering a similar style question, like, man, just fear, embrace it, like, there's a song, fear is a liar, and obviously, it's a song, and the word fear is a nuanced word. There's more, but I think what you're saying is very much connected to that concept, like, you're afraid of what's next. You're afraid of what this will be like. You're afraid.
Will I enjoy this without this? Yeah. Will I enjoy life without this? Because for so long of it was paired with something. Yeah.
Yeah, and now you're at this point where, what? Those fear, like, what was I afraid of?
Right.
Here I am.
And life is abundantly more joyful.
Yeah. Even though you're root for the Gators.
The Gators, yeah. Go Gators.
Hey, they got a big win.
They did.
Well, Christine, thank you so much.
Thank you, Pastor. Appreciate you. Appreciate everything you're doing. Appreciate all of this and the opportunity to work at Jericho.
We're grateful to have you. Grateful to have you. All right, we are pushing through. We are pushing through. It is coming up on that 8 o'clock hour. It is no longer pitch black. We've got our second wind, and we are moving onward as we go. We are grateful to be here. We are grateful to take your questions. So if you got any more questions, please submit those online. I think we have an interview coming up in just a few minutes. So while we got an interview coming up in just a few minutes, we've answered this one. I am going to bust out the question that I've been holding for a while. It says, and I've heard April wrote this question. I think April wrote it. So I think I have to say April. Is that what she's getting to? Okay. She says, if you were on a desert island with your whole family and could only bring one Jericho staff member with you, who would it be? Okay, there is no right way for me to answer this. Yeah, there's no right way for me to answer this because I will end up offending someone. So there's so many great people at Jericho, April. Why did you write such a challenging question? Let's just say Sean Grant has been with me 24 hours. So, I might have to go with Sean right now. So good job, Sean. Yeah. No, there's a ton of staff I take with me. We have great staff, a lot of staff that can do a lot of great things, and hopefully you're seeing that as we've interviewed some today. So here we are. We are getting ready for another great interview with a dear friend, someone that has been serving in our community in a lot of different ways for a long time. And he brought me in his very own company mug. Look at that. Thank you, brother.
What's up, brother? How are you?
I'm doing well.
Good.
All right. So tell everybody, as I take a drink of this coffee, tell everybody who you are.
Yeah, I'm Doug Dempsey. I am an elder at Faith Church and a great partner with Jericho Road Ministry. Happy to be here. I am husband to Maura Dempsey and father to Kristen, Jacob, and Joshua.
Yes. And you've been partnered with Jericho for many years now. How many? I mean, it predates me. I know. Actually, Bruce wanted me to tell you something the other day, and I can't remember what Bruce told me to tell you. He had a joke, and now I feel bad because I can't remember it.
Okay.
When did you start with Jericho?
Jericho was birthed out of Faith Church, and Bruce Gimbel was one of our pastors that, although he thought he was going to plant a church, he ended up starting Jericho Road Ministries. So approximately 33 years ago.
Yeah.
Today, and I know that because today is my anniversary with my wife for 33 years as well. So,
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
All right, so 33 years.
33 years.
That's incredible. With your role at Faith, I know also you serve, there's another capacity you serve there, and I believe it's called Soup and Shower, is that correct?
Shower and Soup.
Shower and Soup,
Ministries.
yeah. Tell us a little bit about what that's like.
So one of our ministries at Faith Church is Shower and Soup Ministries. We meet on the second and the fourth Friday of the night of the month. What we do is we go into the community. We have a van. We pick up anywhere between 8 and 15 friends, we call them. We go into the woods. We know where the camps are. We know where they hang out at. They meet us. We pick them up, take them back to the church, shower, clothe them, feed them, and pray with them, and just love on them.
Yeah. Well, I think that's, we've talked to some other individuals that are serving in different ways, and obviously there's a lot of different ways we can take this conversation, but that's one way I wanted to talk about it because, I believe that type of work is very crucial because it's connected to relationship. You're not just putting a Band-Aid, you're really you're not trying to force them into anything, but you are trying to develop something deeper.
Yes.
Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Yeah. And I think that opportunity for a relationship opens the door for obviously great gospel style conversations, potential for them to get plugged in somewhere else that can maybe help them. But you're not just doing that in this isolated manner. You're really trying to, I mean, even calling them friends. I think that's an important component.
Yes.
You're trying to build that relationship. So what is that like? How long does it take to get that trust, or does it take very long, or what's your perspective?
We've been going into the woods or to the homeless community for approximately 15 or 16 years in Brooksville. Two gentlemen, Tom Brady and another gentleman named Bob from Grace World, showed us how to love on our friends. We would go into the camps. You'd have to be welcomed into the camps. It's just like you can't just barge in, like walk into somebody's house. But they showed us how to form relationships, be welcomed into the camps per se. Once you establish those relationships, there is a trust barrier there, an issue there. But we start at our church approximately 4:30 or 5 o'clock, starting the cooking. There's probably two parts of this ministry. There's people that do the cooking, which is about 20 people that do the cooking and on rotation. Then there's the people that actually do the work on Friday nights. So we'll get there about 5 or 5:30. We'll get the showers set up, the towels, all the things that you need to take a shower out. We'll get the tables set up, and then we would go into the community and have a couple of pickups. And we pick pickups about 3 or 4 different areas of Brooksville. We would pick our friends up, bring them back. They have the option to eat first or shower first, and then depending upon how many they would do, and then it'll last. We usually say that we would like to be closing shop about 8 o'clock. So it's really about 5 to 8.
Wow, that's a pretty lengthy commitment, and not only that time frame, but all those people cooking, all the people going out. It's
a great way that our church could come together with the community, but also make disciples even within our church.
Because you're modeling what it looks like. You're not just talking about it. You're actually going and doing it, which I think is very important.
We were, through Bob and Tom, the reason why we left one of the ministries that is in our community is that they said, we love what you're doing. You could continue doing, but please do not share upon Christ. And everything that we do is Christ-centered.
Yeah.
So although that ministry is a great ministry, it's just not a ministry for us.
Yeah. That's something that we have heard over and over tonight, unprompted, by specifically individuals that have went through recovery, individuals who have come out of homelessness, is the conversation unprompted about how important the gospel is for them. And I made a comment, like, we've been on a pursuit. December 2023, we made a decision as a board to go full in on recovery. And so we made a pursuit then. We're just going to keep trying to find best practices. And we have made it a very clear distinction in our board that we will never deviate from the gospel. But what I'm finding, which is so fascinating, but at the same time just so clear, the best practices that we've been looking are the gospel.
Amen.
And it's like, why would anybody want to take that out? That's where transformation happens,
yeah.
you know? And I know your church is committed to the gospel. I know you're committed to the gospel. I mean, you guys have been sending a group of men to come preach the gospel to our guys for years now. Tell us why. I mean, I know this is a question that you and I think we know the answer, but it's important for us to continue to share. Why is the gospel central?
Yes. So a little bit of backstory of me is before I came to the Lord, I struggled with drugs and alcohol myself.
Yeah.
So I was court appointed after my second DUI and it's the best thing that ever happened to me in my life was my second DUI. Had to go to Alcoholics Anonymous, which I think is a great fellowship or a start. Narcotics Anonymous, great fellowship or start. Celebrate Recovery, great fellowship or a start. But God's Word now is what we're finding is the answer to all our problems. And the gospel message is Jesus satisfies everything. Mm-hmm. So although we need the fellowship of those other groups, we need to do it within the Christian, I don't want to say organization, but the Christian body. We got to come together and be able to be there for those people that need help 24/7. And that's what those groups do. They're there 24/7. When I first started in recovery, I needed to talk to somebody. I need somebody to be there 24/7, pick up the phone. And I'm not saying that I got recovery right off the bat. Since then, and it's a little bit of a mind shift, me and my wife have got counseled within the last 2 years through ACBC counseling. Yeah. I don't know if you heard of it.
Have.
And what it does is it says that as Christians, if we believe that the Holy Bible is God's Word, then we could answer every question in life. So the gospel is alive. As long as we are seeking the Holy Spirit's guidance, we will be able to find those answers that we're looking for. And the gospel simply is that Jesus came, Jesus died, Jesus rose again for my sins personally on that cross, and that if I repent and call him Savior, I too will be entered into the kingdom, right? And then that he will come again.
Yeah.
He'll come again to get us back. So I don't think that we share that loud enough to someone. We could say that, yes, go to this recovery group or do this certain thing. But God's love and his grace, I'm finding, is what we need from the gospel.
Yeah, I mean, I think of 2 Corinthians 5:17, like all those who are in Christ are new creations. And when we really start to understand that regardless of what our past is, it's a past that is sin. There is sin. It's there. It doesn't, that was something else that someone was talking about early in the morning hours today, where they were like, regardless if it's addiction or this, I mean, there's sin is sin, right? And there is no way to satisfy that, and that, and what that causes, and that separation, and those distinctive elements that are for lack of better terms, not positive, right? I mean, we can't behavior modify that enough. We can't have talk enough. We need the gospel. We need Jesus Christ to only do what he can do. And what I think is so fascinating is we're seeing secular organizations now talk about, and I've been in these meetings in various places, secular organizations saying, hey, we're starting to realize there's something to this faith thing, and there's something that's helping people, and maybe we should pay attention to that. Yeah. And I'm like, maybe we should. It's the gospel. It's changing people's lives. Yeah. So when you're out there and you're doing either your work with the church, obviously you got your own business, and I think you got the shirt on today. That's good. Or you're volunteering at Jericho, or you're doing the ministry on Fridays. When we talk about it being gospel-centered, help people understand what some of the practicalities of that mean. Like, what does that look like in your practice?
So the practice, or what I strive for, is to be Christ-like. Okay? So Jesus hung out with the tax collectors and the prostitutes and the alcoholics, and he shared the truth honestly. So a lot of the homeless, or what we see in our community, people, sometimes it's easier just to give money and walk away. Yeah. Because then you don't have to be in relationship. Then you don't have to see some of the mental stigmas that come with homelessness, addiction, abuse, prostitution. So sometimes it's easier just to, all right, here's $5 and walk away. Instead of saying, no, brother or sister, what we want to do is, instead of giving you this $5 to go get a pack of cigarettes or a drink, we'd rather give you a meal. And then as we're doing it, everything we do, I just got back from a 2-week mission to Zimbabwe. Got back Tuesday. And what we do at Faith Church is, our mission is not getting there. Our mission is the journey of sharing Christ everywhere we go, within the airports, within the stores, wherever we go, we're sharing Christ. We're just asking, hey, if you died today, would you know that you'd be going to heaven? No. 85 to 90% is saying, yes, they'll go to heaven because they're a good person. There is not an understanding of Christ's love and his grace that we receive as a result of the gospel. So, do we struggle and do we judge in our hearts? I'm learning through ACBC that, our hearts are hardened, although our actions are doing one thing, our heart is doing another. Yes, we struggle when we see somebody time and time again coming to our church, but we're in relationship with them, and hopefully they will be transformed. And the only person that could do that is the Holy Spirit, right? So the way that the Holy Spirit could work through us is through love, is through honesty, is through coming alongside, partnering with. Just like we're partnering with Jericho, or just like we're partnering with New Generation, we have to partner with individuals that are in the woods sleeping. What is, one of our brothers that used to volunteer with us, he loved hearing hand up instead of a handout. But listen, before we came to Christ, there was no hand up. We were absolutely dead. And Christ came into us and breathed life into us. So we should want to be more like Christ, do the Christ-like things, and hopefully people will see that in our actions. So it's more than words, it's actions.
I've interacted with different people throughout our community that have reaped the benefits of getting the meal, getting the shower, getting soup, getting the shower, having that relationship. And I know that that's impactful because I've heard people, voice those things to me. And you and I both know that words are important. The gospel, we need to present it in word. We cannot deny that. The scriptures are in word. But we also know that James teaches us faith without
works.
It's dead. And so it's not a either or. It's really a both. Like it's just that's who we are supposed to be as followers of Christ.
Yeah.
And so I appreciate the work that you're doing. I thank you for your partnership.
Yeah.
I thank you for your church. And before we end, one last thing. I think it's a good opportunity, like, because this was a question somebody asked us, and I think you made a really good point that I want to hit on. Like, this should be done everywhere. This isn't just like, today is like National Homeless Awareness Day, right? And so that's part of why we're bringing awareness today. That's great. It's awesome. You and I are all for that kind of stuff. But like you said, it's no matter where we're at, what day it is. That should be who we are.
Yeah. And then also, while you're working with the homeless or accepting them into your church or your fellowship, they will smell different than us.
Sure.
They will look different than us.
Sure.
They will dress different than us. And sometimes it's hard and you have to put your personal preferences aside and love the person enough to say, hey, could I come get you a different shirt? Can I get you a different pair of pants?
Yeah.
Hey, before we go into service, you want to just wash up a little bit.
Yeah.
Don't be afraid to be honest, because you being honest and helping that person is better than them sitting being judged by another one of your
Amen.
brothers or sisters.
Amen.
The other thing is we do have people that are partnering with us. There's a church out of Ridge Manor that are coming and volunteering with
Great.
us. So our doors are open to any volunteers that would like to show up.
That's really cool. I didn't know that part.
So we, in a little bit of a need or to the community right now, and I'll figure this out, or God will figure this out. Your church is sponsoring a men's event for this weekend. So I want to support that community event. Our brother Andy and Jody Black started Shower and Soup, asked me and my wife Moore to come alongside with them. They're sick. So we're trying to grab people together. And in 15 years, it really hasn't happened. And I know somebody from our church will step up. But we would love to see people come from our community. I know there's a lady named Michelle that feeds the homeless in the community. She's wanting to come up and check out our kitchen, our bathrooms, how we distribute clothing and such. Feel free to call our church,
Wonderful.
Faith Church, or call me personally. I'm on Facebook. Faith Church is on.
Can we make sure and put the Faith's link in the comment?
Yeah, and just tag Faith Church,
I see. I didn't even know that part. I'm glad to hear that, because that's also been something we're doing with these conversations, is letting people know how to serve, where to get involved, and so forth. So
you cannot go hungry in Hernando County.
Amen.
And I've learned this for 15 years now. The issue is, what do we do with that hunger? We want them to be hungered for the gospel, right? So some have become members. Some Jericho people have come to our church and become members. And then some people, believe it or not, we brought them into homes.
Yeah.
They cannot habitate in a home. They did better in the woods, believe it or not. But I know one lady right now that went on to be with the Lord, that she was totally satisfied dying in the woods. And we were there with her, loving her all the way. So it's very hard and grasp. We have one gentleman in our church, I won't mention his name, but he struggles with, why are we helping the homeless so much? And my answer to that would be that Christ asks us to feed the needy and the poor, to take care of the widow and the orphan. Not only did we do it here, we did it in Zimbabwe as well. So that's what we're called to do.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing that I've seen in your life, and I know this because, and I think that's why I hit on that point a minute ago. It doesn't matter where you are; that's what you're going to do, because that's Christ living within you. So make sure we put the comments to that, because I'm not a big fan of just felt needs if we're not trying to go a little further with that, and I know you guys are, and that's why I wanted to have you here.
I think this church here at the Common is a Methodist as well. every day food is being distributed at 3:30 at I think it's McKeithen Park.
Wow. Okay.
So I don't know if you know that. See, this is the thing is everybody wants to recreate the wheel, but there's so many people doing the same thing.
We do have a list that we hand out.
Yes.
With all the food.
With all the food, but there's people that go into the community. That's why I say you can never go hungry.
Yeah.
Every day of the week, I think except Sunday, is food being distributed.
I think does People Helping People do Sunday? They do one of those blessing days.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
anyway.
I don't know if they're in Spring Hill more.
Oh yeah, they are in Spring Hill.
Yeah, I don't know. So we're talking about Brooksville
Yeah,
proper.
my apologies.
And listen, we could go. I didn't share one other thing. With our shower and soup ministry, while our friends are taking a shower and getting clothed, we take 50 to 60 meals out to the community, and we have certain stops.
Wow.
Within those 60 meals, we could go on all night, and within our community alone, we could give out 200 to 300 meals. But we choose to do 50 to 60, and we have, I don't want to say clients, but we have friends that we distribute food. That's another part of the ministry that we do at that second and the fourth Friday.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Well, I'm sure we've got all that. Thank you so much, brother.
Appreciate you having me.
Yeah, it's a pleasure. Thank you for the coffee.
Also, one last thing is we have a new pastor, Pastor David
we mentioned him just a minute ago.
Yes, so we're looking forward to, I'm going to have breakfast with him right now. I will introduce him to Jericho as well. And if anybody is looking for a home church, we're a Bible-believing church. We do a lot of ministries. We have a lot of youth programs, and we love missions. We're on a mission to serve Christ. So.
Amen. Thank you so much, brother. Appreciate it. Have a good one. Take care. Take care. Oh, I forgot your phone. All right. We are. Oh, okay. Thank you. All right. All right. Thank you. All right. We've got another interview coming up. Oh, great. We've got Vincent from Suncoast News coming. All right. Wonderful. Glad to have the news here to hear what we're doing. And all right, wonderful. Thank you so much. All right.
Okay. Andrew, how are you?
Yeah,
good to see you.
Yes,
you look like you've run a marathon.
It feels like one.
Did I guess seeing the sky lighten in the east kind of said, oh, it's almost.
Yeah, we're getting there.
Well, congratulations. This is a very interesting event.
Yeah.
And I wish I could have been here yesterday, but I had to be somewhere else.
Okay.
But I got up this morning and I said, I saw you guys online. I said, well, I was going to come down here anyway. So how's it going?
It's going great. We've had a really good turnout. We've had, I think we've only had, in that 2 to 5 window, we had a couple conversations, but that was our weakest window. Outside of that, it's been nonstop.
It's 2 a.m. to 5 a.m.
Yes,
usually when you have to fill.
Yeah.
When your director is like, keep talking.
Yeah. That was probably our weakest, but outside of that, it's been nonstop.
I was telling your assistants here, the lady, I forget her name, I'm so bad.
This is Kelly.
That, I approach things from the perspective of government, from covering the government, listening to what they have to say.
Yeah.
Homelessness is obviously an issue that, is some people in government think, well, we don't have to do anything. Like the gentleman in the blue shirt over there, whose name I forgot too, said, some people question, why are we doing this? Why are we helping? And some people just believe in a political philosophy that says, devil take the hindmost, and others have a different view. And I've often said to other people, a leader fixes the problem, not the blame. There's plenty of blame to go around, but you gotta have compassion for other people. And I've written about the homeless a couple of years ago. I went up behind Oak Hill Hospital.
Yeah, actually, you came to our men's center. You and I talked. Yeah.
Yes, I've been there. I've covered your events.
Yeah.
And do you think maybe it's time to just give up on politicians and just give up on government and just unite with other nonprofits and just?
I don't know if you can ever give up. Personally, there are things that there are things hopefully that can happen, and I've seen some positive things. But what I do know is that we do have a wonderful community of nonprofits here. There is a wonderful community. There's a lot of people doing their best to make things happen and grow. So I'm just grateful for those people.
Yeah. My mother, she volunteers at St. Vincent de Paul.
Wow. Yeah.
And I know this is outside of Brooksville. This is over on Cass Circle in Spring Hill, and they have a food distribution out there, and you register. And I lived in Manatee County and in Bradenton, downtown Bradenton. I mean, they had a center. I guess they got a building that they seized for non-payment of taxes across the street from the Bradenton Marauders baseball stadium.
Okay.
Had to watch for flying baseballs, because sometimes they'd foul them off.
Yeah.
Well, actually, it was more the other way. It has a sign. I had a sign on the street: "Watch for flying baseballs." And sometimes cars got hit, but they had a center there, a homeless center, and I got a tour when I was a reporter down there, and it was just amazing, a laundry, computers, for job searching, and, bicycle repair, clothing, and I thought, there should be something like that here, because, we've got open storefronts that aren't doing anything, and it just seems sometimes like, I guess people have gotten so frustrated, with the extent of the problem. They just don't want to.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't speak for others, right? I don't know.
I understand.
I can't speak for others. All I can say is that from our perspective, our hope and our aim is that we really can do everything that we can. I think we were counting just a few moments ago. We're up to almost 100 beds now.
100 beds, wow.
Yeah. Not quite there. I think it's 98. I think is the number. And all of our beds now are dedicated to individuals that are going through substance abuse and mental health issues, because our data is indicating how much that is a causation of homelessness. And so we're trying to get to hopefully more of a root cause style issue. Because sheltering is great and necessary, but sometimes if we don't address some of those other things, then it continues. And so we offer a 2-year plus program to get people the help they need to get off of substance abuse.
Yeah. I think one problem is that politicians operate in the realm of, well, what can we solve today? Not, can we? Oh, it's a 2-year program, and it's. And a lot of them are like, I won't be in office when this. How am I going to take the credit for it? But I think that what you folks do is very, very important and very, very good. And I just hope that how are things going at the thrift stores?
They're going well.
Selling a lot of
goodies? They're going really well. Obviously that funds our program. And so we're grateful for all the donors, and we're grateful for all the individuals that support us that way. I believe we have employed, I think it was 34 of our residents, between 30 and 40 residents right now, 35 to 40 residents at our thrift store. So that's exciting for us. So we're very grateful for that. But our community, and there's people within our community that I would say from the local government side that do care and are putting forth that effort. So I'm happy for those. And again, I can't speak for everybody, or we're just happy for any support that we do get.
Yeah, I do think that it's people can help in ways maybe that they don't even think about. I was listening to a story on NPR about a guy who goes around to thrift stores, and what he does is he fixes laptops. Because sometimes, what he would do actually was go to thrift stores and buy laptops and set them up, fix them, and he said somebody had told him that he went over, he walked over, looked at a laptop, and then he walked away, and he walked up to the man and said, "Why didn't you pick up the laptop?" He says, "I can't afford it." So he bought the laptop for the man, set it up. Usually when a laptop doesn't work, it needs a new operating system, it needs computer, it needs to be started up again. And the guy later said, thanks to the laptop, I was able to get two $6,000 grants to go to college.
Wow. Yeah.
And so
that's true. A lot of people don't realize all the skills that they have, how they can help, and that changed that guy's life.
Yeah, I mean, I remember I had a relative who volunteered at the VA. This was in Riviera Beach on the East Coast, and he was a retired businessman. And one day, a big old 18-wheeler pulled up. Carnival Cruise Lines donated. It was upgrading all of its personal computers for all its CSRs. Boom! They had all these computers, that they could give out to veterans and set up. He was having them set up, had classes set up.
Yeah, that's amazing.
And, sometimes you forget a lot of people still today don't have computer skills.
Yeah.
Everything's online now.
Yeah, so I think that point is very good. There's a lot of ways that people can support.
Everybody's got a cell phone. A smartphone now, an iPhone or whatever. But I think that it may seem like it's just I'll give them technology, but sometimes that's that's how people find out what's going on. In the community.
it's a big
everybody's online now.
Yeah,
posting, our event, and even our newspaper. We go online. We print, but we go online too.
Yeah.
And hopefully our newspaper is used for more than just lining the bird cage.
I'm sure it is.
We do. Sometimes it's easy to get lost in the weeds and to sit there and, think every problem is solved up the block over there, Believe me, it's not.
Yeah.
So what's the first thing you're going to do when you get home today?
Well, it depends. I thought about that earlier. I was like, well, I might be so jazzed up by this. It might take me a little bit. Might eat. I don't know. But I know sleep's coming soon. Yeah.
That's it's like this is your experiment in sleep deprivation.
Yeah. Well, we wanted to make it clear we're not trying to simulate a homeless experience. We're just really trying to bring awareness. So And so sometimes it takes events like this to do that. So
what do you think really? What can the individual really do? If a person said, I want to do something.
Yeah, no, that's a question. It's a great question.
The one fellow said about giving money, I worry sometimes. I see people, they're dashing into the street, at traffic lights, and I'm worried they're going to get hit by a car.
Sure. Obviously.
What can we do to make their lives better? Maybe it's just giving them money. Maybe that's the solution.
There's probably a time and place for everything, right? There's probably a time to just simply help someone with some cash. There's time where, like you said, people can volunteer their services, and that there's a value there. There's time where we need to advocate, we need to speak up and say, hey, we need to do something about this.
Right,
so there's a lot of different ways, and I think what we need to do is try to find where we're unified and can work together there.
Yeah. I was thinking, one thing, I was thinking of an episode of The West Wing, which is an old show.
Yeah, I remember the show.
There was, they find a guy who's found dead in the park by the Vietnam Veterans Memorial.
Yeah.
And remember the actor who played the Washington police detective, eventually was on The Wire. He played the lieutenant. Lance something. He died a few years ago. He had health problems. But, they're talking about him, and the Richard Schiff, who played the presidential aide, says, we're going to call, the medical exam, we're going to call this. And he says, and you're going to call the VA, right? And he's like, what? Well, look, he's got a tattoo on his head. He was in the 1st or the 3rd in Korea.
Yeah.
He was at the Chosin Reservoir, and gets him a military. And sometimes with people, you find, are they veterans?
Yeah.
Can we, when the VA when the government opens up again, call the VA, find out, what are they eligible for?
Yeah, I think VA is a big one.
And that, there's programs for that too.
Yeah.
But I do appreciate your
Yeah,
time. It was
yeah.
great talking to you.
Yes, sir.
Good
Thank you so
luck,
much for coming out. You got the card.
You
And
know, have a
still
good
got-
rest of the day, and I hope you can, hope you continue your great work, and let me know what's going on, and I'll gladly give you coverage.
All right. Well, we appreciate it. Thank you so much, Vincent.
It was so good to see you.
Yes, sir. Take care. God bless. All right. 8:18. Oh, looky here. Look who showed up. How are you, Mr. George?
I'm awesome. How are you?
Good to have you, brother.
Good to have you doing this.
Oh, my. You come out to keep me going, huh?
Yeah, this is amazing. As many times as I've been in Brooksville, did a bunch of volunteer in this building right here with the Salvation Army.
Yeah.
Parked here. Never seen the mural a million times.
But never been here.
Never. This is an amazing spot.
Yeah. We were interviewing, we were having an interview with someone that came by about 11:30 last night, and he's been a part of Jericho, but he finished up work and he came by and we were talking, and he was telling me, and I didn't know this, but he was like, when he first got here, when he was homeless, this is where he slept. And so I was like, my goodness, what a turn of events. You know, it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
All right, so what brought you out today, man?
I'm really excited about the friendship bench, so I wanted to see what you were doing and everything else, because we started this like 2 years ago. So we're hoping to get an international grant. It's completed now. We're going to see if Rotary International will sponsor it, and it's a friendship bench down in Bucaramanga. I'm going to really mess up. It's a town down in the middle of Colombia.
Okay.
All right. And the gal that joined Rotary, she spends, probably 4 to 6 months down there. And she's a nurse practitioner with a specialty in mental health.
Okay.
All right. And the purpose for one of the people, and we're going to coordinate it with the Rotary Club in that town, and they're going to start putting benches out, and they work with the grandmothers in the area. But people have, down in South America, people have no medical facilities.
Yeah.
A lot of them don't know where they're going to get the next meal.
Yeah.
And then when it comes to mental health, everything that you guys are doing, drug addiction, spousal abuse, they have no place to turn. And the fascinating thing is, what Sandra talks about is, they do have it's not a mental health, it's basically an old-fashioned insane asylum. And when they interview people literally say this and mean it. They would rather commit suicide than go there. Wow. So we're working on this, and then you were doing the bench, and then we went to the meeting, and I went, and then found about the city park thing. I didn't even know that all this was going on through the country, so I've been getting the information to Sandra.
Okay.
I picked up your flyer.
Good.
Plus, it's so cool. I just wanted to come out and see
well,
you.
Good. Yeah. We're glad to have you. I mean, we are, raising awareness and to think like internationally. I know how much Rotary does. I mean, like there's so much, and like to think, mental health for us, we're learning, and we've still got ways to go to try to be better at it. But how much mental health is playing a role into what we're dealing with homelessness and substance abuse. So it's encouraging to hear, there are people looking at this issue, not just nationally, but internationally, because it's a serious concern.
Yeah.
In December 2023, we made a decision as the board to go full in on mental health, substance abuse, and turn all of our beds to that. Since we've done that, we've continually evolved in how we're doing our program, but now we're at a 2-year plus program. Because we know it takes time and the different steps that it takes to get your life back in order. We're learning as we go, like all the layers. There's so many layers because there's, a layer of trauma. There's, other things that have come in individuals' life that, have made things complicated. And so it's not just this, all right, let's give you a bed and some food. I mean, that's great. I don't want to knock that at all. It's a very important work. But I'm saying, like, if we're going to try to help someone get out of these cycles, we got to go a little bit further than that. And so that's what we're after.
You got to break the cycle. I mentored with, I told you that before, Union Gospel Mission in Seattle. And the best thing I ever heard, I was working with this one gentleman and I was losing him. And probably the problem is, maybe I should have been an alcoholic and broke it so I could really work with him and understand where they were coming from. But I was talking to one of the guys, it was the third time through the program, and he was telling me, and that's the biggest problem is these guys get in the program and they want to get sober and they want to get their lives together, but they think they have to do all this stuff.
Yeah.
And it then puts so much pressure on them that they fall backwards. Yeah. It's mental health again.
Yeah.
And he said, this time I'm going to make it because I'm keeping the main thing, and I'm focusing on one thing. Breaking my addiction, keeping my head clear so that I won't slip back. And he says, I'm going to get out this time. And he said, a lot of these guys, so that's everything.
Yeah.
Is trying to figure out how to.
And you made a point that a lot of people have actually made last night and this morning, where this idea of like, everything's not going to happen all at once. It takes time. There's a process to this. And, in our county, in our area, like, even to get from point A to point B takes time. Like, we don't have this amazing public transit where every 5 minutes a bus is running or something like that.
We've got no public transit.
Yeah, I mean, we have, so we're even trying to get some appointments done. It's going to take some time, and trying to slow yourself down, and that's a healthy thing, so that you can, really, really recover and really not have just this hasty mentality. So, yeah, that's a big part. Now we've been BNI partners. Jericho, you're still in BNI, correct?
No, I haven't been in BNI for 2 years.
Oh, my apologies.
No, but
with Rotary now.
No, they keep using me.
They keep using you.
So I'm subbing most of the time.
Oh, well, there you go. You're practically still in it.
So a lot
then.
of people think I'm still in BNI. So
okay,
anyway, yes.
But that's how you and I met.
Yeah, exactly.
That's how you and I met. And then you partner, like April is going to Rotary, and you're part of that right now. Like, that's still going on. I don't want to misspeak there, too. Okay.
No, that's it.
All right, good.
You got one thing to worry about. What I'm doing is not your concern.
Well,
so,
no. I mean, it is. So we've talked about that some with some people here today, but an important part for us is to create those relationships through the community to not only advocate on our behalf, but also advocate for our people. So as someone who's kind of seen us for a while now, what's your opinion? What's your thought?
Everything you guys are doing is right. And, at the last meeting that you're expanding and you're focusing on.
Yeah, the business luncheon, yeah.
Yeah. But so one of the things, so getting away from feeding, understand that, but one of the things that the Union Gospel Mission did was they fed them because they knew until they got them in the building and put some food in their stomach.
Yeah, it's kind of hard.
Then they could talk to them. But what you're doing, focusing on that and expanding it. The one in Seattle had 2 men's places that housed, God, how many? It was like 60 people in the one. They bought an old hotel.
Yeah.
And another thing.
They might be doing this event with us tonight, right now. I don't know.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're in the same network as us.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
So getting away from the feeding thing I think that's a great idea. Now it's finding a good partner. So you got somebody that's feeding them and going, hey, are you ready to, and then a conversation starts, and then they can move them to the next step, which is solely focusing on breaking the addiction.
Yeah, and that's the part we're really working on, and we're learning a lot as we go.
So that's what I think what you're doing is being that single-minded focus is everything.
Yeah, it's the amount of work it takes, I think you have to be that. You know,
Yes.
I think you have to be that. Yeah. Well, we're grateful for the friendship. We're grateful for the partnership.
Yeah.
And that's exciting to hear that you're part of. They're bringing this awareness even in Colombia.
It's in Colombia. Yeah.
Wow, that's incredible. All right. Well,
And then they're doing stuff in that, and so it's
all
they're
over.
hoping they're all going to expand it and everything else. Yeah.
well, very good.
Okay.
Well, George, thank you
I'm gonna
so
go.
much.
And can I pray with you?
Yeah, that'd be wonderful.
Okay. Dear Lord God, in Jesus Christ's name, thank you for this man. Thank you for all the people at Jericho Road that do so much. Thank you for giving them wisdom. Thank you for giving them understanding and discernment, watching over them, blessing them, and showing them the way to bless the people that come to them so that they may break out and have awesome and Christian and fruitful lives after they leave Jericho Road. Thank you, Lord God, for everything that these people do, and thank you for continuing to put a hedge of protection around them and over them. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you, brother. Appreciate
you.
it. Yeah, have a good one.
You do the same.
Take
Drink
care.
more coffee. I've never been to the coffee company, so I'm going to go get a cup of
There
coffee.
you go. There's your good reason to go. Yeah, it's a good
Hold the
place.
mic. Don't walk away with the mic.
Very good. All right. All right, 8:30 here. Yeah.
We're going to ask you to take a view spark video.
Okay.
Just saying hi to everybody.
All right.
Inviting people to come out and submit questions. And then we'll cut to the story video.
Okay. Hey guys, it is Andrew Chamberlin here with Conversations on the Bench, and we are going strong here at the 8:30 hour. We've got, what is that, 6.5 hours left. So you got time to still come and visit us here. 15 South Main, I believe is the address, the Brooksville Commons, right across the road from Mountaineer Coffee here in downtown Brooksville. So come on out, have a conversation. We got some wonderful people lined up, but we'd love to hear from you. So you can come on out and join us. You can follow us on our live stream, but we're just grateful for all the support and all the wonderful people that have celebrated with us so far. All right, God bless. Take care. Oh, yeah, sorry. All right, we're going to cut to a video right now, so we'll see you in a little bit. All right, great.
Tom, welcome. Good to have you with us. So you call it 24 hours of conversation on a bench. Tell us about what it is you're doing, the vision behind it, and what you're hoping to accomplish.
Yeah, I really appreciate the opportunity to be able to share about, can you imagine sitting on a bench for 24 hours? And we're going to have 70 CEOs doing that coming up on October 9 and 10, and really having the opportunity to raise awareness about what homelessness really is, and be able to share some of the stories of really seeing people overcome the challenges that they have in living on the streets, experiencing homelessness, to be able to talk about what are the issues that really underlie this, what's really an epidemic of homelessness in the United States today, and how are we as Christians to respond to that and be able to bring help and healing in the midst of it.
You talk about underlying reasons. So homelessness doesn't always get the coverage it deserves, and it often involves addiction and mental health. Can you tell us more about the ministry of Citygate Network and why you believe working to end homelessness is central, it's core to the gospel?
Yeah, I think the Citygate Network really has been around for over 120 years, and it really was people who wanted to live out their faith and saw those that were really struggling with addiction, mental health issues, alcoholism, those kinds of things way back in the 1800s that said, how can we respond with the love of Christ? And Citygate Network was really started with that vision. And so we have rescue missions and ministries that help those that are aging out of foster care or trafficking, many of those that are the vulnerable populations, those that are marginalized, and being able to just live and love like Jesus to those folks who often have nobody who's reaching out to help them.
Yeah. So, of course, Washington, D.C. has a large homeless population and has been in the news recently as the National Guard cleared out the homeless encampments. Tom, can you talk about the balance between community safety and what some have criticized as an approach that compounds the problem?
Yeah, and we certainly are concerned about safety and at-risk behaviors. And really one of the things is looking and saying, is it about policy or is it about people? And is it about criminalization or is it about compassion? And we certainly want to ensure that there are policies that provide protection and safety for people. But at the same time, recognizing that many times people that are on the street or experiencing homelessness have burned through their social networks. They've burned through their relationships, and they have nowhere else to go. And that's really where our shelters in missions around the country open up their doors to be able to provide safe places for them that can then create safe places in communities.
Tom, we just have a few seconds left. Can you talk about ways that people can get involved, whether they participate in the conversation or they support your effort?
Yeah, we'd love it. You can go to conversationsonabench.org and you can look up the more than 70 different cities and communities that are sponsoring this conversation. And you can watch it via Facebook or YouTube. You could also even go down to the mission and sit on the bench and have a conversation with the local CEO. You can also volunteer in a rescue mission or continue to give. 95% of what our missions do from a funding standpoint is all through private philanthropy and charity.
All right.
And so a number of ways to help.
Tom DeVries with Citygate Network, thank you so much for being with us this evening, and best wishes on the 24 Hours on a Bench.
Thanks, Tom.
Thanks, Tom.
The last 9 months have been a roller coaster. There are ups and downs, challenges that I thought I couldn't overcome, but triumphs that surpassed my expectations. I've learned so much, not just emotionally, mentally, and spiritually, but about life and about myself.
So when things didn't work out the way I thought they should have, I relapsed in January. But I know when I work hard and I move through it, I will look back on my life and I will see where he guided me. I will see where I was scared and he pushed me. And I will understand why he peppered certain people in my life and what I was supposed to learn, teach, or gain from them.
I always had the need to understand how something worked or how it was put together. This started to show my issues with being able to see end results, but taking steps to get there was always unclear. This stressed me out to the point that drugs made it easy to escape. I've learned I don't need the answers in the back of the book. The answer is the book. The Bible.
My mother had me at the age of 15. That wasn't hard enough. My biological father, Carlos, was an abusive alcoholic. Someone here needs to hear that we have a Father in heaven that loves us no matter what our past failures are.
I remember being under the influence and realizing I'm going to be dead or in jail by the end of the year. I feel like God sat me in jail not as a punishment, but more as a new beginning. Jericho has given me a new start at life, and I am forever grateful.
All right, welcome back. Here we are, and I don't even know what hour we're in, but we're there. It's 8:30. I was doing the math, 6.5 to go. 6.5. All right, I'm looking for some confirmation. I got a thumbs up. All right, that's good. 6.5. I think we just showed a graduation recap video, and those are really powerful videos that kind of show a good overview of what a graduation's like. It gives us a great opportunity for us to share that here coming up a week from yesterday. So today is the 10th. So yesterday was the 9th. So the 17th. Oh, 23rd. I'm sorry, I had the wrong date. October 23rd, not the 17th. We have our next graduation at Community Bible, and I believe that starts at 6:30. All right, I am all over the place with this stuff. All right, 6:30 Community Bible, the 23rd. All right, there we go. It's a wonderful time for people to see and to celebrate alongside of others. You know, we talk about how it's wonderful for others to see and for them to experience this. But, a good side of this is also just to to celebrate on behalf of other people, to celebrate where they've come and how far they've come. So I encourage you to come out, be a part of that, and enjoy the wonderful opportunity we have to celebrate, I think, 17 individuals graduating. So we're looking forward to that. One of the cool things that we have happen in those graduations is individuals give their testimonies and then get to tell about how things have changed and things have got better for them. So if you want to hear those great stories, please come out. Please come out and see that. It's a wonderful, wonderful time. So that's, again, the 23rd, 6:30. All right, so we got some questions coming in. Is this coming? All right, so we got some questions that I'm going to be answering. All right, here we go. We got 4. All right, or 3. Okay. Okay, all right, so some good questions here. I appreciate y'all's questions, and please keep sending those in. So as we do this throughout the day, we're here all the way to 3, and we would love to get as many questions as possible. We really want to try to bring as much awareness, give as much insight as we have. And so if you've got anything at all, please let us have that. We'd be grateful for it. All right, so this is a very personal question, but it's a good one. What's one thing God has taught you through this ministry that you did not expect? All right, so I think if I was to just pick one, because there are a lot of things, but one thing he has taught me is how much he's at work way before any of us ever knew he was at work in someone's life. The amount of times I've heard people say, you get into this, you think, oh man, I'm going to teach this great lesson and someone's going to give their life to Jesus, or I'm going to have this impactful counseling session where the light bulb's going to go off and everything's going to be, hunky-dory after that. It's great when those things happen, but one of the things you really start to learn is, God has been working in that individual's life way before I, or any of our staff was in the picture. And we would be remiss, and we'd be in a pretty prideful spot if we took the credit for that, because we just get to be a part of what God is already doing in our life. And so that's been taught to me very clearly, and I'm glad I've been taught that, because it allows you to really see things appropriately versus trying to make yourself the central figure in other people's life. So that's one thing God has taught me. Great question. This is a good one for Sean to answer. So I want to let him get a mic and bring him back up. So we're going to once he's ready, we're going to let him talk about the answer. Okay, so a question. What does walking the road to recovery mean? What does walking the road to recovery mean? And I believe we're going off some of our tagline stuff there, right? Yeah, tagline stuff. And, I'm going to give you my take on that one. And then I'm going to ask you this next question, sure. Right? But our namesake comes from the Good Samaritan. So the Jericho Road is the road that the gentleman who was attacked, beaten, robbed, was on. And then we see the Good Samaritan come along after the usual suspects probably should have helped him, so to speak. And then you have the Good Samaritan come, and he literally gets him to the end, pays for his recovery, and makes sure he's got everything taken care of. And so that road of getting someone to that place of recovery, making sure it happens, and being there until it's finalized, finished, if you will, that's what we mean by walking that road. And so, another way of maybe looking at it is walking that mile in that person's shoes with them. So, or going that extra mile, I should say, being there with them in that journey. So, yep. I think that's a good way to interpret that. All right, Sean, here's your question.
All right.
What are the benefits of 12-step programs?
Okay.
And then a second question to that, CR. So kind of combining those together or separate them. Yeah. What are the benefits of 12-step programs and CR?
Yeah, so I think one of the benefits from 12-step programs is it gives you tools to truly work on what were the causes that maybe led you into your addiction, and so it provides you opportunities to look back at your life, and to maybe look at things that have triggered you, things that are triggers for you. We find that a lot of this stuff can come back to like some key things, right? Like fear. Fear is a great motivator in driving people to addiction, keeping people in addiction. And so I think 12-step circles are great for that, but I think probably one of the most powerful things that they offer is that fellowship. And I think we've heard that, talked about throughout the many hours we've been here so far. But that but that fellowship component is massive, right? And so even a few of our guys that were here around 5-6 o'clock this morning, talking about that idea of the camaraderie that they get with the gentlemen in the program, and the ladies too. They were even talking about that this morning as well. And so the fellowship component is massive. CR also offers that, the fellowship of coming together, people, like-minded individuals, people that have gone through similar things. And so it's that ability to come together with people that have been through similar struggles as you. And it's almost like that peer-to-peer counseling, rarely, where, I like to look at it as it's people giving other people a hand up, not a hand out. And if any of our residents were here, they'd laugh right now because I say that a lot. But I truly, truly believe it. It's not about a handout, but it's truly about giving someone a hand up and then walking with them down that road.
Wow. Yeah, very good. All right, off topic for a moment.
Yep.
Is it just me, or is this like the coldest wind we've had since like last winter?
Yeah, so today somehow ended up being.
Is anybody else with me on this?
Strong current.
Like this breeze is like kind of cold.
Yeah, it's cold.
Yeah.
It might rain in like 20 minutes.
It might rain in like 20 minutes, everybody. But hey, we're covered.
Yeah.
Praise God.
Yeah. I mean, I don't mean that as a complaint. I just think it's interesting. It's like here we are.
This is the first chilly morning we've had since last winter.
I'm feeling chilly.
Yeah.
Can I even say that word in Florida? Chilly?
You can. Yes.
Okay. Is that okay? So you're from Pennsylvania.
Yep.
That's a word you use for two meanings, right?
Chilly?
Yeah. Or three.
There's chilly It's chilly cold.
Yeah. What do you put on a hot dog?
Well, you can put chili on a hot dog.
Okay, so it is chili.
It can be. What do you put on a hot dog?
I put chili on a hot dog.
Like, is that your go-to?
Well, I'm just saying, like,
hot dog condiment?
Mustard
is your favorite?
Yeah, but I'm saying like
loose meat is what you're talking about right now, right?
But it's in a sauce.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
Chili Willy, I think, was a company of some sort.
Chili Willy?
I think it's got like a penguin on the. I don't know.
Yeah. What don't other parts of the country call what I call chili on a hot dog? Like they call it something else, don't they?
Oh, I don't know.
I think so. Todd's coming. He knows all the answers. I'll ask Todd when he gets here.
In Pittsburgh, we call rubber bands gum bands.
Yeah? I did not know that. That's pretty cool.
That's part of Pittsburghese.
All right. Yins?
How
yins
Yinzers?
Yeah.
G-Jet. Did you eat yet? Yeah.
You add that R, like washcloth and water?
Wash. Yeah. Gotta get down and wash.
Yeah.
Hey, Todd, what do you call the stuff that you put on a hot dog?
Fixins.
Okay.
There it is.
Do you call it chili?
Yeah.
He said fixins, everybody.
Fixins. Okay.
But yeah, we're talking about chili.
All right. Very
good.
All right, we got some more questions.
Beautiful.
All right. Let's try to address these if we can. What are some of the biggest challenges people face coming out of homelessness and addiction?
Yeah, so I think one of the biggest ones coming out of the combination of homelessness and addiction is going to be resources. Yeah. To be able to find the right resources, and to be able to find resources that are available to that person. And so that's not always as easy as you would think it is. And so I think resources and safety. I think safety is a big one. I think we've heard that a lot tonight, right? Is finding a safe place to be able to work through these things.
Yeah. I think maybe one we might not think of, but you kind of mentioned a moment ago, but like coming out of that fear, like even taking that first step, like that's a huge challenge. So I'll keep answering these. All right. Some big challenges people face coming out. So I'm going to take this question a little bit differently. Let's say they're wanting to come out. They are coming out of homelessness. They're coming out of addiction. What are some challenges they face after that? I think obviously returning to people, places, things, I think is a big challenge. I think creating new rhythms of life that don't include some of the things that they were doing previously is a big challenge. I think dealing obviously with their mental health is a big challenge. Finding a good community of support is a big challenge. But, you know, with every challenge, there's an opportunity, right? So all these could be flipped in. Here's an opportunity for a great community. Here's an opportunity for new routines. So I think there's a lot of different ways we can look at that. But that's a really good question. All right. Why is Jericho Road's program called Rebuilt? Okay, good question. We envision seeing someone's life being rebuilt. I mean, it's that simple, but it's that profound at the same time. Like, we want to see an individual going from death to life, going from new to old, or old to new, going from a dark spot to a light spot, going from whatever bad analogy you want to have to a positive analogy. And so that whole process, and it is a process of rebuilding an individual, so that's why we called it Rebuilt. But good question. Where do you see Jericho Road in the next 5 to 10 years? So we have a goal of 350 beds. I don't know if that's going to come in 5, 10 years, but our goal right now is 350 beds. So we're almost at 100 right now. Let's just say we're at 100 for number's sake. So we have about 250 beds we want to grow in, and there's a reason we want to get to that number. Right now, we offer 70 beds for men and women going through the first 5 months of our program. So to offer them that same space, or to fulfill our commitment of a 2-year plus program, you take that 70 and then you multiply that in increments of 5 months. We got to get to 350 beds to get there. So that's our goal. We want to get to 350 beds because that would enable every person that enters our door to have the opportunity, a realistic opportunity of having 2 years of sobriety with us. We call it 2 years plus because it's actually 25 months. So for us to get there, 350 beds, then obviously our funding, our finances have to back that. And so that means our primary source of funding is our thrift stores. So we're going to need more thrift stores. We've anticipated an amount that takes. Now that can be offset by wonderful donors who catch the vision of what we're doing and feel led to give and then give. So the more we increase our donor base, the more or the less we have to depend on thrift. So it's just a little, one way or the other there. But the end goal is really the 350 beds. So that's what we're working towards. So again, maybe that's 5 years, maybe that's 10, but that's our plan. So yeah, these are great questions. I've been informed that a couple of our people that we thought were coming are unable to come right now. One is not feeling well, and I didn't remember what happened to the other person. So we have 2, but one's not feeling well, and I just want to say I hate to hear that. It's Katie from Drug Court. She's a great partner of ours. I think it would have been a great conversation, but just unfortunately she's not feeling well. So we send our best wishes to Katie if she's seeing this. Hopefully things turn around quickly for her. But that does give me an opportunity to talk a little bit about Drug Court. So I think I'll do that for the next little bit, is kind of tell you, even though I don't get to interview someone and let them tell you about Drug Court, I'd like to take the opportunity and share a little bit about how we work with Drug Court. So Drug Court is a problem-solving court. It's part of the circuit. So there's, I think it's 5 counties. And it's individuals that we're trying to keep from serving time in prison. And so we do what's called a problem-solving court. And there's in essence, they are released with these conditions. And a lot of the conditions have to do with staying clean, going to meetings, doing the mental health evaluations, completing all the different elements from completing all the different elements that showcase a life that is being, given to sobriety versus substance. And so I can't remember the amount of time it takes, but it takes a decent amount of time because there's multiple phases. So obviously you got to be reaching all these different marks within, the meetings that you're going to, showing progress in your housing and so forth. So one of the challenges that drug court faces is the housing element. So they'll have individuals, and this is where we've been able to partner with them. They'll have individuals that, let's say, are, they've been in the middle of this for a while. They don't have a place to go, and they're really concerned that if they don't have a place, they're going to violate. So if you don't meet your drug court requirements, it's considered a violation, and that jail sentence that was there that was kind of put on hold will be activated for that person. And so what drug court loves to work with us on is, hey, we got individuals that want to go through recovery, and then we've got individuals that need a place to stay. So Jericho becomes just a natural fit. And so Katie and I have been able to work over the years, and we've seen many individuals via drug court come to us. And it's been a really good partnership. And that partnership really got started with Todd, who we talked to yesterday, because he was our first drug court participant, and being able to walk with him and learn as we go about all the different steps that we need to take to help him. What it really created for us was just a way to, or a pathway, if you will, to walk someone through what another entity, in this case a court, is telling someone. If you want your life to be back on track, we need to see you hit these markers. And so for us it was such a natural fit, because we want to see people succeeding in society. So if we can help facilitate that process, then why wouldn't we do it? And so we have. And what we've seen now is that individuals coming in, they can do our program, still keep the requirements of drug court, and then at times, we're able to combine some of those elements. So it's been a really, really wonderful fit. So it'd have been great if Katie could have been here and shared a little bit, because obviously she could share in a lot more detail than I. But Katie leads our drug court. She's a great partner, great ally for the work that we're doing. So again, sad that she's unable to be here, but we hope she feels better soon. Okay, all right, so I got another question that I'm going to try to answer, and this is going to probably take us to that 9 o'clock hour. So we're getting there. 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock seems kind of significant in my mind. Yeah, we're 3/4 of the way. We're doing it, and so we're getting there. It's 75% done, I believe, right? Is that right? Yeah. So we're getting there. Okay. So here's the question. Again, it's personal to me, but good question. How has your perspective on homelessness changed going from a pastor to CEO of a recovery ministry? That's a great question. So I do have a title of CEO, and I'm also ordained as a minister. And is there a separation? Obviously in title there's a separation. Is there a separation in my responsibilities? I would say yes. So my ordination as a pastor came when I was a pastor. A lot of people still call me pastor to this day. I think it's just comfortable for them to call me pastor, and hopefully I have some qualities that showcase that as well. But what I have seen changed, and maybe through a title change and through a lens change, if you will, is that the pastor side is is so concerned, and I honestly still try to hold both of these roles, if you will. So, but the pastor is so concerned about that spiritual well-being, that caring, that walking alongside of an individual and keeping them, protecting them from danger. I remember I spent a couple years in Spain, and we had shepherds that would come through our town with massive flocks of sheep, and if I'm not mistaken, in Spanish it's called pastor. But they would take the sheep, and you would see them guiding them through the streets to move over this big street to get to this one field in particular, and just the maneuvering they had to do. That's what I think of. So you're guiding. You're really trying to guide and protect. Now, CEO, you're more concerned, maybe not as much with that day-to-day operation of the individual, but you're really concerned that the organization as a whole is being guided. So what I have tried to do, and with both of those titles, is have a level of concern for the individual, pastor side, and then have a level of concern for the organization, CEO side. So, if we're not financially solvent, if we are not good in our operating practices, if we do not have the staff support necessary, then we can't offer the pastoral support, if you will, to the individuals coming through our recovery program. So I understand the question. Like, yes, there's a different way of seeing things, but it's really hard to separate who you are as a person because of title or not. So hopefully I've merged those well and can understand those. But that's a really good question. I want to think through. And I'm feeling that rain now. 4 more questions. We are bringing on the questions. This is good. I like it. Okay, here we go. Okay. These are some really good questions. All right, great. So we got 4 more. Do you all feel the rain? Yeah. Am I the only one? Okay. Yep. Okay. Sean's feeling the rain. Woo. Yeah. I want to pause for answer the question. Like, here we are outside. I've noticed the wind more today. I've noticed the rain more today. I've noticed the darkness, the cloud more. And I think that's something that maybe this experience is supposed to teach us. Like, I'm being more attentive to things that I notice every time I'm even turning around for cars and stuff. Like, I'm just more, I've got my back to the road. I don't necessarily like that. I'm just very attentive to all these things. Like, there's this cat that keeps doing this thing over there. It's not there now. But, I would imagine, like, if you're outside, it's in that park. He's not now. He was in the laundry. Yeah, he was jumping. He's having some fun. But I would imagine if you're outside a lot and you're homeless or you're dealing with that, you become hyper-focused, probably through your anxiety of everything that's going on, right? That hyper-awareness is probably there and probably seeing danger. I even noticed the lady who's experiencing homelessness now, how her eyes were kind of going back and forth to see different things. And I don't mean that as any knock on her, just that alertness that you probably have to keep yourself protected. So pretty fascinated by that. All right, here we go. It's 9:01. We've hit 75%, guys. I think that deserves a round of applause. Woo! I know there are 4 of us here. We have not had 1 ounce of sleep, correct?
Not one.
None. We're going to do it. All right. Okay. What have been the most unique and or surprising partnerships that you have seen with Jericho? So, I falsely stated a few minutes ago that George was still in BNI. He let me know that he subs still quite a bit, and that's why I probably thought that. But I think one of the partnerships that has been so unique to us is our BNI partnerships. So it's, I believe that stands for Business Networking International or something like that. We joined BNI probably 5 years or so ago, around COVID. And when I had a friend that was in the chapter at the time that had been talking to me for a while. I said, hey, I think it'd be a great thing for you to join, And I was like, I just don't see how we would fit. And then he's like, man, I really think you should join, so much so that I'll pay for your membership if you join. And that wasn't a small gift by no means. And so I was like, okay, we'll try it, we in the nonprofit world love free things, and so I tried it, and because of that, it took a little bit for us to get in because there were some questions people had. How's Jericho Road going to be in this business networking group? But through that, we made, I think at the time when we started, there was over 60 some businesses. I don't know how many, around 60-ish businesses that we had in the group, and some very unique ones like, a masseuse. We had individuals that did, various types of insurance, lawyers, and so forth. And because of this, we got to meet so many different people in our community, and it created some really unique friendships and some really unique partnerships. And I thought what was so interesting today was George Daniels came. I met George through BNI. George was a guy who would help people get cell phones, and I remember I showed up to one of my first BNI meetings, and he had a Bible for me as a gift, and I thought, how cool is that? And so here I am, and now I had this guy pray for me today, and I felt very honored by that. And so BNI has created some unique and wonderful partnerships because I never thought I would know as many people as quickly in this community, and it was through BNI. So shout out BNI. April Gordon attends on Jericho's behalf. It's every Tuesday at 7:30 a.m. and they meet at Northcliffe. And so very grateful for that relationship. Okay, how's Jericho evolved since I came on in 2018? Obviously, we've talked a lot about how we went full into recovery, but even Brian highlighted that that's not as big of a transformation as maybe it sounds because the vast majority of our beds were program related. The difference is the program then versus now. The program didn't necessarily require someone to deal with substance abuse. The program now does. So I guess that is a pretty sizable change. Size in general, I think, like I said, we talked about this earlier, but I think when it came on, the staff size was like 24, 28, something like that. We're nearly 80 now, so you can imagine it's a pretty big change. So even finding office space has been very difficult at times for individuals. Thrift, how we do thrift has changed considerably. The volume and the amount that we do has changed considerably. And then the level and the intensity of our care has changed, I would say, considerably. So, and we've stopped some things that were good things, but we just couldn't continue doing because of the work we're doing now, and how we were doing that work. So it's not, there's been some pulling back in certain areas so we could focus more in what we're doing now. So those are some of the great, and we brought on a lot of staff at that time, and a lot of very talented staff. And it's exciting to see all that staff grow and what they've brought to the table. So a lot of growth, a lot of change. How do you encourage staff who may be feeling secondhand trauma or burnout? Oh, great question. Before we get to this question, I just want everybody to know, my phone says 72 degrees. I don't feel it. Yeah, it's colder. I think I'm in a wind tunnel right here.
Yeah. You are.
Yes.
Okay. It is? It's a wind tunnel here. Yeah. Wow. It's a wind tunnel. Yeah. All right. It feels a little cold. Okay. All right, so what's the question again? Okay. How do you encourage staff who may be feeling secondhand trauma or burnout? So we had a situation the other day that was a very challenging situation with a resident and a family member, and we had to see some stuff that we didn't necessarily want to see, and we had to have some of our staff deal with authorities and so forth. And I remember having a conversation with them. If you're ever feeling like, man, I'm feeling overwhelmed or whatever, we will do what we can from Jericho to make the availability of you talking to your own counselor, like a counselor, make that available to you so that, if you need to talk with someone. So that's one thing. Two, we try to really indicate to people that you need to take time off. You can't eat, breathe, live this. Like, yeah, we're doing this 24 hours, but you can't do this all the time. Like, you cannot be in this field every day all the time, because if you do, you're always going to experience, or you're going to continually experience some challenging stories. So we regularly encourage individuals to take a break. So it's a very important thing to keep burnout from happening, to keep that secondhand trauma from happening, to just try to limit, what you take in and how much you take in, because there's some heavy stories. And I think another one that I try to do is, I've even tried to model with my staff. Try to model with my staff, like, I'm not above these things, and so I'm happy when or I shouldn't say I'm happy, but I've taken the opportunity to talk to people when I need to talk to people, and take breaks when I need to take breaks, because it can be challenging. So hopefully I'm modeling a way that says, hey, we're in this for the long haul versus just a sprint. Okay. All right. We're going to do some more questions. We've done that one. All right. Okay. How can we pray specifically for the issues of homelessness, addiction, and mental health? Okay. Wow. How can we pray specifically? I think a good place to start is, there's really no wrong prayer there, right? There's not a wrong prayer when we're talking about praying for others, and we need to pray according to God's will. But I don't think there's really a wrong prayer. But how do we specify that prayer? I got some more. I think one is educate yourself in what you're praying for. Like, how, not everything's a sin issue, right? I mean, there's plenty of sin issues, but not everything is. So not everything is a salvific issue. There's plenty of people that are saved that are struggling with substance abuse. Praying more for the individual and what they're going through by understanding it, versus just these generalized, God, heal them. Okay, yeah, we want healing, but maybe the prayer is, God, give them the ability to talk about what they're going through with the therapist, instead of praying, God, take the addiction. Great, I love that you pray, God, take the addiction. But maybe a prayer could also be, hey, God, help them to set up boundaries with the people, places, and things in their life. I'm not trying to minimalize those more generic style prayers, but maybe we can pray more through our knowledge of what someone's going through. So instead of just praying, God, give them peace. Like, yes, we want people to have peace, but maybe it's, God, let them listen to someone who's telling them how to let go of something. I know these are maybe challenging or unique examples, but the more we can understand, I think the more we can pray specifically. All right, I'm going to do two more, and then I'm going to take a break. So I'm going to bring Sean up in just a moment, because I need a break for just a second. So I got two more that I'm going to answer, and then Sean's going to come up. All right. So Sean, get ready. All right. What advantages are there with having thrift stores versus only funded by donors or grant? Okay. One advantage that I can think of, just, we have more job opportunities with thrift, so we get to employ a lot of people because there's, it's a labor-intensive work. So with that, we get to hire a lot of individuals through our recovery program, and there's like a tangible thing where an individual is coming through a program, and then they get to contribute by helping make the thrift stores run. So that might be an advantage. I think also there's an advantage of the involvement by having people donate these items, because they're getting to see tangibly where their donations are going and how they're going. And then obviously, donors and grants are great, but some of those funds can be a little bit more fickle, I suppose. And the political world that we live in, the grants can come or go. So I would think that there's a steadiness maybe in the thrift that maybe the donors and the grants don't provide as well. Okay. What scriptures speak to the issues of homelessness and addiction and mental health? All right. There's a few that, these are yours. Those are yours to answer. I'm taking a break, remember?
I mean, I wrote them myself, all right.
Oh, I'll answer those. I'm sorry. I'll answer these. Yeah. So scriptures that speak directly to this. There's a few that come to mind, but Luke chapter 4 has been highly motivational to me, and so I'll start there. 18 and 19. Jesus, this is Jesus quoting from the book of Isaiah. He's been anointed for the poor, the blind, the oppressed, the captive, to proclaim the favorable year of the Lord. Obviously, there's, you can interpret that literally with, or you can interpret that more allegorically. I think there's probably an and or a both, I guess, of those interpretations. But I love Luke 4:18 and 19. There's other verses that, we could hit, but I really like those two because Jesus is setting out the vision statement, if you will, for what he's getting ready to do on this planet. And it's the category of individuals that we're working with. So Luke 4:18 and 19. Okay, two more, and then I am taking my break. Need a break. I got two more, and you're coming on. All right. What has been a highlight of this event? Uno, hands down. Playing Uno. Nah, we've had a lot of fun. I think the highlight for me in this event is how we never prompted someone to talk about Jesus and how many people have talked about Jesus. I think that's really cool, especially from individuals going through recovery. All right. What would 350 beds available mean to Jericho and the community? Well, I mean, it would mean that every person going through our recovery program right now would have a real opportunity for a 2-year plus recovery program. So for them, for us, it would mean just so much that people could go through that. And then for the community, then you're thinking, all right, we're building a long-term solution to an issue that doesn't have short-term fixes. So I think it will be a high benefit to the community. So, all right, I'm taking a break for a minute. I'm going to call Sean up, and we are powering along. He's got him some hot hands. Oh, they're for me. All right, very good. I'm going to hand you. You want mine? All right, very good. All right, here we go, Sean.
All right, well, welcome back, everyone. If you are still with us, we are glad to have you. I'm gonna grab a question here. I think it's gonna be a quick break for the boss man, but give him a moment to take a moment for himself, and let's take a look at what we got going on here. These were questions he just went through. So what's been really amazing, I think, about this event thus far has been so many things, but I think the community outreach, community coming together to support us, people that just stop by throughout the evening, and so far this morning, we're just so glad to see the community coming out. People are interested in what's going on, and so and like we've said over and over again tonight, we are in no way trying to simulate what it looks like to be homeless. We are simply doing this to bring awareness to these issues, to addiction, homelessness, mental health, co-occurring disorders. And so, I remember when we first kind of learned about this and saw a presentation on it, just how kind of drawn to it all of us were, for that ability to come together and to raise awareness, and the fact that there's 70 other around 70 other nonprofits and ministries across the country doing this from 3 p.m. yesterday to 3 p.m. today. It's just such a cool network to be a part of, and we're just so grateful to be a part of that network. And we just love what we do, and so we're overjoyed to be here, to be doing this. Like Pastor Andrew has mentioned, it is interesting, right? When you spend this amount of time just outdoors, things you notice, and yeah, it has been probably the coldest morning we've had since last winter easily, and so that's just kind of par for the course, right? And makes it interesting, but yeah, and so we've had so many amazing moments throughout the night, so many amazing testimonies, and we're going to hear more. We're going to keep going today all the way up until 3 p.m. And so we're going to have lots more conversations. We have more community partners coming throughout the morning as well. I would love to take a question. I think we have one. Thank you. All right, so we have a new question in, hot off the presses. How do you balance compassion and accountability? That is a great question. So one of the things that we don't just say, but we're really about, is this idea of grace and truth. And so there are times when both are needed. There's times when one or the other are needed. And so how do we run a program where we're having individuals who are coming out of these very difficult situations, and basically the numbers nationally as far as relapse are they're not great, right? They're hard numbers to swallow, and so we have to be realistic about what we're doing and about the opportunities that these people, residents coming into our programs, are going to take. And so as part of that, right, we do have to have grace, because not everybody is going to get this on their first time around. We had Sean Mangan sitting down last night, or well, actually it was this morning, and he was somebody who he needed both of those things. He needed the grace and the truth, and so when he came back to the program, he said everything just clicked and changed for him his second time coming in, right? And so if we weren't there to offer that second opportunity, maybe he wouldn't have been able to come back and have the growth and the amazing position that he's in now. So we absolutely have to be compassionate. That is what we're about. But also to hold people accountable. And so there are things that are required of our residents. There are things that are expected of our residents. And so, but I think we handle those things and that accountability as compassionately as possible. We know that residents who are coming out of homelessness, out of maybe traumatic situations, or out of jail, they are in their most vulnerable state. And so that vulnerability, we're never going to take advantage of that. And so through that, we're going to show compassion everywhere that we can. And so, I know all of the staff members that we work with, I think they hold the same view, right? And so we have to have that mixture of compassion and accountability. And I think by doing so, right, we're working that complete program. We're having that grace and that truth, which is so important. And so yeah, I think that was a great question. And how do you balance it? Very carefully, right? It's not an exact science. It's not like baking a cake where you just follow the instructions and it's going to come out right. It's a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and getting to know these residents and learning what they need, right? Everybody's an individual. That's a big part of this as well. Different people need different forms of care. Different people need different forms of compassion and accountability. And so, but if we're not doing both, I don't think we're doing, the right thing. But I think we balance it to the best of our ability, and take each day as a new day and a new opportunity to work with these residents. And so, yeah, that was a great question. I thank you guys so much for that. So as we're sitting here this morning, the sun has come up. It is a cloudy day here in Brooksville, Florida, and like we've been talking about, right? It's just these things that we're noticing, this overcastness, this chill in the air, the cars, right? The noises. We were talking about it throughout the evening, just that, those are things we don't think about. Those are challenges that we just might not think about. We have a great question here. Well, you don't have a microphone on, so he's just sitting. He's just hanging. It's good. I think we're bringing you another interview.
Yeah.
So I think I'm going to get out of your hair. And but hey, you tackle that one next time you have a free moment.
Right.
That's a good one there. Let me get out of here for you.
You are live, sir.
All right, I'm back. We got another interview coming up, which is great. As we're getting that one set up. Oh, we're good to go now. Okay, very cool. I thought we had somebody else first. All right, very good. All right. What's going on?
Hey.
I was not expecting you first.
Oh.
I thought he was coming first.
You
I
do
got
a little
confused.
switch?
No. I'm good. I just gotta switch my.
Yeah.
I'm getting slower right now. You gotta understand that. I have not slept at all.
Yes.
So I'm not like going quick here. All right, we're here. We're good. I know your name, but you tell everybody else your name.
Hi, my name is Seclaire Jones, and I'm the HR director here at Jericho Road Ministries.
HR, okay. All right, so Seclaire, how long have you been with us now in a staff capacity?
It will be 1 year, November 18th.
1 year, November 18th.
Yes.
Holy cow.
Uh-huh. Where has the time gone?
What in the world? November 18th?
Yes, the 18th of November.
What day we're on October 10th. You've only got like a month.
Right.
Ish, and you've been here a year.
That's my Jericho birthday.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm a whole year old.
So prior to coming to Jericho, you worked at a local church.
Yes.
I mean, you've done other jobs too, but you've had a heart for ministry for a while.
Yes.
I don't think Jericho's not. That didn't start at Jericho. You've had that. Tell us your journey. Where did serving others become like a thing for Seclaire?
Interesting. Let's go way back, 10 years ago.
Okay.
Well, perhaps in high school, I enjoyed doing community service, serving at church in the nursery and things like that. I was in a club called Key Club, where actually we did a spaghetti fundraiser dinner at Brooksville Methodist, and had so much fun being a little waitress and serving people their spaghetti.
Did you do it for Jericho?
That was actually...
Because we used to do. Oh, okay. We used to do it.
Maybe it was. I was in Key Club, so maybe they were kind of partnered.
We partnered with other clubs first. I don't know.
Yeah, like Kiwanis and all of that. So yeah, and I was also a part of an organization called the College Reach Out Program, and so I was in the program.
Florida State.
I think it is mostly a Florida thing, but it's at a lot of the different universities, community colleges. Yes, yeah. So basically helping, underrepresented groups with tutoring, and we had like recreational activities, went on trips, culture, did like cultural brain bowls. So that was really fun to be in as a participant. Then I came back and served and then worked there. And so I enjoyed being able to help enrich kids and help them with schoolwork and, just social skills and all of that. And then in college, I studied all kinds of things. I took a lot of classes. It was hard to land on one major, but ended up doing like a social sciences degree, studying sociology and social entrepreneurship. And so just to think about that, something that I love about Jericho is that we're like a social enterprise. We're a nonprofit, but and social entrepreneurship was all about like how can you balance business and do business for good. And so I love that we appreciate donations, of course, and that's such a huge source for us, but also how we're able to generate funds to sustain our ministry with the thrift stores. So to be here is a dream. It's so exciting to see the things I was studying over a decade ago. Seeing that come to life in such a real way and in a Christian organization. So
that's really cool. So you just said something there, and this is not an important statement, but You're like over a decade ago.
Yeah.
I was confusing my own age tonight. I was
Really?
like, I think I'm 39, and they were all like 40. I was like,
40.
oh yeah, 40.
It's recent.
Yeah, so like over a decade, yeah, age. Okay, we're all struggling with that. All right, so 10 years. So you get to be a part of that. HR is, you know, it is definitely a support role for what we're doing. But let's talk about, you get to onboard a lot of the individuals coming from our recovery program.
Yes.
What's that like?
Yeah, I love it. It's very exciting. I love to see the excitement of the residents that are in the program, having this opportunity. I've known what it's like to be on Indeed, applying hundreds of jobs, not hearing back, and then to have this opportunity just through coming through the program to know if you do well, you know, when you first get there, and you know, when you're interning and everything, work therapy, then it's almost a guaranteed job if there's a spot. Don't quote me. Not always guaranteed. but yeah. So
there's a good chance.
It's a great chance. Yeah. And so just like having a background in HR related things, just knowing like the hidden job market and how it's just so hard to get a job. But so yeah, just seeing the gratitude that people have for this opportunity, and then seeing it to be a stepping stone. And as we've been saying a lot, and just talking to someone yesterday who now, like, people are getting cars and getting apartments, and it's really exciting because a job is such a huge part of that, you know, meaningfully being able to help serve, but having the financial resources that you need to be able to sustain yourself. So
yeah, I mean,
it's great.
I think even with your education and your background and that social entrepreneurship, like one of the things that I think is really cool is it's like they're helping the residents, they're helping themselves, they've got a job, but then they're actually helping the organization that helped, like they're helping the organization that helped them, and they're creating a path for other people to come in. I think it's a really cool, you know, a really cool process there, and I'll be honest, that's like part of why I got into this. I love that component. So you and I share that in common. I think it's a very important component, not only for the recovery, but just like, I don't know, it's just important because it's a lot of things coming together and making things work. That's really cool. Okay, so you've been there a year. You have experienced a lot of the various events that we do. You have been to graduations. You have interacted with residents. What are some things you learned that you're like, man, I did not anticipate learning. I didn't know that was going to happen.
Wow, that's a good question.
I stumped her.
You've stumped me. Things I've learned. No story is the same. Everyone is coming from such different backgrounds. I know even yesterday hearing Crystal talking about having like a $60,000 a year job and you know, being super successful. You know, like you're hearing, it's such a wide spectrum. You're hearing stories like that. You're hearing, you know, people maybe who like from a young age, from a young age being introduced to drugs and things like that. You're hearing like it being rooted in mental health, being rooted in like domestic violence, like all these different things. So just learning all the different paths that lead to this, knowing that, you know, it could happen to a lot. Like all of us have just seen, you know, the commonalities but also the differences.
Sure, I mean there is. It's both. I think that's exactly it. There are things that we see that are like, okay, these tend to be some things that are in place, and when they're in place, we tend to see this outcome.
Right.
But then you have, even though those tendencies are there, there's a uniqueness about everybody's story that is not as cut and dry as just, hey, everybody's story is the same. That's interesting. Okay, cool. Yeah. When you think about supporting the ministry through the HR, I think it's important for people to understand your focus, your goal is to create the best work experience possible for everybody that works there. And one of the I don't want to call it subset, but one of the sets of those individuals is creating the best work experience for those individuals that have come through a recovery program. When you put things like that into perspective, you know, do you see yourself a part of the recovery side then?
Do I see? In a way, yeah. I think with yeah, that's a very interesting question. I think
so you didn't know I could be this deep.
Yeah,
with
we're
this
going
little
deep.
sleep.
Yeah, like coherent sentences and everything. You're doing great. I would say yes. So like the onboarding aspect of helping them, you know, introduce them into the organization, trying to just being friendly and welcoming and like, you know, welcome. And so that aspect I think is part of it. Helping them to feel, and I noticed that at the beginning maybe of the onboarding, you know, people will be quiet and shy, and then at the end we're joking. I know their life story and everything, and so yeah, so just helping to restore that.
I think it's really
part of it.
Yeah, I think that's part of it. But I think you're definitely part of that recovery process. I think showcasing to every man and woman, this is a legitimate job. We're handling things in a legitimate way.
Yeah.
We, you know, if you have an issue, we handle it in a fashion. If there's a time, you know, you want to take time off, or, you know, helping them see through our practice and modeling like this. If you need to learn how to have these types of interactions. Because if it is a stepping stone, when you have that time, there's going to be, there's going to be a time that they're going to maybe have a different job, and they need to know how to do these things. So I think that's important for you to think about, you know, because the work is so important with the recovery process. You're a part of that with your role.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Yes.
All right. Well. This was good. It was short.
Yeah.
Because I think we got to wrap it up.
Yeah, is it that time?
I think so. That's what I saw. So I'll ask you one more question.
Yeah.
And then I think we'll move on. If there's one thing you would like to share with an individual that is seeking help for a substance abuse issue, what would you share with them?
Seeking help. Join Jericho. I mean, well, first, definitely, like, I would say, yeah, if you can, try to join Jericho. It's a wonderful program. And I would say first.
What if they can't join Jericho?
If they can't,
because I don't want to make it just like a program.
Even I was going to say before that, like, reach out to God, call on God. Amen. And yes, calling him in prayer, you know, because it's like he's the ultimate healer. Like, we get to be his instruments here at Jericho to help with people in that recovery process, but ultimately, he has given us the path to healing and to salvation and just abundant life, you know, on earth and forever. So first call out to him, and he knows your story. He knows where you've been, where you're going to be, and so he will be able to guide you to whatever that next step is, and to whoever here is on the earth to help you to get to that. So.
Good word. Call to God.
Thank you.
That's awesome. So, Claire, we're so grateful to have you. Thanks for coming.
Yes.
Thanks for being a part of this today and supporting us. It means a lot.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, very good. All right. I think we're getting lined up for another interview. Uh-oh. Who let this guy here? How you doing? I'm all right. I'm getting tired. I peaked. I did really good, and then I knew 5, 6 o'clock was going to be rough. That was a hard out. Those are hard times. I got over that hump, got into the daylight, doing a little bit better, but, you know, now it's starting to, I've been in daylight now. I'm just like, okay, I need, you know, here we go. It's fumes. All right, enough about me. Tell everybody who you are.
My name's Thomas Marshall.
Thomas.
Yes.
All right.
I'm currently a resident at the Men's Center.
Yeah. So, if I'm not mistaken, is this go number 2 or 3?
4.
4. Okay. All right. 4. I think that's important for us to talk about. okay? Because some people look at that and they're like, okay, what's going on? Why? What's happening? And I'm like, okay, sure, that's a fair question. But I don't think that departure, coming back, all these things, I think it means failure. I think it means, okay, there's things we got to address, right?
Yeah.
So I'd like to hear your perspective. What do you think that means?
Basically, my perspective is I'll be honest, the first 3 times I came to Jericho, I wasn't ready. I was doing it for other people. I wasn't doing it for all the right reasons, like myself. And now I'm 48 years old, and I'm just tired of living that lifestyle. You know what I mean? And this time around, I'm doing it for me, nobody else.
What does that mean?
Basically,
what does it mean to do it for you and not someone else?
Doing it for me because I realized that I can't live this life anymore. And without family out there now because they disown me because of my addiction, I'm doing that to get that back in my life, you know what I mean? So I'm doing it because I want to do it. Okay. I'm not doing it because they wanted me to do it, you know what I mean?
So that's the separation there. It's you want to do it.
I want to do it.
Okay.
It's time for a change.
Okay. So, I'm assuming, correct me if I'm wrong, if you left Jericho, you relapsed?
Yes.
Every time?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's walk through the relapse. You come to Jericho, you leave the first time. How long, if you can remember, how long was it between using to, hey, I can't do this anymore?
Well, the first time was about a month and a half.
What was the second time?
Second time was about 28, 29 days is when they took me back.
Third time?
The third time was probably about a week I used, and then after I was using for a week before I came back to Jericho this time, I had checked myself into detox. I went to a place called Christian Care Center up in Leesburg.
Yeah.
I did all right there. I transferred from there back to Newport Richey to sober living, and I reached out to Jericho, and they said that they got the okay for me to come back. And
So I think that's the thing that I'm seeing. There's a decrease in the time in the relapse.
Yeah.
That's just like, hear me with grace right here, what I'm going to say. I've had a lot of people tell me, I'm doing it this time for me. I've heard those, and I hope you're right.
Yeah.
You know, so, but I have to take that with a grain of salt, right?
Yeah.
Because, you know, we'll see. But what is not an opinion is we're seeing a decrease in your relapse. That's an important step. Did you know that?
Not really, but
think about it. What does that mean?
It means I'm ready to change.
Well, yeah, because
I'm taking that next step.
You're experiencing sobriety, right?
Yeah.
And then there's something pulling you out, but something is getting you back into a sobriety mode quicker and quicker and quicker because you're learning more and more and more that where you are in that substance abuse cycle is not where you want to be.
No, definitely not.
What is it about that? Like, what you mentioned, I can't remember, you just said it, but I can't remember. How old did you say you're 40 what?
48.
48. What is it? Like, what are you just tired of now? What's it doing?
I'm just tired of being homeless and tired of being an addict, an alcoholic. You know, it's time, like, you know, I'm 48 years old. I've never had a bank account. You know, thank God I've had a driver's license. I've had a vehicle in the past, and that's something I want to get back in life.
Yeah.
I'm just tired of living the addictive lifestyle.
And you're just...
The fun wore out a long time ago. I was doing it just to keep from getting sick and, like...
But when you relapsed and you went back, what was some of the things that was pulling you back in?
What's pulling me back into the addiction was, like, I've been an addict and an alcoholic all my life.
Okay.
So when I left the last time, it's like, you know, what's an alcoholic do if they don't have sobriety? They go to drinking. And then once you fall down that rabbit hole, then you realize that it might take a couple days, might take a couple months, and you realize you don't want that life anymore.
Yeah.
It's degrading.
So for you, it's just like, it's not something necessarily pulling you in. It's just almost like a default. This is what happens.
Yeah.
It's just like, I'm used to it.
Yeah.
If you've been sober for a while and you go back, do you get a high then?
Yeah, no. I mean, you do, but then after you come down from it, you realize, look at everything I just had. And I lost it.
That's a low, isn't it?
You know, number one, it's embarrassing. No, I'm not gonna lie. You guys took me back, and I appreciate you guys. You know, but it was embarrassing to see what you guys had for me, and I blew it all away for drugs and alcohol. Now that's something I want to get back.
Sure.
You know, I appreciate that you guys have been wonderful.
Well,
Without you guys, I'd probably be out there dead or in prison.
Well, you know, I think the key thing is that the time, right? Like, let's see a good chunk of time where we're seeing sobriety.
Yeah.
How much for you is mental health a part of this?
I really don't have any mental health issues. It's just the drugs and the alcohol. Being high and being drunk, you're not in your right state of mind when you're high and drunk. When you get long-term sobriety, then to me, that like I don't have any mental issues. But obviously, when I'm drunk and intoxicated on drugs or alcohol, then yeah, I'm not in my right state of mind.
How old were you when you started?
About 12 alcohol, 13 pot.
How heavy of a pot smoker were you? 13.
What's that?
How heavy of a pot smoker were you when you started?
I started off like a joint here and there, and then I got really heavy. I used to smoke with my parents.
How about the alcohol when you were 12? How heavy did it get?
It was me just stealing beers out of my dad's cabinet or little shots of liquor here and there. And unfortunately, I found out I liked it. And then after a couple months after that, it was like the weekends, and then I started doing it during school.
You started doing it in school?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Did you finish school?
I got my GED. I went back and got that.
Okay. So it's been a battle for a while.
Yeah.
What's the longest you've been sober?
About 4.5 years.
When did that happen?
And that's when I was incarcerated.
What were you incarcerated for? Was it a drug and alcohol charge?
It was like, see, down here in Florida, if you do more than 3 petty thefts, it equals a felony.
Oh.
So I got multiple felonies from that, and I had to do a stint in prison for it.
Wow.
But yeah, it drug, alcohol related.
So, because you're probably still in to keep the habit going, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so I think this is all important information for people to hear, to understand what it's like dealing with, you know, like you talked about, like embarrassment, you know? Like, I'm not trying to here to shame you by no means, but I understand that feeling, like you're embarrassed because you're like, man, I don't want to be here again. I don't want to show this.
Yeah.
So, how long do you have of sobriety right now?
Right now I have 79 days.
79. Are you counting them down?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
What's the purpose of counting them down for you?
Counting them down so I know what I have. I know what to look forward to.
Yeah, your next chip will be when? At 90?
90 days, yeah.
Yeah. It's a 3-month chip.
Yeah.
Very good. I believe every day sober is a victory.
Yeah.
You know? How have you handled your down days since you've been sober this time?
The down days, I try to keep myself motivated, doing positive things, getting to the Bible, do some book work that we're required to do, binder work. Just keep myself positive, stay around positive people.
Yeah. So keep yourself active.
Yeah.
I'm
always looking for something to do.
Do you think you suffer from anxiety at all?
I don't really think so.
Can you be still?
Yeah.
You can? Okay, cool. I don't want to assume anything about you. I just, you know, one of the things I get fearful of, people always need something to do, is that, well, it's kind of hard to always have something to do, and if you need that, or else something bad's going to happen, you know, I want to make sure we're addressing why you feel like you need that.
Yeah.
You know? Okay. What would you tell someone right now that's like, they're getting high right now, and they're just like, I hate it, but they're still doing it? What would you tell them?
What I would tell them is, hey, man, put it down. You know, time for a change. You know, if I could do it, I mean, anybody could do it. If you really want it, you know, it's never too late. It's never too late to put it down.
Yeah.
There's places out there, Jericho for one, there's places out there that'll help you.
Yeah.
Help you stay sober if you really want it.
Yeah, and
there's plenty of help out there.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I appreciate you coming out. I'm excited, and I want you to take away from here, you know, your stint in relapse has got smaller and smaller and smaller these last 4 times. That's a big step. That's a measuring tool that we use. So you keep going.
All right.
Keep going. We love having you, brother.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Thank you again.
Yeah. All right. I see donuts. I could use a donut. I would love a donut right now. If there are, I just want a glazed donut. Is there just a plain glazed? Oh, there's a cake one, even better. All right, thank you. I got a cake. I wanted a cake. Sean, I got a donut.
Might be enough for you to have 2.
Oh, man. You are my friend. I don't know why. I saw those and they sounded so good. So good. Wow. Hey, are you coming on? Hey! I'll do this because I just touched my donut.
That's okay. You should enjoy it.
Yeah. I apologize.
No, you're good.
I'm going to eat my donut from
You
now.
should. Just enjoy the weather.
All right, tell everybody who you are.
Hello, yeah. So my name's Caitlin. I'm a pastor at Fellowship Community Church. I do family ministry, and I've been there for about 6.5 years.
And you have a new last name. New to me
Yes,
last name.
yes.
Can you share that?
Yeah, so I got married back in February, so we're almost 7-8 months, so we're chugging along, so we're getting there. So it's just really crazy how quick time's moved by already.
Yeah, because I'm always asking the staff, like, how long they've been here. So Claire, she's so, yeah. So Claire, I was just like, how long have you been here? She's like, yeah, it's almost a year. I'm like,
Yeah,
what
it's crazy.
in the world?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. So, you know what we're doing?
I do a little bit, but just from, a lot of people will work and attend fellowship.
Yeah, Christine was here earlier.
Oh, where's she? Okay, cool.
Yeah, we were talking about your church. When did you start there? I know you just said it, but I didn't.
Yeah, so I started actually as a resident December or May of 2019.
Okay, so you would have been on staff our first graduation there. Okay, really cool.
Yeah.
Derek was a pastor there.
Yep, Derek was the pastor there.
When did Todd come on?
Oh gosh, so
I know he was on staff.
Yeah, so Todd was there actually I think a year, maybe 2 years before I was. I think he's closer to 8 years. But he became lead pastor 2.5 years ago.
Okay, that's when Derek took the role for
Yes.
the is it Presbyterian or I don't know how they call it.
So he's the district
Yeah.
superintendent. Yep.
Very cool.
Yep.
Okay, great.
So
your church has had a massive involvement with Jericho.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we've had
Why do you think that
graduations.
is?
I think part of it is one of the things that we love about fellowship is just our community partners, like recognizing ministry. Like you guys can't all do it on your own.
Yeah.
We can't do it all on our own. There has to be a partnership. So
Yeah.
it's so awesome that we get to support you guys and love on you guys and do this together.
Yeah, that's cool because one of the things I'm adamant about, we're not a local church.
Yeah.
I make sure it's very clear, not because I have anything against local church, but no, I think we should esteem a local church because it's its own uniquely called thing by God for the ongoing discipleship of his people. So.
And we actually love when you guys bring Jericho to our church on Sunday mornings.
Yeah.
Definitely do tell you guys are there, and it's awesome.
Yeah. I don't know how big our church rotation is now, but I think Sean or somebody was telling me the other day, like, if you stay with us 5 months, you'll go to every church twice on a rotation or something like that. Something.
Yeah.
We have a lot of churches that we go to.
For sure.
Yeah. Okay, so I don't know this about your story. Do you have any personal, either in your life, your family's life, that you're willing or comfortable to share, that dealt with substance abuse, mental health issues, homelessness?
Yeah, so funny enough, I actually grew up in this area, and so it's really, I've seen it kind of transition over the years. This is kind of weird because my mom never really shared much about her history growing up, and so I do know there was a lot of that on her side, but I don't know in detail or much of anything about what all that was.
You just know that's present.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think what we've learned through the years, I've learned some stuff about some family things too in my life, and what we've learned is that some generations ago they just didn't talk about some things, and it was just we kind of.
Well, my mom when as she got older and moved out from her situation and stuff from her parents, she was very committed to saying when I have kids I'm gonna make sure it's the complete opposite of her experience.
Yeah, so she was trying to take what she went through and said, I don't want that to be replicated.
Yeah, for sure.
Good for her.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming you two have a great bond?
Yeah, I'm really close with my mom. We do a lot of things together.
Yeah. So, within the church, and I'm not asking to talk about individuals.
Yeah.
But are you seeing substance abuse? Are you seeing mental health issues?
I think there's definitely layers. I think, man, there's just so many different types, not to label people, but just different needs of people. And so, I think there's definitely a range from, all the way from there to, people who are, going through the motions in their faith. I think there's a whole mixture of all that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think one of the things I'm I'm grateful for, it doesn't make anything easier, but I am grateful that we're getting, specifically with mental health, we are getting better and not just automatically classifying everything as a spiritual issue. And I think it's important for our leaders in churches to articulate, when appropriate, obviously.
Yeah, absolutely.
That, you know, like, hey, there's a time and place if you need help. This isn't necessarily, you're not praying enough kind of an issue. You know, we got some real stuff going on that is, you know, chemistry, this is brain. That,
for sure.
You know, do you feel like your church is seeing that, articulating that?
Yeah, I think, you know, there's been seasons. I think one of the things I really appreciate is our, like when we even preach on Sunday mornings, I think just being willing to be honest about, like, recognizing, like, both sides of it can be true.
Oh, yeah, of course.
And, like, sometimes it really is just, like you just need someone to come alongside you to disciple and encourage, and sometimes it might be spiritual.
Yeah.
So it definitely is a case-to-case, like...
Yeah. You know, what we've seen, we made a decision in 2023, and you've heard me say this before, but we want full recovery for substance. And because all of our, I mean, it was just abundantly clear, like, the substance abuse, the mental health, they're kind of married. And then either they're homeless and it causes that, or this causes a homeless, but sometimes it's hard to figure out which one came first, but regardless of figuring out which one came first,
they're all
right there.
Yeah.
And so far, everybody that I've talked to that has experienced homelessness, that's when we talk, there's some layer of both, and so it's a challenging thing. What could we, as an organization, what could we do to be a better service to our local church?
That's a really good question. I just think just continuing that communication piece, like. I think it's really easy to just like silo both of the ministries, when in reality, like, we're trying to do the same thing. We need to work together. And so, like, just having you guys as present as you are in the churches and just continuing to create space for us to be able to talk about it.
Speaking of, there's another employee, member of your church, Brian.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe Kelly can answer this. How many churches has Brian went to this year? If you don't know that, can you find that answer? All right.
He definitely told me he was speaking at 2 churches this weekend, let alone. So I'm sure it's that is probably a lot.
So, no, but I appreciate that piece. Like, we have to keep that communication. Excuse me, there's my donut. We got to keep that communication going. Okay. Do you find in your role, do you find that I mean, no one's perfect. No organization, no church, no one's perfect. Do you find that there is a decent, and I mean that specifically, a decent synergy amongst nonprofits, faith-based nonprofits, local churches? You think we're going in the right direction, or do you think we got a long ways to go?
I think so. I mean, so it's really cool. You know what? Funny enough, later today I'm going to do, our church is doing a 24-hour prayer.
Oh, wow.
And so one of the things we pray about is our community partners, and it is so cool and encouraging. There are, I think, like 11 different organizations or groups that are doing ministry outside of what FCC does, and so it's just really encouraging to see, like, just my church alone connecting with other organizations. I know other churches are as well. So I do think there is a step in the right direction. I still think there's a lot of work that we still have to do. But yeah, I do think we're going in the right.
You guys have hosted, the last one I think I went to, the HCMA.
Yeah.
Which I find encouraging to see.
Oh, yeah.
We're seeing some synergy there. One thing that I've been encouraged by is I don't see a lot of ego. I don't see a lot of, like...
I think it's really cool and really healthy that, like, it's not about a specific denomination or a church leader, but really just the Church of Hernando County.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's awesome.
I do too. I've been very encouraged to, meet so many people in our community who genuinely, in the faith community in specific, who genuinely care about other people.
Oh, absolutely.
And genuinely want to see, as a whole, the unity of the church. Okay, 68 churches.
That is a lot. That's awesome.
Calendar year.
That's so awesome.
And I know what month we're in. We're in October.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm getting there. Okay, so let's do some math. That's sick. Okay. I'm not even going to give him credit. I'm not even going to give him credit for October yet. So 9.
9 months, yeah.
So let's do 9. 9 times 7, 63.
Yeah.
Carry the 5. 5, 45. So 7.5 repeating.
Yeah.
All right, there we go.
That is so impressive that you just did math, and I've had way more sleep than you, and I don't think I could have sat here and do that.
So I don't know. I have a weird, like, that kind of math. It's not. I don't know. I've always been that way. Like, my weird talent. If anybody ever asks, "What's your weird talent?" I can count by numbers really quickly.
Really?
So yeah.
Yeah. Fun fact. Fun fact.
Yeah, it's weird. So you have a member of your church who's on staff with us.
Yeah.
That is connected to 60. What'd she say? 60 something.
Yeah,
68. I mean,
awesome.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
Because obviously, I don't know if you know this, but I encourage Brian. I don't know what it's called in your denomination. I don't know if it's ordination.
He is pursuing ordination.
I encourage him for that.
Yeah,
Like, hey,
yeah.
go for that, man. I think it'd be great.
Yeah.
So I think it's just really encouraging that we have someone from your body who is really passionate about the local body, passionate about Jericho, that's also, willing to go to these other places and not for a selfish reason.
Yeah. Got to be more of that bridge.
Yeah, it's really cool. So this is a question I've been asking a lot of people in one form or fashion, so I'm going to ask you. If you knew someone right now, I'm going to change yours a little bit. I just changed it in my mind.
Okay.
All right, you have someone in your church right now who they're really going through it substance-wise, but they're functional, meaning they're still working.
Yeah.
They're kind of holding things down, but they know that their substance use is getting out of control.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of shame. They're feeling it, and they don't know how to open up about that because, they're feeling shame. I think it's the best way to say it. What would you tell them?
Yeah.
If you could have a conversation there.
Yeah, I think the beauty of when we look at Jesus's ministry is he doesn't see people's sin; he just sees the person. And I think a lot of anytime you even talk about discipleship, like there always has to be some sort of like relational connection. And so like I just speaking that truth, like regardless of the thing that they're trying to go through at the moment, like we still see you, we still value you, like you're still.
Because I think that shame wants to pull you away from that, right?
It really does. And I think the enemy wants to give these half truths and like kind of like twist it a little bit, but the reality is like they're still a person who is in the image of God, who is loved. And so trying to help them step into that truth, then like being able to come alongside to actually do the process of helping them in the.
Because I think one of the conversations as we wrap up here, if I try not to have the last word, but maybe I'll have it here. I think one of the things we got to do in the church, and I'm not talking your church, I'm just talking church in general, capital C church. We've got to start understanding that there are many believers right now who are dealing with substance abuse issues.
Absolutely, yeah.
And we have to. I'm not saying back off of, hey, this is wrong, but I am saying we need to figure out a way forward to have that conversation.
Yeah.
Because I don't want that shame to actually push them further than it needs to push them.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much.
Hey, absolutely. Thank you so much.
This was awesome. So glad you came out.
Of course.
And appreciate you.
Yeah, I'm glad you got to have a donut.
I know. I was pretty happy. That was really good. All right. It is 10 o'clock. We are steamrolling right through this. We are we are 5 hours away. We're going to be going to a big video, a national feed video, as soon as it's available. So I'm going to just kind of talk for a moment until then. We're very grateful for Fellowship Community. I'll just give a little spill. They're a great church located on Spring Hill Drive, really close to Four Corners. If you are going south on Mariner and you get to Spring Hill Drive, you take a left, and they are the first church there on the right. They usually, about this time, will start having pumpkins for sale in their front yard, and they have a large cell phone tower right there. But yeah, it's a great church. Highly recommend them. Pastor Todd, he's awesome. Just very grateful for the church. And so we're going to go to this national feed, but while we're waiting, we got some questions. All right, here we go. What is a story from a resident that captures what Jericho is all about? Okay, I'm going to tell an old one. Robert, I'll say his name. I hope I can say his name. Robert Broussard. Brian's here. Brian, I know him live. Robert, no, you don't have to go. You can just stay there. Robert Broussard, amazing man. Robert Broussard. Yeah. All right, yeah. All right, we going to the video? Okay. So Robert Bastard captures that. We walked with Robert for a long time, and in substance, mental health, all these issues. I remember I got a picture not too long ago of him married with his kid, and just to see where he's at, where he came from, how he's living a quality life. I told him he would become Face of Jericho for a while, and he did. For a long time, every picture that we published was a picture of Robert Bastard. So that's my success story, or a resident that captures, because I just remember.
Salute you and your team for all that you're doing through a 24-hour event like this is not easy to pull off. So congratulations on what has gone very well so far, and hopefully that it'll finish just as excellent as it's been to this point.
Yeah, hope so. Hope so too. Well, know that you've been in your role for about the last 6 or 7 months, and we got to meet each other just really recently after you came into that position. And it'd be great, I think, for some of our folks in Citygate Network to hear a little bit about your background and how you kind of got into your position, and maybe a little bit about what you hope in serving in that role as you stepped in for Ken Hotterdam.
Sure. Well, I was more or less born into the Salvation Army. My parents were Salvation Army officers, and my wife's parents were also Salvation Army officers, so we both grew up being a part of the Salvation Army's ministry, primarily in the Midwest. I was born in Kansas, she was born in Nebraska, that our parents were always in the Midwest region of the country, and then since we've been Salvation Army officers, that we have served primarily in the Midwest, but then have had the opportunity to expand our vision over the last few years. That we started out as, when we became Salvation Army officers ourselves, which was 41 years ago now, that we had the opportunity to serve in 3 different communities, one in Minnesota, one in Illinois, and one in Kansas, as our, what we would term core officers, which would be the pastor of the local congregation. Salute you and your team for all that you're doing through a 24-hour event like this. Is not easy to pull off, so congratulations on what developed in that area. And then after that, hopefully that it'll serve as multiple, what we call divisional headquarters, which would usually serve 1 to 2 states and regions. And then also on our territorial headquarters in the Chicago area that oversees
to meet each other just
states.
really recently.
Then we had one previous opportunity to be here at
it'd be great,
our national
for some of our folks in Citygate Network to hear a little bit about your background and how you kind of got into this position, and maybe a little bit about what you hope in serving in that role as you stepped in for Ken Hotterdam.
First 2.5 weeks, I was more or less born into the Salvation Army. My parents were Salvation Army officers, and then my wife's parents were also Salvation Army officers, so we both grew up being a part of the Salvation Army ministry, primarily in the Midwest. I was born in Kansas, she was born in Nebraska. Our parents were always in the Midwest region of the country, and I've had then, since we've been Salvation Army officers, that we have served primarily in the Midwest, but then have had the opportunity to expand our vision over the last few years. And then the last 4 we started out as back to when we became Salvation Army officers ourselves, which was 41 years ago now, that we had the opportunity to serve in 3 different communities, one in Minnesota, one in Illinois, and one in Kansas, as our everything we would term core officers, Panama, and the pastor of the local congregation. Salute you and your team for all that you're doing through a 24-hour event like this. That's easy to pull off, so congratulations on what developed in that area. And then after that, hopefully it'll serve as multiple, what we call divisional headquarters, which would usually serve 1 to 2 states and regions. And then also on our territorial headquarters in the Chicago area that oversees 11 federal states. Then we have one previous opportunity to be here at
it'd be great
our national
for
headquarters
some of our
in
folks in
Alexandria,
Citygate Network
Virginia,
to hear a little bit about your background
before we were then
how
to
you
be
kind of got
on
into
the staff of our
and
international
maybe
headquarters.
a little bit about what you hope knowing
we
serving in
spent
that
5 years in
you stepped in for kind of the programs.
First 2.5 I was more or less born into the Salvation Army. My parents were Salvation Army officers, and then my wife's parents were also Salvation Army officers. So we both grew up being a part of the Salvation Army ministry, primarily in the Midwest. I was born in Kansas, she was born in Nebraska. My parents were always in the Midwest region of the country. I've had some sisters and Salvation Army officers. We have served primarily in the Midwest, but we have had the opportunity to expand our vision over the last few years. And then the last we started out as we became Salvation Army officers ourselves 41 years ago now. And now we had the opportunity to serve as different communities, one in Minnesota, one in Illinois, and one in Kansas. And so everything we would from all four officers had to be the pastor of the congregation. And receiving the knowledge to doing those things. And 24 hours, like we have congratulations on developing that area. And then after that, we have served as multiple really small positions in Puerto Rico. Usually serve 1 to 2 states, one region. And then also on our territory for the last 6 or 7 months. Overseas, really have one position. And to be great, actually, there were some of our folks in City Gate Network to hear a little bit about your background or knowing that serving in that role years and you stepped in for first 2.5 I was more or less born into the Salvation Army. My parents were Salvation Army officers, and then my wife's parents were also Salvation Army officers. So both years being a part of the Salvation Army ministry, primarily in the Midwest. I was born in Kansas, she was born in Nebraska. My parents were all in the Midwest region of the country. I had some sisters and Salvation Army officers. We have served primarily in the Midwest, but we have had the opportunity to expand our vision over the last few years. And then the last we started out as we became Salvation Army officers ourselves 41 years ago now. And now we had the opportunity to serve as different communities, one in Minnesota, one in Illinois, and one in Kansas. And so everything from all four officers had to be the pastor of the congregation. And so knowledge to do those things. And 24 hours, like we have congratulations on developing that area. And then after that, we have served as multiple really small positions in Puerto Rico. Usually serve 1 to 2 states, one region. And also for the last 6 or 7 months, we have one and to be great, actually, there were some of us in City Gate Network to hear a little bit about your background or them that information, a little bit about what you're serving in that role years and you stepped in for first 2.5 I was more or less born into the Salvation Army. My parents were Salvation Army officers, and then my wife's parents were also Salvation Army officers. So both years being a part of the Salvation Army ministry, primarily in the Midwest. I was born in Kansas, she was born in Nebraska. My parents were all in the Midwest region of the country. I had some sisters and Salvation Army officers. We have served primarily in the Midwest, but we have had the opportunity to expand our vision over the last 2 years. And then the last we started out as we became Salvation Army officers ourselves 41 years ago now. And now we had the opportunity to serve as different communities, one in Minnesota, one in Illinois, and one in Kansas. And so everything from all four officers had to be the pastor of the congregation. And so knowledge to do those things. And 24 hours, like we have congratulations developing that area. And then after that, we have served multiple really small positions in Puerto Rico. Usually serve 1 to 2 states, one region. And also for the last 6 or 7
All right, welcome back. We are glad to be here, and I always like to do this time update, 10:15. So your time is running out if you want to come down here. We only have a lot of time left. 4 hours and 45 minutes. All right, so we are ready for our next interview, and we're excited to bring this wonderful man up. All right, and your name is Jeremy, correct?
Correct. Thanks for having me.
Oh yeah, you're the donut man. That's what the sign said.
The donut man.
Yeah. All right, so Jeremy, tell us who you are, what you do.
Yeah, local pastor. I came to Brooksville to be a part of the Wesleyan Church.
Okay.
Knew Caitlin pretty well, a former guest up here, and I'm now a part of Brooksville Methodist here. Just helping out, volunteering with men's ministry, kids ministry, youth ministry. I also participate in the local FCA, which is Fellowship of Christian Athletes. Part of an organization around town called Merge Ministries, where our mission is to, kind of be that church without walls. So we provide youth experiences, once a quarter for all local youth in the church areas. And then just try to help out at my kids' school. I got 4 kids who go to Hernando Christian Academy, and being able to kind of do some chapels up there, and had an opportunity to coach football, coach baseball, and just be present in a lot of kids' lives, not only my own children, but the local youth as well. So
yeah, wow. So you're kind of busy.
I stay a little bit busy, yeah.
What's going on? So, your primary, of all the things you said right there, what is your primary, like if you were to say, and I'm not trying to make you say like, my kids are primary.
Pick my favorite?
No. Like what's the one you probably spend the most time at right now?
Right now would definitely be the volunteering here at the church.
Okay.
Really pouring my heart and soul into the doors that God has opened up here. We kicked off quite a bit of activity here in the church in the month of September. So that's really when things started ramping up, and we do things on different days, which has a nice schedule to it, where it's actually helped structure my life better, because I know I have a youth coming up on a Sunday, I have kids coming up on Wednesday, we got a men's breakfast coming up, the last Saturday of every month. So that structuring has really kind of helped format my life in a way that I think I need personally.
Oh, okay.
So
yeah, good. So you spend a lot of time with the church.
I do.
Well, let me ask you then, from that lens, are you identifying individuals that are attending, visiting, maybe even members, that are struggling with substance abuse or mental health?
For sure. One of the things that we are blessed to do here at this church is we do have weekly gatherings of NA and AA, which
by chance, do you know if you had one last night?
I don't believe we have them. I believe they're Sunday evenings here at the church. And that's actually been really cool. Yeah. Not only do I encourage that, I think the church needs to be the home for that. For those types of meetings. What better place for us, and what better purpose for us to be here for that? But for me personally, it's more identifying the need in my personal life. Coming from the life that I grew up, which the short version, the brief version is, I grew up and my mother was an addict.
Okay.
And having gone through that, I keep seeing these moments and these instances where God has kind of put me in the right place to be able to speak a word of encouragement where it's needed. And it's not necessarily great relationship, or deep relationship with people, but it's just kind of being in that right spot to be able to speak that one word of encouragement for a moment.
So you grew up in that?
I did.
Was your dad present?
My father wasn't present. As you can imagine, I grew up in upstate New York, and my mother was addicted to crack cocaine my entire life. She would still say she's an addict, and I would be
Were you born addicted?
I was not, no.
Praise the Lord.
Yeah, so never had to personally navigate that. Because of the way I grew up, I never got into drugs, thankfully, as well. Never got into alcohol.
Who raised you?
That's a funny story, actually. The gentleman's name we'd call him Uncle Fred, but he was actually my mother's cousin's ex-husband.
Okay.
There was a moment in time I was bouncing around couch to couch in a period of homelessness.
Yeah.
And I say homelessness because I had a vision of what homelessness looks like, but my reality was a little bit different than what that vision was. So it took me a while to really identify with that and realize that this is part of my part of my experience. And then there was Uncle Fred came along, and I've since picked his brain. And why would you take me in? As you can imagine, growing up that way, I wasn't an easy person for him to live with or love on, and so he said I knew I could do something to help, so I decided to help. And so he took me in when I was 14 years old. Before that, my grandmother raised me until she was diagnosed with cancer and passed away.
My goodness.
Yeah. So
you've been through it
a little bit. There's a book there somewhere.
How did you make it out? How did you make it out and not, be strung out or chasing something?
Well, I wasn't the best of a person when I was younger, for sure. But I like to say I learned a lot of the wrong way to do life. And by the grace of God, I chose not to do wrong. And that's very different than choosing to do right, which is what I think I learned to do a little bit later on in life.
I like that distinction.
Yeah. I realized what not to do, and so I avoided doing those things. I didn't know Christ when I was younger. My faith came to me much later on in life when I was 30. I'm 38 years old now. So But I'd like to tell people now, especially kids, a lot of my ministry is working with youth and kids. And I like to remind people that we can invite Christ into our life, but he doesn't need our permission to be there.
Amen.
So I think he there was a lot of provision all guiding throughout my life. There's numerous times over where I probably shouldn't be sitting here right now, but
grace of God.
Yeah, grace of God. He delivered me through it anyway. So.
How awesome, man! I feel so privileged to hear your story right now. How cool!
Snippet, yeah. I appreciate that.
Like
Thank
you brought me donuts, and not just me. You brought a bunch of people donuts, and that was cool. And and now, no, but on serious, man, just to hear that, like I can sense I don't know, sense the right word, but just a real authenticity there. That's really cool.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
So praise God, man, that you because I hired a guy one time that his parents went through it, and the same thing, like, how'd you make it out? And it was his grandma, really, and so, but at the end of the day, it's the grace of God.
It's ultimately, right?
Yeah, it has to be.
Putting those people in the right spot, the right time for your life. And
like the whole what did you say his name was?
Uncle Fred.
Like, the ex-husband of a cousin. I mean, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, dude, come on.
This is a gentleman. Before we had the conversation for him to invite me into his home and to live with him.
Yeah.
I maybe had 10 conversations with this man in my life.
Are you serious?
Yeah. It was a very distant relationship.
So God just said, "Yo, buddy,
yep,
we're rolling here."
You guys go to search him up. You might not find him. He might be an angel. Who knows, right? I don't know. But no, he had 2 boys that were around my age. One that was my exact age, and then he has an older son. He was living in a house with the 3 of them. I have an identical twin brother, and
how's he doing?
My twin brother, he's good. He's a pretty amazing person to speak of. One of my biggest prayers, and I'm waiting to be answered, is I want to see him discover his faith. He's not yet a believer.
How many siblings did you have? Or do you have?
Ooh, that's a question. My mother has 4 children with 3 different men, so I have a lot of half siblings. My father has 11 children with 9 different women.
Okay.
So
you have a lot of half.
A lot of half siblings, yes.
Okay.
The only true blood full sibling I have is my identical twin brother.
Okay, so like your experience in just so many different ways here has been an experience of, I hate to say it this way, but you probably, like you said, you might, probably shouldn't be sitting here.
I really shouldn't be in more ways than one.
I hate to say that because that sounds so flippant to your existence, but my point is like history, data, statistics. Yeah. If we weren't looking at you as a person, we're just looking at you as a subset of data points on the chart, I'd be like, yeah, he's probably, he'll probably make it here.
And that you're not wrong. As I was growing up, even people around me that were closest to me.
So God's got a calling on your life.
You would say that, yeah. And it's not to end up dead or in jail, which is what most people would have believed I should.
Where's your calling?
I'm currently on the ministerial track to become ordained.
Wow. So you want to serve people?
Servant's heart is definitely a huge part of who I am now.
You get, for lack of better terms, you get rescued out of this. Yeah. And you don't take this. You flip 21.
Yep.
On blackjack, right?
Yep.
And then instead of cashing in and making a big old paycheck, you said, you know what? I'm going to take this hand. I'm going to give it back to God and go serve people. Praise the Lord, brother.
My life is the living testimony of Galatians 2:20, right? It's no longer I who live, but Christ who lives in me. With all the times I should have been dead, the only time that mattered that I did die was when I died to myself. And so when people ask why I can bring donuts, why I can serve in ministry, why I can help out with the youth, it's not at all what Jeremy wants to do. It's what Christ would want Jeremy to do. So when someone asks me to do something, I don't consider whether or not I'm going to do something. Whether it's what I want to do, I consider, is this what God has put in front of me? And if that's what He's put in front of me.
All right, don't leave.
Amen. No problem.
All right. I gotta wrap it up.
Yeah.
I gotta wrap it up a minute ago, but Dude, you really impressed me.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Wow. True. Thank you.
And I do just want to say, I mean, you're the one that's sitting out here on a bench for 24 hours trying to reach the
I got it
community.
easy. The people back, like, she's got it hard. That girl back there's got it hard. That dude's got it really hard.
Yeah.
Because he's just got to wait around for me to be like, I need a break. And he's like, okay. See, there he is.
You guys are the impressive ones.
I know. I mean, mine's hard, but I think theirs is harder.
Yeah, for sure. And
so,
to be fair, they don't have interesting conversations.
I know.
Right? Yeah. So.
Maybe they're playing games on their phone though.
That's true. Yeah, we can't really do that.
I can't. Well,
I
brother,
appreciate
thank
the
you
time.
so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, man. Stay around for a minute. I like chatting with you.
We'll
more.
do.
Yeah. All right, that was a great one. I hope everybody felt as encouraged as I did. Man, just the presence of service was right there. Very, very, very tangible. All right, we are ready, right? One of my favorite humans on this planet. I'm gonna give you a hug again.
Hey, Pastor.
Candace. Love you so much. We have Candace with us, Candace Eccles. Well, you get to tell who you are. I think it'd be better you tell.
Oh, okay. I'm Candace Eccles. I'm an assistant state attorney. I work in the office of Bill Gladson, and I get to do the drug courts, mental health courts, veterans court, juvenile, and then I cover the Baker Acts for our county. So.
And is it okay if I say you're also on the board of Jericho?
Yes.
Yeah. You were on the board that brought me here, so you predate me at Jericho. I don't think by too much though, correct?
2018.
Okay, so I came on 2018 August, so we're pretty close there. Okay. With your role in our county and seeing, because you get to see, like we didn't get to, Katie was not feeling well, so we didn't get to have that conversation. So I had to speak about drug court without her being here. But you get to see the legal side.
Right.
And you have a great legal mind, but you also have a servant's heart for these individuals. Mm-hmm. Man, talk us through how God has kind of put all that together for you to serve, but to also, uphold the law.
Well, if people apply with it through their attorney and they qualify, there's certain parameters for what types of charges or what their potential sentence that they could possibly be looking at. If it meets the criteria that's been set up through our office and the program, then they can, and they want that help, they can apply to the drug court program. And if they participate in that, if we have victim approval, they have to pay restitution. There are a lot of things involved. But if they successfully complete the case, their charges can be dismissed. Or if it's a violation of probation, their violation can be dismissed. So it provides the opportunity for people to get that help that really want it.
Okay, so this is the part I don't understand, and I didn't know how to explain it earlier. If, let's say, someone is accepted into drug court, is that the right term, accepted?
Well, they apply.
They apply.
And they go through a screening process. They go through an evaluation, and they meet with the team and determine if they're amenable to services. And then they plea into the program.
Plea into, okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's the more...
actually placed in our county. Some of the counties run their drug courts differently, but ours, you're placed on probation during that time.
That I didn't know. Is it a circuit court? Or is this for the circuit?
It runs. We have a circuit court judge that runs a program.
The circuit court. Okay. Okay. So, if someone applies, and as the screening process happens, and they're accepted,
mm-hmm.
if this is the part I think I said correctly, but I want to make sure. If they get through everything correctly, I do know that those charges are absconded. Is that correct term?
No.
No. Okay.
Basically, that their plea would be withdrawn, and then the charges would be dropped.
The charges dropped. Okay.
Or a violation of probation
is dropped.
The violation would be dropped. They may still have the charges that they originally had prior to coming in the program.
Okay, but if somebody doesn't do well, and I know we don't want to talk about that, the charges come back in, right?
The charges are still there, and
so they've never left until they
never
finish.
left until they finish,
okay.
And therefore they would have violated their probation and would be now sentenced accordingly.
And we call this a problem-solving court.
Right. They call it problem-solving court, treatment court. They have different phrases.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but one of the reasons that we have this is we're trying to figure out ways to rehabilitate people without necessarily being in jail. Is that a fair way of saying it?
It's a way to provide that treatment for those people that are willing to go through that process, and it's not an easy
That's what I was
process.
going to get to. It is tough.
But if they, rather than a person just choosing, and sometimes they do, I'd rather do my jail time and be done, or do my prison time and be done, or regular probation. They don't want all those services, but those who do come into the program and
because I think that's something that people understand. This is not just a get out of jail free card. There's a lot you have to do. Not only provide the drug screenings, there are certain classes you've got to attend, groups you've got to attend, meetings with your probation officer, and there's probably other things that I'm missing. And maybe there are specific things to judge orders.
Right.
Okay.
And there's certain charges that require certain things they have to do. Some people coming in on a violation of probation may have other classes or fees or other things they have to be responsible for. But again, victims have to approve this. Even if law enforcement's the victim, they have the right to approve a person coming in. So
victims have to approve this as well.
Victim has to be in agreement or doesn't oppose it to be able to go through the program.
Wow. Okay, I didn't know that element. So this really is a community in essence coming together to say we're going to give this person an opportunity. So be it that they want to take this chance. Chance maybe not the right word, but they want to take this opportunity, and it's really an accountability set for them to really get off of this substance or substances.
And what I talk about is it creates the environment for change. The accountability is there. If you fail to comply with the conditions, there can be sanctions, but there's also incentives. So there's a system of sanctions and incentives throughout the program to help people make those changes. It's a change in thinking, right? A change in behavior, a change sometimes in persons,
places
and things.
I think it is such a real solutions-based opportunity because it's not a get out of jail free card. There's a lot of responsibility. There are a lot of things that have to happen. But in doing all that with that accountability, there's a lot of opportunity for change to happen.
And some people are ready for the change the minute they come in. And some have to, what I call, start investing in their own recovery a certain way into the program. Once some of them are letting go of the substances or letting go of making some of those healthy, wise choices, they're involved in counseling. So a lot of times working through trauma and other things that have brought them into the system. But as they're working through that, then maybe they might have thought they were coming in for a get out of jail free card, but then they start to recognize, and it's beautiful when that transition happens and people start to want to make those changes. And then of course, remember, I'm looking at it as a prosecutor as well. We're talking about public safety.
Yes.
People making these choices for long-term change. So.
Yes, because I think that's an important component of this. You're coming from that prosecution angle. And so I have been a part of the I don't know if they call them graduation ceremonies. I can't remember.
Right, graduation.
Okay. I've been a part of them where I've seen the charges dropped. You're going to be a part of that as well, right? It's a really cool part. But I just think it's really important for people to understand. And I want to say it again. This is not a get out of jail free card. There's a lot that has to happen. Now, let's switch gears for just a second, because you're on the board of Jericho.
Right.
And you have helped us create this partnership because you saw, hey, there are individuals that are coming into drug court that need a residence, and you came to me and saying, hey, is this something that we could do? What was your vision there?
Well, what began to happen, and it is an ongoing problem in the program, is that homelessness, as we know, is an issue, particularly in our county. And individuals that had no safe residence to go to weren't able to participate in the program. And so
that's a requirement. Okay.
To be able to have a place to live and reside, because there are meetings and appointments and a lot of things that have to happen. And so I saw people that really wanted the help, but unfortunately, because they couldn't have the residence, couldn't do it. So at the time, the focus at Jericho at that time was, about homelessness. I reached out and said, look, what can we do? I know it's a hassle in that there are appointments and places to go and things to do, and it requires a commitment from the program. But in putting you together with the, at the time, director, what can we do to make this work?
Yeah.
So.
And even like you made a point like the focus of homelessness, even the focus of substance abuse, we see it the same way. And so I don't know, I'd be curious. I don't know if we used to be able to check real easy, and I don't think we could find this right now, but we have kept track of how many drug court individuals we had. I'd be curious if we get that number up here, but I think you might be shocked how many people we've had now since that conversation, because your vision really helped me see, and then Todd being our first resident, helped have you had the vision, then we had a person, and I got to see it, and then it's been a great partnership because, there's been quite a few individuals now.
And remember, we also have co-occurring issues.
Sure.
Sometimes there is the substance use disorder, but there's also sometimes a mental health component going along with it. And so what the programs are designed to do is create this opportunity for people to get those kind of services and help and have a safe place.
Yeah.
What's great about Jericho is what I call the wraparound. In other words, they've got support through the Jericho community, not only staff, but in particular the other residents, to help them be successful. They're not doing it alone.
Yeah, and we've had great support from the judge. He's come to graduations. He's seen what we do. I think this is an accurate statement. There's even been times, because of the classes they've seen that we offer, that they've abridged some stuff for certain individuals and certain things because, they're out of respect. And I don't know. I love the partnership. It's going to be something we keep. I'm just so grateful.
Well, I think I want to interject because you just paused there. What I would say is the classes or the things that Jericho is offering, the reason they're, quote, given credit or allowed to do it is because it's meeting that same criteria. It's just maybe from a faith-based standpoint, but if that's the way a person wants to do recovery, that's part of their journey.
And I think that's also the important thing about a very important part about drug court is there is that freedom, and they've been they know we're faith-based. That's not been an issue. We're really there for the individual, and if that's what they want, then drug court has been phenomenal in saying, okay, let's go with it.
And the individual, there are a couple other options in the community, so a person can choose whether that's they want to enter into the Jericho program or not. But what I find is that whether it's Jericho or some other place, if they're sometimes getting that extra help, they seem to be able to move through the program very well, because there's a safe place where other people aren't using. There's a safe environment where people are being encouraged to do the hard work, and sometimes people in their homes or other places don't always have that. So that's a beautiful thing about what happens.
We have a strict we have a strict, but I wouldn't say overly strict, because that's also a conversation you and I have had about certain things, but we have an environment it's conducive for the accountability, which I think is important. But one of the things that we've had to do is a change that we've had to make, and it's not just because of drug court, but people to have access to their phones a lot sooner, because there are certain times that they're getting called that they need to go present a test or something come up, and so to create them to be able to do that, we had to make that change. But that's been a good thing. All right, so do you, with your role right now, I'm just kind of out loud brainstorming here for a moment, do you see another court, or do you see another avenue that maybe with our focus of substance abuse, is there something else that maybe we could get involved with?
I don't think that that a person necessarily has to go through drug court to go to Jericho and take advantage of the program that's happening. There may be other people on the regular dockets that it may not be, quote, court ordered, but it's something that they are choosing. I'm taking supervision in the community. I need those resources and support, and even though I don't need to enter the drug court program because maybe I'm not high risk, high need, which is very often what we're taking in that program, I am somebody that wants this support community. I want to be a part of what's happening. And so anybody in those courts can agree whether they have a substance use disorder diagnosis, or they may have a mental health diagnosis but still have an issue with substances, they can come into the program.
Yeah. Well, and I think what's also really encouraging about you as a board member, as a person, is not only have you served on the board, not only have you advocated from your position, but you've also put in the the hours and taught our residents. Tell us what that's been like for you.
You mean in the volunteering?
Yeah.
Okay. I do want to say one thing, which is the lies sometimes that we have to confront in dealing with any of this, and that is that I can't change.
Yeah.
Last night, volunteering, going with my husband, we go once a week to the ladies, once a month to the men, and then that's in my private life, separate from the office.
Sure, different capacity.
Right, different role. But in that role, just as a volunteer, and not even as a board member, hearing the heart of residents that say, I didn't think change was possible. I thought I was always going to be this way. I thought I was the only one that felt this way. When you hear that, you recognize that, and of course, this is my personal belief, but through Jesus Christ, there can be this change. And I've seen it, but I've also seen in the secular realm, in the right events, in my professional capacity, when people start working the program, what can happen.
Yeah.
But yeah, as a volunteer, seeing women in particular, because I'm seeing them every week, watching what happens when they're really immersed in this community and how the change happens. And it can't be explained by one person.
No.
It can't be explained because we have a couple of rules. It can't be explained because we have a couple of classes.
Yeah.
It is a holistic approach when a person decides they're ready for that change.
I think for me, and you know, I know hearing a compliment right now is probably not what you're desiring, but I think what's so meaningful to me is you show up at every level for individuals. You show up at a personal level and a professional level. And to me, that means so much because you're all in to help people. And I just really appreciate that. And like you and
and I want to say this. We've actually had one or two of the individuals that have come that were sentenced out of drug court in the past. So I've actually seen people come back years later, and they recognized that there were rules and that they had violated those rules or had violated the program, and there had to be accountability and consequences according to the state of Florida.
Yeah.
And to understand that's not something personal, and it's
Of
not
course,
something
but
that I did.
You got to
but
do
it's-
it, yeah.
But that's something that there is that piece, and sometimes that's important to recognize that we do want people to get help, but that's why I said victims have to approve. There are people that have been harmed by substance use disorder or untreated mental health where people are acting on that, and so there does need to be that. There sometimes have to be consequences and accountability for that, and to keep our community safe.
Yeah, because you got a duty on both sides there. It's not. Yeah, I think that's important. All right, last topic, and then we'll wrap it up here. At the end of this month, you and I are going to Baltimore. Mm-hmm. I'm excited about that. We have me, you, Amanda's going, Sean's going. There's a couple people going. I think we have 6 going. Yeah, we got 6 people going. I can't remember all. Anyway, Leslie, she's coming in now. I think it's going to be an exciting time. We're going to go to Helping Up Mission, and we're going to see Johns Hopkins. I don't know if I've sent this to you, but we got an itinerary now.
Okay.
And it's jam-packed. There's going to be a lot. So I'm really looking forward to that, to be on that type of trip, because I loved it. You and I've had some lengthy conversations, and you give me a perspective that is really good. So I'm very curious to hear you in a setting like that, to hear how you interpret some of that, because I'm looking forward to that insight. So
I think it's important to know these conversations are happening, as we know, on a national level.
Yeah.
I mean, in going to the National Drug Court Conference, several places over the years throughout different places in the nation that's held each year, and hearing what experts are saying in these areas, taking all that and coming back to recognize what works in helping people in their recovery journey.
Yeah, because that was the thing I was going to get to. You spend a lot of time in training. You do a lot of training because, again, I think that showcases your full commitment to these individuals. Well, Candace, I've been asking a lot of people this. This is a little bit more of the heartstring question, but I'd like to end on this one. If you had someone right now that was asking you, hey, I'm really going through it. I am really struggling right now. Is there any hope you could give me? What would you tell someone? They're really going through substance abuse disorder. They're really struggling right now. What would you tell them?
Well, I would say in my professional capacity and personal that you don't have to do this alone. There are resources. Connect yourself. Look out for where that's happening. in my personal life, of course, I believe that relationship with Jesus Christ is what that hope is based on, and that is, and partnering with a faith-based community sometimes provides that support. But it's each person, has to figure out in their journey what's gonna help them.
Yeah.
But I do believe watching individuals understand that hope and act on that hope is the most beautiful thing you can ever see.
It is. That's great advice. Thank you so much, Candace.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
So much appreciate it. I hope you have a wonderful
Yes,
day.
sir. Take care.
All right. Here we go. Okay. We are rolling. Okay. That was a great interview with a great friend, great board member. So excited that she could join us. Looking forward to our trip in Baltimore. We got 6 of us going. We're going to be going for nearly a week for a lot of training, so it's going to be really exciting. So looking forward to not only what we can glean, but what we can bring back. All right, we've got another interview, and we are ready for this next interview. All right, welcome to your bench, man.
Thanks, sir.
And we've been saying the bench, but if you got a bench, I got a bench. You got your own bench. All right, tell everybody who you are.
I'm Andrew.
Hey, I'm Andrew.
Hey, nice to meet you.
It's a good name. Where are you from, Andrew?
I'm originally from New Jersey, but my family moved down here about three years ago. We live in Hernando Beach.
Okay. What brought y'all down here?
Family.
You had other family before y'all moved down 3 years ago?
Yeah.
Okay.
My parents, they bought a house maybe 11 years ago.
Okay.
And then when they retired, they came here.
Okay. So you've been here personally 3 years, though?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How long have you been in Jericho?
Today is my 25th day.
25th day. What brought you to Jericho?
My drug habits, drinking. I go to Hernando Beach Baptist.
Yeah.
And they know. They
know the pastor very well there.
Pastor Mark, yep.
Yeah, Pastor Mark Walton.
Yep.
Yeah, wonderful man.
And
Actually, I'll share this real quick. When they got flooded via the hurricane about a year ago, we did a lot of work out there.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
But I got baptized 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
I've always knew the Lord. I think I got saved at 6 years old. I asked Jesus into my heart. And I needed to surrender it all to Him.
Okay.
So by coming here.
So how bad did the substances get?
Very bad.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Did it cause homelessness?
We lost a house up north, due to no rent and stuff like that. And I've always had somewhere to go, but it affected my family and my finances.
Have you struggled with mental health in your life? Challenges that way?
PTSD, yeah.
Okay.
ADHD.
Okay.
Depression, yes. And that the alcohol and drugs made that worse.
Okay.
And
how old were you when you started?
I started smoking weed at 14 years old, and then I started drinking heavily about when I was 22, and I'm 30. I just turned 30 in August.
Have you, the weed and alcohol, the weed 14 to 30, or did you stop?
I've never stopped at.
With weed?
Yeah.
Alcohol pretty heavy from 22 to 30?
Yes.
Okay. So is this your first attempt at sobriety, or have you attempted it before?
When I was a teenager, I went to a 30-day rehab for kids.
Okay.
And then I was kind of forced to do that, so I didn't
by
family, yeah,
okay.
parents. And I didn't really take it seriously, so when I got back out, I just started doing what I was doing. And then 2 years ago, I went to a detox for alcohol, and I was good for 2 years. I went through the storm, a bunch of that heartache and stuff, didn't pick up the drink, and then 25 days ago, or a little bit more than a month ago, or whatever, I just started again, and it was really bad. And then I got into the meth and the hard drugs, And with all in 2 weeks, I lost my job, lost my truck.
What made you get into meth and harder?
I don't know, really. I really don't know. I always stayed away from that. I mean, I was addicted to cocaine for a long time, and when we moved down here, I kind of weaned off that myself. But I have no idea why I started. Just an addict mentality. I wanted to feel something different.
Okay. So, 25 days in, right?
Yes, sir.
You still dealing with cravings right now at times?
Not a little bit here and there, but I'm craving sobriety. I'm taking it day by day, and I'm craving the word. And
when we say the word, we're talking about the Bible?
The Bible, yes, sir.
And so you're not denying that there's still some challenges.
Yes.
But you're saying that even with those challenges, you're wanting sobriety and the things of God more.
Yes. I want to put my faith in Jesus all the way. I idolized weed. And I know, some people are different, but, that was always there. And
you're not the first person I've heard say that, by the way.
Yeah.
I've had people tell me that before. I can think of one particular person that, actually I can think of two. I remember one guy, I don't know if this is appropriate to share, but I'm going to share it. I was having this conversation with this guy, and he was really, just kind of really struggling, and I could not get it. We weren't getting anywhere, right? And I mean, he was not too long after this conversation, he kind of lost it all.
Right.
And I remember him sitting there on the phone with me, and he's like, "Man, Pastor Andrew," I was like, "Yeah, what's that?" He's like, "I dream of the day you're going to smoke a joint with me." I remember him saying that to me, and I was just like, "It's just not going to happen." And I don't even say that to be comical. I say it like, there are people, and we can be very powerful. So many people think, it's not that big of a deal. I disagree. I think it can be.
Yeah.
And it can be very challenging for people to come off of marijuana, not only from a physical side, but it seems like from a mental side.
Yeah.
Like you put it really high up in your mind.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people who get up. It's the first thing they can do. They can't go to bed until they do it, and they're going to take advantage throughout the day when they get those moments. It
was every 10 minutes basically for me.
Well,
I would be high at church.
Wow.
Does
New Jersey? Just a little different question here. What is there? Do they have? Is it legalized? Or
yeah, you can walk in
to a clinic and get it.
You can basically buy it just like alcohol. You don't need anything. You can come from out of state and buy it. So it's very easy to get it, just like alcohol. You can just walk in.
You think that's good?
No, I don't.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Yeah. So help me understand. What brought you to Jericho again? Like, what was the thing? What was the moment?
A big part of it was Charlie's death. Our brother Charlie Kirk.
Really, that was an impact to you?
Yes, very much. He's a year older than I am, or was a year older than I am, and like I said, I always had Jesus in my heart. Went to church, everything, and the big thing is I wanted to live like him.
Okay.
I wanted to put my faith towards Jesus, surrender it all, and be. I got to be a righteous man for my wife and son.
Okay. So his death inspired you.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it did.
Wow. That's a pretty powerful statement.
Yeah.
All right. So as we wrap up here, a couple questions. One, what would you tell somebody that's starting the journey of sobriety today? They're starting today. What would be one piece of advice you'd give them?
It's going to be hard. Life's never easy. We're going to struggle after, the program ends and stuff, after the 5 months or 10 months or whatever. but there's victory in Jesus. So the Bible is our sword and our shield, and I just take it day by day. It's going to be hard, but if I can do it, anybody can do it.
Amen. Some good pieces of advice there. And then our last one is this. Where are you going to be 5 years? Where do you want to be?
I want to be working for Jericho. That's where I want to be.
All right. I like that,
sir.
Andrew. I like that. That was really cool. Well, thank you so much, brother.
Thank you, sir.
For your time, for sharing your story. It means a lot. Very
Thank you,
grateful.
brother.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. I think at this time we're going to be switching our stream. So stay with us and join us. If I could get Sean. I need a second. If you don't mind, go ahead and exit out real quick. That'd be great. And then rejoin in just